Lewis.
Okay. No, hang on one just Jack. What people were asking me earlier about some things that we were talking about claims, and especially with true empiricism. So I kind of want to hang out dealing with a video that I did that nobody seemed to freaking watch, but whatever, because I made a video on this, and I got positive and negative reviews about it, which is to be expected. I really wanted to dwell a little more deeper into what I think a burden of your burden of proof is, what your justification is for a claim when you make one. But I will get into that in very shortly. But Drag, what just transpired in Truth's Hangout in regards to you?
He made a hangout about 3 hours ago because I posted a video today before I went to work. Basically, why we don't go into the Clown Car Posse hangouts, and that it boils down to that, they like censorship. They don't want to have a conversation, and so it was Antonio was in there. I think Beckel was in there. Beckel actually offered some pretty good information as far as maybe there should be a neutral ground so that no one's talking over someone. Oh, okay, I can kind of see that. But Antonio was talking about people in the comments section being e-thugs, and that was actually pretty funny. I had to laugh at that.
E-thugs.
Yeah, being e-thug.
Anybody who disagrees is an e-thug now. It's like, really?
It's like, well, I could be a thug in person, but I'd rather not. So I don't go in the comment section. So it's like, well, I understand he has beef with people who are trolling, which is understandable, but people aren't going to go in there because you're not going to sit and listen to fucking Nephilim Free go on literally for 20 minutes on a claim that is so far removed from what you're talking about that it's not even worth responding to because it's an act. It is a tactic. It's not an actual, back and forth discourse. And I actually called him to something that True's been doing, that True's been saying. And I actually pointed out in my little response video, I'll make a few of them. He likes to focus on when someone can't answer something, and perhaps it's a bit of both of that on both sides. I hate posing it as sides because it's just stupid, but there are many possibilities as to why someone can't answer a question. For one thing, the question may be malformed, and they really can't even fathom how to respond to it because it's so malformed. The topic or the response may have some basis in the person's memory. They may have learned about it, may have forgotten, or they may have never fucking heard of it. I think I'm still neglecting a few possibilities, but those three are the primary ones. But it's not indicative of someone's end-all be-all intellect if they can or cannot answer one or two questions. And so maybe I guess there should be a little bit more talk about that, about how that's approached. But that's extending much more charity than I think true empiricism is worth.
Oh, yeah, much more actually, and that goes into the topic of the discussion actually, on claims, because when we're saying something, okay, and I'm going to use Rez Rhetoric's last debate as a prime example, so I'm glad he dropped in here. Both of them had a claim to be made, okay. Reg was on the position that the Earth is not flat, and he was making the position that the model demonstrating that is a blade irregular spheroid or something was the better model that explained observation. And God damn it, can I just call him Z, Reds?
His real name is Jeff.
Jeff, okay, we'll call him Jeff because I don't want to promote his channel because that's what he was doing most of the debate, was promoting his channel.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but so this guy Jeff, he was promoting his flat Earth model. Right, so you guys both had a claim. Okay, you both had a burden of justification and proof to demonstrate which one's better. You agree with that, Rez, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's very fair in a debate. We already know, the rest of us here obviously know, that the Earth is round. So that really wasn't what we were judging it on. That wasn't I was judging on. In that case, it'd be why bother debating, right? It was who's presenting a better argument for the model, and you gave evidence for your claim. You said, you gave the formula for the arctangent length. You gave what would we see if the model you posited was correct, and what would we see if there was a flat Earth, right? Yep. He didn't do any of that stuff.
He primarily just promoted his channel and said, well, I would have the answer if I could simply play my videos, but you know, because this is a debate, you don't get that luxury. So what he did was just plug his channel and say, well, the answers are there. Well, it may seem like the answers are there. That's only because in a video format, I can't call you out on it if they're going to your channel and watching your video. If he was actually to present any actual evidence, I would have called him out on it, which I did, which is why I called him out on his Sundog bullshit. That was hilarious.
Yeah, no, he did try. He at least tried to do some things. Okay, it was very weak, but he in no way, never did he demonstrate that the flat Earth model could work for what we observed. Basically, he was. I was like, well, you know, excuse me. He said, you know what? I don't know. Maybe we haven't got that far yet. The model hasn't got that far yet. Then why are you debating if you don't have a working model yet?
The topic and the title of the debate, which is why a lot of flat earthers actually ran away from having the debate, was which model best comports with reality. Now, in reality, we have the capability of going outside and doing observations and noticing a few things. For example, what we see in one location and what we don't see in another location. So what I really wanted to do was center all of my arguments on stuff that literally anybody can verify for themselves. And so what the first rule I did was stay away from NASA. Stay away from everything that NASA did because they're just going to dismiss it as CGI even though they can't prove that it's CGI to save their fucking life. I just decided to stay away from it because it would be just too much of a clusterfuck. I talked about ships disappearing over the horizon, the fact that the sun sets, and the fact that the direction of light runs along the Earth's surface close to morning and sunset. That was the mountain picture that I saw. Again, anyone can verify that for themselves. I talked about the pole star conundrum and what conclusions you can come from it. And I also talked about pictures taken from high altitude weather balloons. Not only that, it was a picture from a flat earther nonetheless.
No, I like the way you did it, and I like the fact that Jeff actually, basically from the beginning, capitulated, you know, certain things. He's like, you know what, I'm not going to argue if the ISS is up there. It could be, and he wasn't going to argue if rockets go up, right? And that was kind of good. But at the same time, he needs to demonstrate how in his model those things exist. And when he was asked about it, one of the questions from the side chat or live chat was, how does an orbiter orbit the Earth in your model? And his basic response was, well, I don't know yet, but go watch my videos.
Mm-hmm. He mentioned that there is some type of reverse gravity happening close to the supposed dome, and I'm like, all right, listen, but before you can claim that there is a reverse gravity, okay, you can posit any magical force to make anything happen in your model. I mean, you can literally solve all of your problems with magic.
Yeah.
The problem is, you need to actually demonstrate that the magic actually exists. You need to demonstrate that this dome makes this force. You need to demonstrate that it also has these spikes on it that can pop high altitude weather balloons at different altitudes, no less. So you have to demonstrate that there is a dome. You have to demonstrate that the dome, therefore, has this force. Then you need to demonstrate that this dome has terrain on it with spikes and shit. And then you have to demonstrate how all this fits within a flat Earth only model, because I even said that, listen, let's just say for the sake of argument that the Earth does have a dome. Of course it fucking doesn't, but let's just say it does. The Earth could be within a spherical dome. So you could have a dome per se on a round Earth and on a flat Earth. Simply saying that there is a dome doesn't prove what shape the Earth actually is.
I think you make a brilliant thing that when people make a model, for some reason, they think by just hypothesizing a model that they think might work, that's good enough. And that's not. That's not how science works, okay? Like you said, I could say anything. I could say fairies make these rockets go up, and then they gently glide them over to the water, and we go pick them up because NASA's, you know, the Illuminati. Okay, great. Show me the evidence for any of that stuff.
Yeah,
positing stuff is not an explanation.
Yeah, show me that Tinkerbell is actually doing the work on NASA's behalf. And, and a lot of things could well, oh, look at this. I have a paycheck from NASA that I capped with my phone. See, look, it says made out to Tinkerbell. Thanks for getting this shit to the International Space Station. Yeah, no.
That'd be kind of cool.
And the thing is that it's never going to be found, and that was a really funny way of saying it, actually. But the thing is that they have no evidence for Tinkerbell, just like they have no evidence for this dome. And what I tried to do from my side was not plug my channel, was just put all my cards on the table right then and there in a way that can be independently verified, because it's exactly what you said, that you can posit anything, or it's exactly what you said, confirming what I said. You can posit anything to make anything work, but that's not how science works, because scientists know that if they just make shit up, they're not actually going to find the answers to the questions that humanity has. We wouldn't have the technology that we would have. We wouldn't have the medical care that we have. We wouldn't have the luxuries that we do. If people just made shit up that say, I am going to make this cardboard box and it shall spew forth cold air, I guarantee you in Florida, you're going to be hot as fuck.
And I think of science as like a distilling effect. I mean, people years ago, back in the early days of early science, they had a rough idea of certain things, right? So think of that as like the basis of everything. And now after many, many years of sifting through this data and getting more data and getting more filtered and getting more distilled down to things we know that have worked for thousands of years of observation, we're at the point now where our science and our technology is something to be proud of. It is something that we probably now know, even that what we think we might know may not be true. I get that, right? I mean, there might be some things that we have some wrong beliefs, but it's still the best knowledge we have available ever. We are at a pinnacle of science. And in this wedge-type mentality that ICR and other younger creationists do, that I mentioned a little bit earlier in my hangout that I had to do really quick, but what they do is they try to make it is that science is somehow evil, that science is not to be trusted, because if science is correct, then their version of the biblical narrative cannot be, according to them, right? So it's one or nothing.
Well, I'm thinking that people need to understand a few things. That science is not out to get God. Science has never been out to get God. And I would also say that science does not claim in any way, shape, or form to disprove God. There may be some scientists out there that say that God does not exist, but that is simply their opinion. That is not what science itself is actually saying. You can believe in God and still know for a fact that science has its shit together. You can believe in God and do there two. I'm going to say this: God and science, they don't conflict with each other. They're two separate things, and they are kept separate for a reason. One does not affect the other. People need to fucking understand that, and then maybe, just maybe, we'll have a little bit. Well, maybe America won't get made fun of as much.
Yeah, and it goes back to like the whole thing of the claims and this whole thing of what you guys were actually debating and why you won hands down. But when I make a statement, okay, everything that is not necessarily a claim unless it's actually questioned, okay, I get very tired of saying, okay, I know something, I'm gonna relate it, and if we sat there and we just every single 2 seconds these creations, whatever, like, oh, that's a claim, that's a claim, that's a claim, we could never have a discussion, okay. If somebody thinks something is wrong, for example, I say that, and I use this example in my video, that the highest mountain from sea level to top to bottom is Mount Everest, right? If somebody thinks that's not correct, then they can go validate and go, hey, look, Steve, I think you're wrong, and I'm going to show you why you're wrong. But, I mean, for me to every time I say something that I think is correct, to go have to validate it because these people want something they're never going to look at, right? I mean, you know as well as I do when we provide links for, like, the flat earthers, they don't go looking at that stuff anymore. I mean, you know it, Reds. You know you could sit there and have 50 videos, and they're not going to go look at it. Yeah, well, why
there's a funny thing.
Sea level, by the way.
Well, there's a funny thing about the link thing, and because when you do provide them the links, I think it's clear that they don't actually look at it, and yet they. I mean, let me give you an example. Gypsy Girl said that mathematics is well, I'll paraphrase. This is not exactly what she's saying, but this is basically the gist of it. So if you want to hear it from the horse's mouth, go see her. There's a YouTuber called Gypsy Girl who said that something along the lines of math is subjective. It's not objective. And what she did to substantiate this was there's currently a bill trying to be passed to make pi a different value instead of 3.1415 and off to infinity. There's actually a bill.
Well, there was a bill in Indiana. It's called the Indiana Pi Bill.
Yeah,
that was a long time ago.
She linked an article saying that it was happening today, and
that's a myth.
The thing is that
that's a myth.
Yeah, this was back in the 1800s.
Right.
And and keep in mind this was pointed out on the first line of the Wikipedia page. She thinks it's happening right now.
Yeah, that's kind of delusional. I mean, this goes into the whole context, and they don't understand how to read anything properly. You know, because they just read something and they infer in their brain this process and this filter that says, I have this cognitive bias and therefore it has to agree with what I'm saying rather than reading it objectively. And on the side here, wait quick, Reds, Mark Thomas asked a legit question. He asked, he said, how many, has Reds ever convinced one flat earther the earth is spherical? And I only know Jamal Williams. You might have more. But before you answer that, Reds, Mark, you know what? I can tell you right now that even if it's only been one or two, we have no way of quantifying how many people have listened to Reds and the people that have been in his panel, and he's graced me to allow me to go in his panel many times. We don't know how many people we affected that may have been on the border. That may have been, maybe one day I might convince to be a flat earther, and then, oh yeah, well, I remember this hangout. We don't know. It's all a matter of education. So what Reds does, it doesn't matter whether he converts one person or nobody. It's a matter of he gets the information out there so people can go to it and go, yeah, these fucking flat earthers are nuts. I'm not going to go down that path.
It's a case of this. See, here it is. The Indiana Pi Bill is the popular name bill number 246 of the 1897 sitting, and it stopped right there. See what I mean? It's in the first goddamn sentence. And she linked this, and she thinks this is something that's happening today. This shit hasn't happened in well over 100 years.
It was actually a mathematician that actually stood up and said, "You guys need to rethink this." Actually.
Well, and the thing is that the person that was actually trying to pass this got laughed at. I mean, badly.
Well, they were actually almost ready to pass it. It came damn close to passing. It wasn't until seriously the day of the vote, I think it was. There was actually happened to be a mathematician sitting in the audience, and he stood up and he said, "Guys, no, you cannot do this. Let me explain."
He didn't get laughed at in the legislature.
Yeah.
I mean, he got laughed at from all the mathematicians.
Oh yeah.
You guys are full of shit, by the way. So you can't. Because math is not a democratic process. Math will never be a democratic process. And to answer the question, moving on from that, because flat Earth research is pretty much funny in itself, have I convinced anybody that the Earth is not flat? Well, like I said, I'm only aware of Jamal Williams and Scott Benson, I think. I still don't know what the fuck he's on about, but I think I got him on the right path. A couple people have actually come to me in the comment section and said that I was considering flat Earth, but you have pulled me back away from that. So they never fully accepted flat Earth, but they were considering it, and my videos were able to kind of tell them, oh wait, this is kind of the wrong direction. I'm not going to go down there. It looked good at first, but I'm kind of now smelling the bullshit. So yeah, I was at least able to do that.
And that's awesome. You know what? You can't put a price on that kind of shit. And you're talking about that girl that had the misunderstanding of the Indiana bill. The same thing happened with Fiona here, just not too long. Well, it's been some time, but he brought it up the other day. By the way, Fiona, he's still bringing up Robertsonian We're talking about Neffy right now. We all know the story. That's why I guess I got to skip ahead. But Neffy had a paper that he cited to Fiona that he had put on his screen that Jade actually found the actual paper that had to do with wildlife translocation, health disease risk in wildlife translocation. Had nothing to do with translocations in genetics, of taking genetic information from one part of a chromosome and moving it to a different part of the chromosome. It had nothing to do with that, right? But he had it up there saying, I have evidence that you're wrong, Fiona. And it's just like, did he even bother to go past the title? And even the title should have said kind of flags in his head. But he was talking about the other day, and he still thinks that you're wrong, even though you've offered to debate him on it.
Yeah. Say that again?
He still says you're wrong. He brought that whole thing up the other day in True's Hangout, talking about Robertsonian translocations, and he's still saying that you're wrong, and yet how many times we've asked asked Neffy, hey, why don't you debate Fiona like she said she would on that paper that you said shows she's wrong, because we'd love to see that. I would be thrilled to see that him use that paper that he said refuted the translocations.
Yes.
Well, he didn't refute it. Basically, he said that there was a disease risk associated with this. Let me clarify.
Yeah, my challenge is out to him. And he would take the affirmative. This paper demonstrates the health risks associated with chromosomal translocations. And I would take the negative. This paper does not support the assertion that there are health risks associated with chromosomal translocations, because that paper says nothing about chromosomal translocations.
Yeah, he'll never take you up on it. Yeah, we know
we won't.
But he won't even address it. He has never ever mentioned this to anybody. I've noticed it. At least I've never heard. Maybe he has when I wasn't listening. But have you ever heard him even mention this paper again or respond to your challenge?
Nope.
I haven't either.
Nope.
So, and I brought it up, and he's been avoiding me a little bit too as far as that. He hasn't been in my Hangouts for quite some time.
Well, this is no surprise coming from Neffy, because I also had him in my Hangout a while ago, and he was, we were talking about his recent assertion where water impacted the moon, and being that I'm kind of a physics whiz, I go, hey, listen, I'm not very good at this biological and evolution stuff. However, when you're talking about physics, I'm now going to shove that up your ass, and I did, showing that if you gave him perfect energy transfer, no parasitic loss whatsoever by the surrounding environment, water would probably only go up maybe 50 kilometers or so. And guess what? He didn't come back into my room after that and didn't talk about it after that. So what Fiona is saying fits his MO.
Oh, yeah. I mean, DPR Jones, myself, Thunderfoot, we've all dragged on. We've all showed him the problems with his theory, and from different angles. I mean, not just the amount of energy released, but there is a maximum extent of how high.
Isn't he a Golden Crocodile winner?
I think. Yeah, didn't he win the Coco? I think so. Yeah.
Yes,
he did. He did win the Golden Croc. Well, that should pretty much explain it. When you win the Golden Crocodile, that should tell people exactly what type of individual we're dealing with. The winner of the Golden Crocodile Award.
Can't talk today. Yeah, I actually did. I did get a convo out to King Crocodile like 2 weeks ago, and he said he wanted to join me and Ozzy in a hangout, and I was like, yes, but I haven't made it come to true yet. So I'm hoping that's going to be really awesome.
You're popular, Steve. You're popular.
I like King Crocodile. I like his videos, right? And when I was conversing with him, and he had used Ozzy in one of his videos, I was like, well, hey, why don't you drop into one of these off-air hangouts with me, Ozzy, and Drag, or even one of the on-air ones, and
well,
God, I would love to. So
someone actually mentioned, and he's like, oh, you think you're so smart. I go, actually, no, I don't consider myself smart at all. If you want people who are smart, you want to go to Fiona, you want to go to Scientist Sam, you want to go to King Crocodile, you want to also go to Hogtie Champ. You don't want to go to me. Go to these people because they know a shitload more than I do. And it's like, and they're like, well, why is that? And I go, because I'm honest, okay? If I don't know something, I'm going to tell you, which is what I keep saying to PE when he drags me into his hangout, on random occasions, like once a year or something along those lines. We're going to talk about ID. If you're going to bring up evolution and ID and all these gyrates and syntheses and DNA is in water.
Good at that shit, Reds.
You know,
Could I
this
give you
is-
a quote from somebody earlier on this evening?
sure.
Okay, and I think this may explain an awful lot. Here we go. In an atheist worldview, why is being wrong about science wrong anyway?
Huh?
In an atheist worldview, why is science wrong about why?
No.
What in an atheist worldview? What?
In an atheist worldview, why is being wrong about science wrong anyway?
Okay, well, I mean, I don't care if you're atheist or not, but if you're in an airplane and that's designed by one of these freaking clown car posses, yeah, what do you think's gonna happen? I mean, come on. I mean,
No, because you see,
realistic here.
no, you see, because the claim is made that believing in a flat Earth or believing in creationism isn't harming anybody,
Yeah, it does.
and atheism defines, something being morally wrong as when it harms other people. And I suppose, I mean, if you want to be wrong about science, that's fine. There's nothing morally wrong about that. It's just wrong, full stop. However, if you then spread that around to other people and misinform them, wouldn't that be morally wrong? I couldn't believe that actual question. In an atheist worldview, why is being wrong about science wrong anyway? It's in the actual sentence you used.
Yeah, and you would think that if the people really want to know truth, right, and they want to know facts, and they want to be Christian and not spread misinformation, they would educate themselves to get to the point where they're not even. I think most of us willful, but they would get to the point where it's not even accidental spreading of misinformation, because they don't ever seem to get to the point where they go, damn, you know what, I was wrong at that time. I gave some people some bad scientific information. Never happens with these people. It happens to us. We all make mistakes every so often. That because we're not anal to the point and thinking we're infallible. And Reds, yes, you're extremely smart. I'm smart, but you know what? We're smart enough to know we surround ourselves with smarter people than us. That's what smart people do. Okay. Seriously, I mean that's one of the greatest things I ever learned. You don't have to be brilliant, but surround yourself by brilliant people, and that makes you pretty damn smart.
Well, the thing is that when I don't know something, I know where to go to actually get the information. So when I was going to have a conversation with somebody and I needed some info, what I did with one of my videos, and then there was a house. It's posted up on my old channel. I think it's like 2 years ago. I went to Fiona, I went to Scientist Sam, and I went to Jade to help me make sure that the facts I was stating in that video were actually facts, because it was a direct response to that blue douchebag known as True Empiricism, when he compared the cell to building a house and how we know the house was a designer. So I made the video, and then there was a house going through the formation of the planet, the formation of cells, and through the evolutionary process to human who had the hands to build the damn house to begin with. I went through all that after I spoke with Jade, Scientist Sam, and Fiona to make sure that the terms that I was using, to make sure everything I had was scientifically accurate, because I didn't know the answers. I went to them because they had the answers. I was able to recognize my limitations, and I went to someone who doesn't have those limitations.
But you're able to interpret the data. For example, we were talking about the human chromosome thing. We have CRISPR in here now. I wanted to ask him those things. Good, so that's good. But we at least know enough of the basics to analyze some of the data with these people. I mean, it's I would say first or second year stuff. I mean, it's not like you don't need a PhD to actually look at some of the stuff. No offense to Fiona, but it's not that complicated. I don't think, right? But what True and them are doing is they're saying, you know what, Tompkins says this is true, therefore it must be true, and they're not presenting any evaluation of Tompkins' information.
Well, he has a PhD in genetics. That's all you need to know.
But that means nothing to me. I'm looking at what he's looking at. I'm looking at the databases. I'm looking at its information. I'm looking at what Fiona's saying. I'm looking into what CRISPR and the rest of them are saying. And even though I'm nowhere near on that level, I'm like, well, what makes sense to me? But it's certainly not the hell what they're saying because I'm not seeing it anywhere. When True makes a statement like, well, it's degraded, and that just shows it shouldn't be a fusion site because it's degraded. What? I mean,
that's brilliant. I'm
stunned by that. I'm stunned.
Well, he puts his speech through a retard filter, so that's why it's kind of hard to interpret.
Yeah, but what he hasn't realised is he's refuted himself. He's also refuted Tompkins.
I just he's upset. Like I sent the video to Sam about he's upset that people are being pompous and stating things, and he's very, very upset by this. But there is a point where you have to introspect and go, you know what? Maybe I don't know as much as I think I know. Oh wait, he does do that. Then he projects it onto someone else. That's right. Forgot about that. So
everything is a projection.
I have no problem telling people that. Veckel knows the Bible way better than me. I think Veckel knows the Bible way better than a lot of people. I'm not sure where True thinks that because someone took one course that they're somehow better than everyone else. If I've ever lauded the fact that I've taken chemistry, it's because he hasn't. That doesn't mean that enables me to automatically know more than him on any topic, on any one thing. It's the simple fact that the things that he asserts are something that first-year chemistry students learn, and so it's hard for someone to take it seriously.
Broadcast.
Huh?
What you need? Who needs broadcast?
Gary.
Oh, Gary. Okay.
Oh, yeah. But that's the only reason I've actually mentioned that is because if you're gonna say I can memorize all 118 elements, but you don't know how the fucking periodic table is. the periodic table. Periodic keyword table is aligned and why it's like that, then it's like I can't take you seriously, especially when you want to do this whole condescending thing that he does when someone dissents from him. And this is on any topic, but if True is unaware of how his fucking interactions with people go downhill because of his own actions, then fuck him. Like he's an absolute fucking idiot. The only reason I entertain him is because other people are entertained by our interactions.
Yeah, he only wants sophistry. This is why I don't get too much involved with him one-on-one. There's no reason to. When this like the whole, I said on Tommy's channel, on one of his videos, I said, these young Earth creationists have to sign a statement of faith. We all know this. This is second nature to us, right? No, he's like, oh, we'll back that claim up. I feel it's like, come on, that's childish. I mean, just go look at yourself, okay? This is not something that I'm just pulling out of my ass. We all know this. You go to Wikipedia and it says it, right? I
don't understand. Say that again, Steve. What do they do?
They have to sign what's called a statement of faith that any facts or evidence that they find that goes against the biblical narrative of the errant doctrinal understanding they have of the Bible can basically either be summarily dismissed or it needs to be looked into to find out why it's wrong. Nothing can contradict.
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
So in other words, nothing can conflict with the biblical narrative regardless, and that throws the objectivity.
Well, that explains everything.
Out the window.
Yeah. That's why that you'll see people, they won't actually say, well, you know what, let me look into this. You know what, you may have a point. There's no way, shape, or form that they'll offer humility because they have the objective is to make sure that they're like uneducated fucking retard version of interpreting whatever it is that they want to interpret matches.
I believe that you also have, you had to be a creationist, young Earth creationist, to work at Dino Land.
You do.
Kent Rowland's one, and I think you also have to be a creationist to work at the Ark Park.
Well, that warped your mind completely. That will warp your mind.
I think I heard of this type of BS before because this reminds me of a quote I saw where it's like, if somewhere in the Bible I saw it said that 2 + 2 = 5, I wouldn't question it, I would accept it as true and then do my best to understand it. That's fucking retarded.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's why they had a whole issue with the tax things in Kentucky, because they were signing something that's saying that they had to be a younger creationist and follow that narrative, and that's a violation of separation of church and state at that part. That's why they're having such huge issues with the tax things. Now you can go to AIG and you can look at the mission statement and you can look at the other ones. All these places have something that says something to that effect, right? I've already done the research on it. And when I make that statement, I'm not going to waste my time explaining that to true empiricism because I know he's never going to look at the links or care. I put one or two in later because he made a big issue about it. Then he decided to go make a video about it. I could have gone much deeper into that.
His understanding, true empiricism's understanding of how the taxes are supposed to work would be the same amount of understanding as Kent.
Yeah. But I mean, but you see that his whole thing was he didn't ignore everything else I said. He just said, you made a claim, now back it up. I'm like, fuck off. I'm like, seriously, you don't understand what a claim is because this is not controversial. Everybody knows these people have to sign mission statements because it even says it on Wikipedia. You can go right now to Wikipedia and look under young Earth creationism, and it even says one of the controversies out there is that scientists don't have to sign anything that says evolution is true, but young Earth creationists have to sign something that says young Earth creation is true, and anything that goes against it must be wrong.
That's fucked up. I didn't know that. That is really
pretty much, and that's exactly why they should have that issue with the taxes, and that's exactly why the taxes should completely, totally, in the worst way possible, bite them in the ass.
And don't you think, Vito, that would be, if you're a scientist, one of the first things you know about science is the objectivity. You can want something to be true as much as you want, but the data indicates otherwise. You go with the data, right? Unless you find out reasons why the data is wrong.
But that's the thing. Don't you think that would drive you nuts? Like, if I thought that way, okay, I wouldn't function properly during the day. I have a problem being the way I am right now. I mean, if I thought that way, that I would question everything. I'd be miserable.
No. Where do you think cognitive dissonance comes from, though? That these people, a lot of them suffer from it.
Yes, I've watched Drag go at it with Ronnie several times, and the more I watch Ronnie, and I'm not trying to be mean to Ronnie, I'm not, but he does seem to have some type of mental problem.
Stop.
I'm not trying to be mean.
No, we've all said the same thing. We don't try to be mean either. We do all recognize.
I think that there's something there that he just I have a learning difficulty too.
You can make me cross, and I'm gonna have to a little bit attack you a little bit. Stop, right? If there's anything that pisses me off online, it's anchor psychology.
We're not.
Right.
No,
I'm not talking about that.
Wait a minute, Steve. Let me just say, right?
Well, let me finish. I was saying that he does look like there's something mentally not there.
Yeah. What's wrong with saying that, Gary?
There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, what we're seeing.
Somebody in a wheelchair, you sit there and say, "I guess he can't walk." There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. We're not judging. We're not saying that he does or doesn't.
I'm not trying to be. Again, I'm not trying to be mean. It's just that's what I get from him. Because he doesn't listen to anything, you know. Yeah, absolutely nothing he listens to.
Go ahead, Gary.
Based on the best available evidence, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I think you should let Gary actually say what he wanted to say.
But here's the point, right? Maybe he's just stubborn. I mean, I'm Scots-Irish and I'm Mancunian. I'm very stubborn. Maybe he's just a stubborn man.
It doesn't appear that way.
He's mentally ill.
Yeah, no. First of all, it may not be a mental illness, but there's a learning deficiency there that I believe that I've seen. Again, you have to weigh everything together as a whole, right? You can't just take one piece of information when you're evaluating anything, right? And we're not making a judgment on it, saying this is a fact. I can safely say, wait, let me finish. Let me finish real quick. I can safely say with 100% surety, from what I've seen, I believe. Remember, this is a belief. This is not a claim. Now, I give you evidence why I believe this, but I believe he has some kind of learning dysfunction.
Yeah, and that's all I mean. I don't mean that. I'm not trying to make fun of the guy. I really am not, okay? It's just there's something there when you watch the videos. You just sit there and say, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like he's running on all cylinders sometimes.
Sorry, can I just check who we're talking about here?
Yeah. We're talking about Ronnie. But
it's just that there's so many to choose from.
Okay, but I'm going to say something now, and it's going to sound insulting, but that's fucking bullshit, right? I have a learning difficulty. I have dyspraxia, right? It means that I have problems in my fine motor control. Now, I have it much less than other people who I know have it, because it's a spectrum. Like, all disabilities are a spectrum. Now, the thing is that the reason that Ronnie is the way he is because he's a stubborn man. It has nothing to do with him having difficulties. He's just stubborn.
I disagree with you.
Yeah, Gary, I have not seen you talk, or I've never met you. I have no idea. I'm just going by what I've seen from True Emphasis.
Stated?
That's what I'm going by. I'm not going by his stubbornness or anything.
Wasn't it stated that this is simply a belief just based on one's own opinion? Because an opinion, I mean, if they're saying, hey, listen, this is just what I'm saying. It is my opinion. I don't have anything solid to back this up on. It is just an opinion. It's a feeling. It's a gut feeling that I have, and I'm making that known to everyone so that you guys don't hammer me later. I think that's legitimate.
Yeah, and
Could I make a point? Could I make a point, please? Here.
Yeah.
You might want to take this into account, Guy. You see, we can say that there's some sort of problem there, which is causing this. It causes them to read things that nobody else sees in a passage, or to see things that nobody else can see in a video. You know, there's something that's just not quite clicking.
He did that for you,
and that, you know, and that he can't help that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Or we can just say that they're a dishonest douchebag.
Sure.
Now,
yeah.
I would say that.
We're being charitable.
Guys, please.
Sorry.
I would say that in saying that there may be some sort of problem there, that's going down the charitable route.
Right, but my point is, is that it's nothing to do with disability. It's to do with ideology. He is admitted you're going to creationist until decide the opponent. I mean, if that's where I think the problem is.
It doesn't, Gary, because, okay, let's give an example with like Tommy. I don't think Tommy has learning deficiency. I think he has a filter. He has a brain filter that prevents him from reading things.
Retard filter.
Yeah. What do you call it again? What is it?
Retard filter.
Retard filter. But I don't think he has any kind of learning deficiency. I think he could actually learn this stuff pretty well if he wanted to. Okay? So there's a similarity there, but I see different symptoms. And
was Tommy the one that was using the N-word? Is that what you mean?
No, no. Tommy was, for example, this big old thing about Lamarckianism. He reads. Was he using the N-word? I don't know. But
I don't know. I saw a handout where you were just in, and there was some uproar about somebody using the N-word.
No, that
was Psycho.
Yeah, and Psycho was.
He wasn't using the N-word.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Then I'm thinking somebody else. Sorry.
Yeah, Tommy Hall. We've explained to him why this particular theory that he talks about is wrong, and it's been wrong for a very long time. Hundreds of years.
I'm actually going to head out here, but I will say that for these people, their brains simply do a hard reboot whenever you present facts that completely disagree with their bullshit. Let me go ahead and just head out here for a bit. Tomorrow is going to be my last hangout before I completely log off of G+ and YouTube, because tomorrow's the 15th, and the day after that is the 16th, first day of college, yay.
Ooh.
So if you guys want to come to that hangout, again, it'll be tomorrow. It will be the last hangout I'm going to have on that channel. So
for how long?
Maybe 2 hours. Who knows?
How long will you be off for?
Quite a while.
How much you thinking?
I'm going to try and stay off.
Oh, that's like crack. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you'll be back in a few months.
Keep us updated.
You gotta pop in. You gotta pop in.
Listen. I got to tell you, that needle is going to be very tempting, but I got to find a way to resist.
Well, good luck what you do, Rhett. Like, I enjoy your work and I enjoy your talks, and you were speaking about other people being smarter than you, and I think it all varies. You're brilliant at what you do. And if I wanted to go to the moon, you'd be the first one I'd talk to.
That's great. And if you do end up, grabbing a ticket, just take me with you. I don't take up that much space.
No, it's great, right? Your videos are awesome, and it sucks that you're gone for a while. I was really enjoying your work.
I'll still be uploading my rocket launch videos because I got to meet some obligations on that. But tomorrow is going to be my final hangout on the channel, and so I will post the link out. It should be sometime around maybe 4:00 p.m. tomorrow Eastern. So if you guys want to come in, be my guest. If not, then
sucks, man.
like I said, I'm going to be logging off of G Plus and logging off of YouTube because that shit's just going to distract me.
Yeah.
For Steve's launch, just get a bottle rocket. I'm good with that.
Just a bottle rocket, you know, and I'm going to draw a dick butt on it.
That'd be awesome.
Red, you have my number.
Absolutely.
But I believe a lot of us do have your some of your contact information. So you know,
if people want, being that I'm going to be logging off of my G Plus and logging off of YouTube, if you guys have my Skype, feel free to contact me anytime.
Who's going to be taking up the reins for Flat Earth?
Yeah, I don't have your Skype. Give me your Skype, Brett, because I want to interview you too about the rocket launches and stuff.
Who's your protege?
Redline V8. That's the Skype that I just posted in the chat.
Good.
As far as who can replace me, no one.
Well, that's a given. But I mean, we can't let Drainism and all them get out of hand, right?
Well, I mean, let's face it. You know, there'll be other people that will be just as fed up with them as I am, and they will make them cry like a little bitch, like I did. So someone else will take it up, I'm sure. But what I'm gonna,
like Sean or Valsoy or anybody?
Well, the thing is that Houseoy's doing his own thing, as is Sean and me. Like I said, you know, that job at SpaceX isn't going to get itself, so I got to go fetch it. So I'm going to have to do some awesome shit to make that happen. But it's all going to work out. Like I said, the 16th is the start of a brand new me or whatever. But I will give you guys a bit of a promise that I'm going to say live. I wanted to keep this a secret, but I think I'm going to kind of reveal it. So, is that okay, Steve?
I knew you were gay. I knew it.
Yeah, it's okay. I know you had a secret crush on me all this entire time. I didn't reciprocate.
Damn it! Foiled again. No, not really.
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's what I've been doing. I recently started taking up some classes, and I've also got a free gym membership that I've been going at for the last, I don't know, month or so, and as of right now, I went from doing 1 pull-up to now 20. So it's
nice.
So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So what I'm actually going to do is take up an offer that someone gave me. That offer was from a Canadian by the name of Rand Campbell. He challenged he challenged me to a boxing match, and I'm going to tell you this: 1 year, Rand Campbell, I'll take you up on that offer. I would love to beat the shit out of that guy.
Wow, that would be actually kind of cool, actually.
I'd rather
but are you going to put a bag over your face?
Actually, I'll just let my ugliness take the first hit.
For real? Are you going to box him?
Why not? I mean, absolutely.
No, I box people every day. I mean, you're gonna really get in a ring with him?
He's a big guy, Rand. He's not like some small dude.
Yeah, I'll make him climb up a flight of stairs first.
Dude, you're not even in his weight class, probably.
No, that won't matter though.
Wow.
Kick him.
He probably hasn't seen his Willie in 2 years, so it's all good. The thing is that with what I have planned for the future and what I plan on doing with all the free time that I'm not going to be spending dealing with Flat Earth bullshit and creations fucktards, I'm actually going to be going to school. I'm going to be focusing more on my job. I'm going to be exercising a fuck lot more than I am right now, which is not at all being done sitting behind a computer.
That's awesome.
So
And
you turn those little pipe clear arms into big muscly ones.
Yeah, I'll post a before and after pic. How's that?
You're getting Fiona all hot and bothered, man.
Yeah, Red, go on steroids, freak everybody out.
Absolutely.
Is Andy's surrogate mother?
Get dragged, make some chemical that you can put in your arms.
Tomorrow is like I said, my last hangout, so I won't take up any more of your guys' time. Come on in, have fun, kick ass, that kind of shit, and then after that, peace out.
All right, thank you, Reds.
All right.
Good.
Yeah, if you don't make it in, you be good.
All right. Good night.
Rock and roll, Red.
Night,
Jade has a good point in the chat. My liberal use of the word retard. Should
it's
be
mentally challenged.
And it is actually an insult to people who are mentally challenged. So
yeah.
I'm going to coin a new term. I'm going to say mooncalf. The mooncalf filter. Mooncalf is an insult.
Okay.
I get in trouble for that all the time too, Dragon. It's like I've had to now. My wife freaks. People just get pissed off.
I'm not PC, so I say retard. I don't care.
I must admit, I'm not fond of that word either.
No,
well, I think the way I look at it is that there are people who are actually mentally retarded, and they can't help it.
Yeah, but that's not when I use the word retard. I'm not even referring to them.
No, I know.
It's an insult to them.
My definition. Yeah, but I don't. Well, it should be an insult to them, but I don't use it in that capacity. And I've tried to cut back on it because of that very reason. Because there might be some people that I don't want to get upset, but I have no problem with the word personally.
So I like my new one. Mooncalf is unique. No one uses mooncalf.
Yeah, but there's a reason.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly.
It's word, but it's so funny.
No, it's got to be better than that, Drag. Better than Mooncalf. Mooncalf is retarded.
Filter. Okay. There's tons of insults. There's I actually looked up. I went to a thesaurus, and there's pages. Mooncalf was one of the words that caught my eye.
But can I ask a question? And this is going to seem a bit funny, but can we just stop calling them stupid? Because maybe they might listen to us if we stop. Maybe that revolutionary thought.
No, here's the thing, Gary. They're dumb. Okay, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it any longer. And I don't talk about people that are dumb because of either by mental disability or because of just they don't want to learn anything. But people actively going out putting 8th grade information that they get wrong. Yeah, they're dumb, and I mean,
you gotta call. Yeah, you gotta. I'm tired of. No, we can't. Call people stupid that behave stupidly. No. If you're gonna be stupid about stuff, you're stupid.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%, Vito. That you've got to call it what it is, and if these people are promoting such abysmal information. There's no other word for it. That's what the words are. Dumb and stupid is basically the best choice of it's a pejorative, I get that, but it's an accurate pejorative.
Okay, but then you can't, in one sentence, say, well, you're dumb and stupid, and in another that say, oh, it's wrong that you're calling as liars and deniers. It's sort of hypocritical at that point. There's got to be consistency.
If you say what? If they're dumb and what's
it's not fair to do it to them. I know that they maybe push those buttons with you.
No, I mean what? I didn't say your inconsistency. So if you can't say they're dumb and what?
You can't say dumb in one breath and then complain about them calling people science deniers or calling you stupid in another. It's sort of
I think it's happened around the other way. It's actually happened around the other way, Gary.
I have that backwards. Go ahead.
And that's, I think, the problem. That we have tried to refrain from that sort of thing. But it's now reached the stage where everybody's had enough.
Oh, is that?
Because we are being called for everything and have been for quite some time.
Yeah, Steve, I thought you were joking. I thought you were trying to get Gary to say what, and you were saying, stupid says what? That's what I thought you were doing.
No, I didn't hear what he was saying. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you were fucking with him.
No, I wasn't fucking with you.
No, that's great, though. Now everyone's confused.
I mean, to be honest, I think that there comes a time when everybody's patience just runs out, Gary.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, think about it.
I mean, how many times have I got to sit and be polite to someone who's calling me a liar when I can prove I'm telling the truth? How many times? How long do I need to put up with that for? How long does anybody need to put up with that for before they finally think, right, okay, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander?
Yeah, I saw, Fiona, I saw the one where you had a discussion with Hovind and you never had an opportunity because he smothered the whole conversation and then said bye. And that was a huge piss off.
Yeah, was that the one where you were supposed to take the other point of view?
And he completely shit all over everything and then said, okay, guys, I got to go. Bye.
That was a travesty.
That was
yeah, that hangout was bastardization.
But
even Wayne recognized it.
How long do we put up with being called liars and dishonest and science deniers and all that? How long do we need to put up with that? before we finally call a spade a shovel.
Yeah, they're using it as rhetoric. We're using it as an accurate description. There's a big difference here, okay? Again, if somebody's convincing me that 1 + 1 is 5, right? I mean, there's eventually a point I'm just like, you know what? You're mathematically inept. There's no way to get around that, right?
I mean, I don't mind tossing insults back and forth. I mean, it's all cute and fun and dandy, but I mean, if True actually wants to demonstrate that I am an imbecile, an idiot, well, it's kind of hard. I am sitting as an honor student. I have been an honor student since I've been starting school over 2 years ago. So
let me take
it's hard to be stupid and an honor student, but you know, we can demonstrate where he fucks up constantly.
And then also, I mean, just tonight, in 2 separate comments, he is called Jade a liar. And the worst of it is, what she said was it was about Le Chatelier's principle. Again. And she pointed out, no, it was your terrible mispronunciation that meant Drag didn't have a clue what you were talking about. Now, he called her a liar for that. And then admitted he had mispronounced it. What does that tell you?
Amazing.
He doesn't even realise.
That's called stupid.
Yeah, it's called stupid.
He admits she was correct. He did mispronounce it, but he's still calling her a liar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and what Jade, I mean, it's not Jade. What True tries to do is he tries to do this sniping, you know, with this sharpshooting type thing, where he'll come up with one thing that most people generally wouldn't know, and then boom, hey, ask that question. When we're conversing in a dialogue like this kind of format, it's not to sit there and go, okay, let's find something that you don't know about. Okay, that's not the whole point of having a dialectic or an interlocutory with somebody. You don't just sit there and go, okay, I'm going to try to show that they don't know about this one specific thing that who the fuck knows about it, right? Because a lot of us don't even get that specific in certain areas. But that's what he does. And he does it on purpose. He'll go read something just trivial, but he doesn't understand the bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
Gary, where do we go from that? Sorry, Christopher.
I was just going to say, I mean, so I think that we do that. I mean, if he's going to make a specific claim and he obviously doesn't know what he's talking about, then yeah, we'll go and present him with something that demonstrates that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
On the topic, yeah, not but well,
right. Yeah, no, I know.
Okay,
just to
example, when we were talking about evolution one day in his channel, we would, he wants this evidence, and of course, I can't get a word in edgewise. So that's why I don't even present evidence in the room anymore. I'm like, look, if you want some evidence, I'll make a video about it. You can come into my room. We'll discuss it. I will present evidence later, but it's not something I can do in 1 minute, right? But he all of a sudden he just throws out there. Well, do you know what a G protein is? I'm like, yeah, I know what a G protein is. Me, fucking Fiona and other people, we've all talked about this shit, a prior occasion. So it's not like he's like trying to throw something out that I'm not going to know about, but he does it to show the other guys. Oh, look, they don't want to talk about this kind of stuff. I'm like, what the fuck has got to do with the topic? And there will be people that have no idea about this stuff because who the fuck knows about G proteins? Who cares? It has nothing to do with the topic.
Here's something that's even more interesting, Steve. I don't know if you're looking, but after Hawkeye tried to translate what he fucking could not pronounce, I actually remembered what he was trying to say. And said, well, that actually sounds familiar. Let me grab my chemistry book and look, lo and behold, here it is. So it's funny that he keeps mentioning that, even though there's actually a screenshot of me pointing to it in this book that I kept pointing at the second I was taking the course, the Chemistry and Chemical Reactivity 9th edition by Klutz, Treichel, Townsend, and Treichel. So,
but why is it even an issue? Why would it matter? Why? That's so trivial.
I mean,
but he's made it an issue.
Here's the funny part. During the conversation, when he had mentioned it, I said, what did that have to do with the conversation at all? And he said, well, if you're going to talk about this stuff that happened in abiogenesis, it's going to have to reach some type of equilibrium. I said, okay, what type of reaction are we talking about? Fucking silent. I said, well, is it an exchange reaction? Is it a decomposition reaction? Is it a synthesis reaction? What is it? And we spent the next 15 minutes for him trying to remember basic fucking chemistry.
That was the hangout that started the DNA and water thing.
Yeah. That was it. And that's where I mentioned astrobiology. He had no clue about it.
It all went downhill after that. Thank you, Drag.
Oh yeah. I mean, he thinks I don't remember that, and then that's why I didn't say anything about my. And I said afterwards, that's why I didn't say what I actually know about abiogenesis and what I actually believe, because he goes into these conversations thinking that he knows the position without you saying it, and that's why I let him say, hey, I actually don't agree with the direction that we're going with the research. I think astrobiology holds more information. Oh, I don't know anything about and he had a fucking dick in his mouth. So,
and he wants to bring it back to his turf thing, his go-to subject. You notice that, right? Always. He'll never go and hang out without going his go-to things, which would be RTP, our ATP synthase or intelligent design. He always brings it back to those things every single frickin' time.
Yeah, well, tonight they were all sitting in that hangout complaining that nobody would go into their hangouts, that everybody was cowards, that they knew that if they got one of them in there, that they would, just be totally destroyed and embarrassed and ashamed. Both myself and Gary asked for the link and it was refused.
Yeah, let me address that.
We were told this is a response hangout. It's not for people to come in. And then they went back to complaining about nobody getting in.
Half the people are blocked by people in there, including True. Another half are blocked in the side chat. I can't talk in the side chat, and I can't leave comments on this video. I mean, between all the people that are blocked and the people that just do not want to go in there because they know they're going to be treated, and then he sits there and wonders why people don't get in there, and then to him that's a sign of victory, saying, oh, people don't want to come in here because they're scared to. No, we've all been to their hangouts multiple times. And Neffy's still running his mouth saying, oh, well, Steve was embarrassed in my hangout because he couldn't present evidence. And I've said 1,000 times, even to him, and Jade was even there, we're like, we'll give you the evidence, Neffy, but it's going to take a while to get the information together because we don't want to just pull shit out of our ass. And John did a video on something very similar that we were going to do, and it took him well over an hour. And he thinks I'm embarrassed. I'm like, what am I embarrassed about? I'm thrilled to death that I accept evolutionary theory, that I like science. What is there to be embarrassed about?
Well, the thing is I mean, like, here's where I stand. Like, I understand that it's frustrating. I honestly do. But I think that you're closing minds. And I know you might say no, but here's why. Because like when somebody tells you you're an idiot, your mind closes because you're like, oh, they're just insulting me. Instead of like doing, here's why you're wrong. Now I understand that you've tried to do it the right way first, but again, when someone's stubborn, I've had to get their
I
mind
disagree.
I think that there's something to say here, and I've heard this expression before. When they stop telling lies about us, we'll stop telling the truth about them.
Yeah, I like that. That's exactly the case.
And because that was beautiful.
Gary, you got to remember, we don't go into a conversation with the intent to say that people are lying or idiots or stupid or dumb. You're right. People will close off. Once you have a pejorative thrown at you, you tend to go on the defense, right? You don't have an open dialogue. But this has been so long that the only explanation is that these people are fundamentally dumb. They just make so many major mistakes that no adult in the scientific community should make this kind of gross conceptual errors. I mean, they're just bad, dude. I mean, there's no other way to put it.
I mean, I actually disagree that people shut off when they get it, when they receive an insult. Some of my best lessons came in the form of insults, and quite a few expletives. And if True is so sensitive that a few expletives will keep him from learning a lesson or learning about himself or learning about the people he's talking to, then he doesn't deserve to have an opinion. That's just my opinion.
Okay, it's not a one-size-fits-all, but some people do shut down.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand Tommy probably shutting down and guys who are fairly sensitive. I'm not. The kind of tough love that I give people is the same type of tough love that I expect them to give me. In any form. Help is help. It's not always going to be kittens and rainbows and kisses on the fucking cheek. So, if that's something that he's not used to, then to me, that's not how I would talk to someone like Jackie ever, because that's not how she would respond to such techniques. But if Jackie responds to someone saying, hey, such and such, I think this, that, and the other, and that's what I'm going to use. True does not respond to that. He responds to someone putting their foot, figuratively up his ass. And that's, because I've actually made a nice hangout where I said, you know what, True, you seem to have a penchant for this. Why don't you go to school? And he's kind of turned around and go, yeah, I see Drag trying to throw his education at me and, pretend he knows this, that, and the other, and just spit in my fucking face. So I say, fuck him,
He does the same thing to me. I mean,
I've done the same.
Yeah, he put a long post out just about me saying, Steve, you don't know anything. You're a dumbass, blah blah. And I'm like, dude, this doesn't bother me. You're saying this because I know that isn't true. Everybody in the community knows that isn't true, and it doesn't matter if it was true. It doesn't change what we're telling him.
Yeah, and there's several in here.
You can call me a dumbass. You can say I have no education. I don't care. I know what I know, and I know I do have an education. But why don't you address the data that we're talking about? Why don't you address the topic? CRISPR, has he ever, have you... Well,
can I just also point something else out?
Go ahead.
If we were just closing ranks, if we were just shouting names, would we have gone to the trouble of providing all those links that true empiricism demanded by a 5 p.m. deadline?
I'm sorry, you mean the citation bluffing?
Yeah, that he didn't read.
Yeah, all of those, yeah.
That he didn't read any of them?
He demanded those links. He put on an arbitrary deadline. He was given all of the links. He then dismissed them all as citation bluffing, even although he was the one who'd asked to be given them. Now, would we have gone to all that trouble if all we were doing was dismissing him and insulting him? No. What we did was, because he said he didn't have time to watch my hangout, we provided him with all the links that had been used in that hangout. We didn't need to do that. But we did it as he demanded.
Okay.
Yeah, and there are several.
And he dismissed it as citation bluffing. So, I mean, how far do we need to go when we're all being called liars, but we still go out of our way to provide him with what he's requested?
I won't anymore.
And then he dismisses it as citation bluffing.
I'm telling you right now, I won't back up any claim or anything to him if he asks. To anybody else, fine. But I have no desire.
And the other thing, Gary,
is
that one of those links was the nucleotide sequence of the fusion site. I gave him that in the list of links on the 5th of May. On the 12th of May, he posted the nucleotide sequence in his description of his hangout. And I commented in the live chat that we had shown the nucleotide sequence at least a week before. He called me a liar live on air. I have the post that I gave him all the links, and I tagged him on all 3 of his accounts that I know of. So he couldn't even miss that post. And that's the post that he called citation bluffing. The 4th link on it was the nucleotide sequence provided to Ronnie on the 5th of May. But on the 12th of May, when I say, we've already given you this, he calls me a liar. How many times do we need to put up with that before we turn around and say, no, you're not interested in the dialogue, you don't want to be part of the conversation, you don't want the evidence that you keep demanding, you call everybody a liar when they are not lying, you disqualified yourself from the conversation, now sling your hook.
I understand that, right? I do, and again, it's not necessarily who you direct it to is what you're saying, because cognitive dissonance and stuff like that gets tossed around by idiots who don't know what it actually is. Like I use a lot of I'm going to use a certain term, and I know I'm going to get shit for it. Don't care. A lot of atheists use this term because they're idiots, because they don't know what it actually is. Now, I've heard a lot of atheists use it in terms of Christians because they're idiots and they don't know what cognitive dissonance actually is. Cognitive dissonance is about psychology and how people in psychological mental health institute can have cognitive dissonance to their mental illness. It has nothing to do with a belief or lack thereof. Sorry, the thing is...
I use it correctly, Gary, by the way.
Okay, I'm just...
I don't know of anybody that thinks that cognitive dissonance is a mental illness.
It's not a mental illness.
No. I never said it was. I said it's part of one.
No, what it is when you have two conflicting positions that you hold that you could compartmentalize, such as being a scientist and then ignoring, basically holding a young Earth position. That is cognitive dissonance because you're looking at something that you are having two opposite opinions or two opposite belief systems in your brain at the same time that you're holding.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's got nothing to do with a mental illness. Nothing at all.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Well, again, what cognitive dissonance actually is, again, I know because I studied psychology a little bit. Not a lot, but a lot.
Wait, our explanation wrong?
Yeah.
Really?
No. Because what cognitive dissonance actually is when you're holding an idea that is against everything else, like in your worldview that is conflicted against that, and you open new cognitives to develop that.
Is that what I just said?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but it's not part of a normal functioning brain. It's part of a...
I didn't say it was a non-functional brain. I'm saying it's conflicting. When you're holding different positions in your head, you want to use the word worldview, that's what I'm saying. I don't think you've said anything differently than what I said. I mean...
Cognitive dissonance does not give someone the excuse to call other people liars.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying... it sounds like you're trying to use that to validate what he does. No.
Yeah, John posts on the side. I mean, that's a better way than to state it is a cognitive dissonance of the mental stress or discomfort experience by an individual who is confronted by new information that conflicts with existing beliefs, ideas, or values. And but it is people can hold two different things. I mean, cognitive dissonance they have that stress, right? But they still accept it. Yeah. You could be a diehard scientist.
It's described as the mental stress or discomfort experienced by someone who's trying to hold these two opposing beliefs.
Well, I'm just going back to
nobody's using it as a mental illness.
I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying that's what cognitive dissonance is. Well, this is what I was told as part because we're doing in how cognitives work. This was like a small module, so it wasn't exactly.
But this gets to that compartmentalization, right? If you have a world belief that you hold, right, your ideas or values, as John had put it there, if you have that world view, right, and that the Earth is 7,000 years old, and you're presented as a scientist, evidence contrary to that, you could experience cognitive dissonance because what you're saying is, I cannot evaluate this evidence objectively because I have to go from the presupposition of the worldview that I hold that the Earth is 7,000 years old. And yet the evidence is telling me otherwise. That's stress. That is cognitive dissonance, and that's how I've been using it.
Right. Well, I'm saying that's not necessarily what I was taught. Again, I have to go by what I was taught, which was that we were taught in general how it happens, like in like stress-filled, depressions and stuff like manic depressions and stuff like that, or certain personality disorders and stuff like that. I mean, I've never heard it happening in a perfectly functioning brain.
Oh,
very low.
No, cognitive dissonance is somebody who's functional. Cognitive dissonance is a normal, healthy brain that experiences this. That's why it's cognitive. It has nothing to do with mental illness.
Because it's able to recognize that there is that dissonance.
Exactly. But
it results in a feeling of.
But we're idiots. I'm an atheist idiot, so I don't know. But I'm not atheist, so.
No. I don't. I think people who call you atheists are stupid. By the way.
Now you can call them stupid, but we can't.
No, I call them stupid because of being stupid. Because you've stated on numerous occasions that you're not.
Then why can't we call True stupid for being stupid? What's the difference?
Because he's a blowhard and he won't close his ears to everything else.
Wait, he calls me atheist all the time after I told him many times I'm not. So I call him stupid for that. Do you agree with him? You agree with me that he's stupid? Mm-hmm. So what has been the old thing for the last half hour defending him when you've just acknowledged that?
Look, I don't defend Ronnie because frankly, if you want my opinion of him, he lost my respect as soon as he started using GB, who I think is a professional snake oil salesman.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, you mentioned that before, Gary, but I mean, that's the least of my. That is so low on the totem pole of level of stupidity that doesn't even get on my radar. If that is your pivotal point to make Ronnie, somebody who's not trustworthy, that he puts Ian Juby videos on his channel. Yeah, we've long since passed that point. That's in my rearview mirror as far as that. That's not even the top 10, not even top 20.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, trust me, I do. I mean, trust me, I know that you guys been suffering with this for months, if not a couple of years. And that's why I try and be more supportive.
Well, going to kind of change a little bit, but going back on that data, I wanted to talk about that data you did post, Fiona. Because CRISPR's here. What is True and because True is just parroting Tompkins, but what is Tompkins looking at that data saying? Because he's made this statement that there's a transcription, an alternate transcription, and I thought he said alternate splicing. I maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I heard Ronnie say that. But where does he get any of the evidence that is transcribed at all, or on any level? Real level,
He doesn't actually present any. He just makes the claim.
So when you look at that data, when you look at the sequence, remember? Did you see the email that he got back from not Tompkins, but Tompkins' assistant or friend or whatever the other guy was? That was basically what has already been posted. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
But what was it? I mean, they're just saying, here's the data, and this is how we read into it. But everybody else is like, wait, here's the data, but we don't see that. What do they see that we're missing?
I have no idea. And I think that's the problem, because the claim that it's highly expressed has been shown to be not true. And that's using Tompkins' own references that he cites as supposed support. And so all we have is an unsupported claim.
And that's what I want Ronnie to talk about. That's why I want to ask CRISPR. CRISPR, did you want to do that debate?
Which debate?
Philip Vital, he wanted me to do it with them, and I'm like, fuck no. I mean, that's just not going to happen. And why don't they go against people that actually know this topic really well? So I had suggested you and Rational Mind. Remember?
Oh, you mean with True and Half?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it would be, not worth your time. I'm not going to lie to you. But on a decently moderated channel, it would be entertaining as hell. But obviously, it would be.
Sorry, I see. Give them that opportunity anymore.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to. Maybe I'm gonna disagree a little bit on this, only because when it's something of this, when you've got CRISPR and Rational, and I'm not that they know more or less about this than you do, Fiona, but you've already got a history with them that I think that would be detrimental. But they really kind of don't. So they may look at it from a fresh vantage point as far as being able to have an
no, because Rational Mind's already been blocked on one of the accounts.
I think he unblocked him though. But I mean, agreed. I don't think it would be productive. I've said that. But
it's also been called a liar, by the way, just the last couple of days.
But if it was decently moderated and it was just on the evidence, and they asked these kind of questions, okay, show us where it's expressed, and not just using Tompkins' paper, but going from other sources as well. Because when I saw him actually show what Tompkins had sent him, and as far as this, what the data kind of thing that we've already gone through in Ensemble, I was appalled. I mean, he's basically True is going, hey, look, he sent me this, and because of this third exon here, it's transcribed here and here and here. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? I didn't know what the hell he was even trying to say.
But you see, the thing is, even the data, right? Look at the actual data. When we sat in that hangout and we tried to use Tompkins' paper to get us to the actual data that Tompkins used, and we couldn't do it. It took us ages because it is so badly referenced. But we got there in the end. But I mean, that was like pulling teeth because the citations are so bad. Now, we had done all that. We have looked at it. We've looked at the actual structure of the chromosome in that area, where Tompkins is saying this L2 is. All the rest of it, we'd looked at all of that. And on the 12th of May, if you remember, when Ronnie was he was saying that nothing had been provided, and he put up the coordinates. And his rational mind pointed, and he was also screen sharing something as well, and that nobody had looked at it in this proper depth that they should have done, and the way he was doing now. And Rational Mind made a post and said, "We gave you all of this a week ago."
Well, that's why I think it'd be good to have a video on that with the two of them going 2-by-2-on-2. But it would be, I think a better format would be this, rather than, I know they want a formal debate, which I think is retarded. You know, I really can't stand formal debates. I think most of the time they're a waste of time. However, if there was a list of questions, let's say, 10 questions that would be asked, that both sides would know ahead of time, right? And like the first question would be, okay, what is the evidence that this gene is highly expressed or not highly expressed? Okay, that would be a first question to ask either side. Or, what is the evidence that there's, what level of transcription going on? Where's the evidence? What about the evidence of the health risk of a telomeric to telomeric fusion, and things of that nature, right? I mean, I think these would be great questions that both sides could try to answer. And obviously, we know that the Rational Mind and CRISPR would be far better to answer these questions. And the other ones are just going to be saying, well, Tompkins says this. Well, I don't give a shit what Tompkins says. You show us in the data what says this. I think that's what we want to see. You don't think people would be entertained by that, Fiona?
Yeah, people may be entertained by it, but what it will do is just leave a Rational Mind and CRISPR in exactly the same position as the rest of us are now. We've refuted Ronnie in the past. Where has it got us?
I agree. I mean, I can't argue with that.
Absolutely nowhere. When it gets to the stage that you supply him with references and links, and he calls them citation bluffing, and then a week later claims he's never seen them.
What is funny that the only people that still agree with him, I mean, actually, I shouldn't say still, but only do, it's Antonio, Tommy, Neffy, Rand, and maybe four for other people. I mean, basically, there's not a large group of people that's going around saying, yeah, Ronnie's right, Ronnie's right. It's just very, very small. So we're not doing it to convince them. We're not doing it for their benefit. We're doing it for other people, so we can just mock them anymore.
But Steve,
but how many times do we need to do the same? How many times do we need to do that?
But it's entertaining.
We've done it.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not meant to convince them. I would do it purely for entertainment value. I mean, Vito, you want to say
something? Out is the people who are interested have already seen what we've done.
Right.
We've already done it.
They would get a kick out of it.
But, Steve, has he blocked you and Fiona from coming in to talk to him?
No, I'm only blocked. We're blocked on the video, and I'm blocked on the side chat, the live feed.
I can't comment under his videos.
Neither can I.
Even the one which was just a discussion between me and him on his channel. I can't even comment under that. Because he had me blocked. He unblocked me just after that, and then he blocked me again. So I can't comment on his videos at all. He's now blocked me on his Tea Empiricism account.
Oh, that's a blessing.
But that's
on his True Empiricism account and not on his True Talk TV account.
What True does
his Rational Mind's blocked on the Tea Empiricism account as well. So he's actually blocking the people
that are trying to help.
Right.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't want to listen. He doesn't want to.
Exactly.
He'll block a bunch of people and then say, "Oh, look, they're all scared to talk to me."
Yeah. Well, that's cowardly. That's not stupid. That's cowardly.
He does it all the time, though. He sat there and hang out the other day, going, "Where's all the people that want to come in and talk to us?" They're true chicken too. And
he did that tonight.
Half the people in the side chat going, "Well, I'm blocked. How about you? Oh, I'm blocked too. How about you?" I mean, he only hasn't blocked me because he thinks I'm like his little whipping boy, which I get a kick out of. And I mean, he's not going to block me off the top, but he will block me from the live chat and the video because he doesn't want me to.
How can you talk to somebody that doesn't want to listen or talk to you?
Yeah.
That's just absolutely crazy.
That's why I'm saying don't even give him
Can I
the satisfaction of having
just finish something.
Go ahead, Christopher.
Yeah, so I was just doing this since he had, put up the sequence that he had been given by that other guy. Has anybody ever actually gone through and checked to see how many repeats there actually are in that sequence that he
I
gave us?
saw a couple, but I didn't look at it that much.
Yeah, I think they said there's about 40.
I think he said 40 as well.
He said 40. Okay, so there's
actually
I just did check. There's 53 perfect repeats, and if you include the ones that are only off by 1, it's 126.
Right. Well, here's the thing.
Wait. Let me finish this thought.
Go, sorry.
So that means that out of the 798 base pair sequence, 743 of them are repeats within one one of being a repeat.
Well, you see,
and that's not a fusion site.
Well, did you not hear Ronnie refute Tompkins and himself?
Well, he was just saying.
Did you not hear that?
Yeah, but he was saying.
Honestly, I've been.
Yeah, Christopher,
hold on a minute, Steve.
Okay,
hold on, Christopher. Ronnie refuted Tompkins the other day, and didn't realise he'd done it. And in the process, he's refuted himself, and he then repeated it in another hangout. You're going to love it. One of the things that Tompkins says goes against this being a fusion site is that you would expect, what was it, 3,000 repeats?
3,000, 6,000, he said, yeah.
Yeah. And you don't get that in chromosome 2. Therefore, it's not a fusion site. Because for some reason, he expects it to be pristine telomeres. And Rational Mind had posted something to True Empiricism. And it was about using a mouse model that has a problem with the telomeres, that they're damaged. So fusions are quite frequent in this mouse model. And so they said they took advantage of this model to study these fusions. And it says in the bit that True Empiricism read out that the short dysfunctional telomeres can undergo fusion. And Ronnie used that about the short dysfunctional telomeres to somehow support Tompkins saying there should be thousands of repeats. Hey!
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that if he's saying that this 800 base pair sequence doesn't look like a fusion site, and yet 93% of it is made up of repeats.
He's saying it's repeats, but he's saying it's satellite DNA, a satellite-to-satellite DNA type fusion. That's what Ronnie is saying, because that's what was initially said on Tompkins' paper at the very beginning. All he says is talks about that we supposedly have only seen some kind of satellite-to-satellite fusion. We've never seen a telomeric-to-telomeric fusion. In his paper, he says that it would be the first one ever seen in nature, which we all know is wrong because we've seen papers that have telomeric fusions. But he says there's only, if I'm not misquoting or misstating True's position, he's saying those repeats are just satellite DNA. They're not indicating of a telomeric site.
So it's satellite DNA that's absolutely coated with telomere.
Right. Yeah. He just saying this is his argument, not mine. But he's just saying that those telomeric repeats are just a type of satellite DNA with that same motif, that same repeat. It's like, well, that's a telomere. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to do it in a way explaining what he's saying.
And honestly, I think that if I were to back off the sequence by a little bit, because 10 of those 53 perfect ones are in one direction, and the other 43 are the other. So I think that if I were to back off some, go the other way, I'd find even more. I haven't done that yet. I could, but
they don't argue it's head to head. They don't argue something's head to head, right? Do they?
Well,
I don't know if they do or don't. I don't remember if Ronnie doesn't.
Well, the thing is,
no, he can't be saying it's head to head if he's denying it's a fusion.
Well, I don't think he thinks it's a telomeric fusion. I don't know what kind of fusion he thinks it is. But
so
he's saying it's not a fusion. He's saying it's not a fusion. He's saying there's no fusion.
Then that's just weird. Because you can look at this head.
This is the daft thing about it. That we've got Tompkins saying that what goes against it being a fusion is that it's not the full sequence that you'd expect from these full telomeres. And then we get Ronnie citing a paper that's saying that it's the short dysfunctional telomeres that fuse. In other words, if they were pristine, they wouldn't have fused.
Yeah.
And Ronnie somehow thinks that proves it's not fusion. Because in the mouse model, they were short dysfunctional ones, and in chromosome 2, they're short. Eh? But Tompkins' argument is because they're not full. Sorry, Tompkins' argument is because they're not full telomeres. It is not a fusion site. And yet Ronnie then provides evidence that it's the short dysfunctional ones that fuse.
Yeah, and I don't think
therefore you wouldn't expect the full site there. So therefore, he basically refutes Tompkins' claim that because it's not the full sequences, it can't be a fusion. Because you wouldn't expect the full sequences to be there in a fusion, because the fusion wouldn't have happened then.
Well,
so
Sam
he's
says they're
refuted
rare.
Tompkins and himself. That is that bad.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of haven't been paying attention that closely because I've been spending the past week or so doing, Western blots all the time, so that takes up some time.
Like a complete telomere prevents fusion from happening.
Well, Sam says that they're very, very rare.
Oh, okay.
I asked Fiona and I'll ask CRISPR. I have never read anywhere that a pristine fusion could exist or has been observed. I don't know if it has or hasn't. I think it would be very, 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 very rare. If it does. Go ahead.
They've got a funny wee loopy thing at the end. It's like a little knot. That's what prevents the fusion. That wee knot on the end.
Right, but I'm just saying, was there any examples of that many base pairs, like they were saying 3,000 to 6,000, and still there was a fusion? Because they seem to be talking out of their mouth on both sides. In one case, they're saying these fusions don't exist. I mean, Tompkins actually said that fusions don't exist, right? Even calls them mythical at one point. And then at some other point saying, well, they would only, if they did exist, we would expect to see, pristine ones. Well, based on the data that we have, we wouldn't expect to see pristine ones. So
exactly, but then Ronnie used that about the short dysfunctional ones, as somehow supposedly supporting Tompkins saying they should be full sequences. But he didn't. By showing that when they're short and dysfunctional, you get more fusions, he refutes Tompkins' claim that because it's not full sequences, it can't be fusion.
Yeah, and he took pause.
You wouldn't expect a fusion there. He's refuted Tompkins.
Yeah, he took pause when he said that, and he threw it out to the
He just
panel.
stopped him and
Yeah. He's like, what is the man, did I just fuck up? Yeah, it's kind of like that kind of moment. But I don't think he fully realized it, but whatever.
Has he actually managed, because, I mean, again, I think that the discussion of the fusion side, even though there's really strong evidence for it, it's sort of a distraction. I think that the synteny is actually the better evidence to me. Has he actually addressed that?
No.
No, because this was brought up specifically as somebody brought up chromosome 2 fusion specifically in a hangout, and that was the start of the whole thing.
Well, no, but the thing is, right, so you would expect to find, in addition to a fusion site, right, you would also expect to see that on one side of the chromosome is a match for one of the purported fused chromosomes, and on the other side of the chromosome, right? So, and when you actually look at human and chimp chromosomes, you see that it's a nearly perfect match straight down the line until you get to a point in the middle, and then it switches, right?
Yep.
And so you get this perfect synteny all the way down. And so, yeah, I mean, if, I wouldn't necessarily expect a fusion site to be conserved, right? So, eventually you might expect that signature to erode and be removed. But The syntheny is going to take a lot longer to get rid of. And so I think that's actually the stronger evidence.
You know, I think they've mentioned one or twice about that, but they just kind of summarily dismiss that. They basically say, oh, it's just because there's a relationship between the syntheny there, that God did it that way, but that doesn't indicate, you know, that we're related to these other things. It just, you know, happens to look like, you know, there has to be a relationship there, and they note that. You can't not deny that, but then it's like, go ahead.
And are you really going to go down the route of synteny and trying to explain that to them? When in the side chat, when I asked them to explain the fish data, all in capitals, F-I-S-H, and I even put full stops in, one of his fanboys said, "We didn't evolve from fish."
What do you expect?
Exactly.
By the way, have you seen the new study information coming out of Germany? I think it was just released. As far as realistic natural processes that may have created adenosine.
Yeah, I did. Yep. Also, did you notice that they've pointed out that the actual starting chemicals were detected in the Rosetta Comet mission?
I haven't read the full paper. I was just browsing through the news and didn't get into it. But
if you go to the original one, you'll see the abstract, and it mentions that in the abstract that those chemicals are actually found in the Rosetta Comet mission.
I need to subscribe to Science one of these days.
I have, but I can't remember how to log in. But yes, that was absolutely fascinating, especially with the mention of the Rosetta mission. I just thought, wow.
We're getting closer and closer to a natural origin of life.
Yeah.
Oh, I think a lot of some of it did come from space. I have no doubt in my mind about that.
Well, I mean, that's not really the point of bringing up the Rosetta mission, but the fact is, if the chemical reaction has happened somewhere else, then what's to stop it happening here as well?
Yeah, of course.
Bear that in mind as well.
But I still think a lot of the organic materials obviously started. It had to, still the basic building blocks had to come from somewhere. And we found RNA, we found complex carbon complexes out in space. I mean, we know that these nucleotides are up there. We know alcohol is up there. I mean, but we know again, if by the anthropic principle, if somewhere else in the universe this stuff has developed, then of course it could develop here just as easy. I mean, it goes without saying.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that that's evidence that it came from elsewhere. All I'm saying is it's very, very interesting that it's been found there, and we know that that can't be down to Earth itself. That it's put it there, so to speak. So it raises two possibilities. One, they could have come from elsewhere, or two, they could have developed here.
No, but I say I'm the third.
If those chemical reactions are possible.
Both.
Exactly. It can be either or both. It's just it opens up a door to say, well, these reactions have occurred where we haven't seen any life. So you can't say, well, it's all come from life, and the life was created first. No, you've got it in the Rosetta mission. They're detecting these chemicals at the starting point.
It's like some of the building blocks.
Yeah. So if they can exist out there, and they can have formed out there, why can't they have formed here? As well as out there?
You know, True keeps pointing out in his Hangouts that for some reason we harp on this whole human chromosome number 2, and we harp on, you know, things like DNA dissolving in water, not degrading, and things like that, because for some reason in his mind's eye, we have to maintain these things, or else the whole paradigm that we have falls apart. Especially like evolution. If they think that if that whole human chromosome number 2 is debunked, then all of a sudden evolution theory goes out the window. And granted, there will be some problems there. That's not too far from reality. That would present an issue because we had predicted there would be some kind of chromosomal fusion long before we ever found it. We had to know that because we were related to all the other great apes, and that's what they're picking on. They're picking on the fact that it's people saying, oh well, they have to maintain this position, therefore they're willing to lie about it, and we're saying no, we're maintaining this position because we looked at the data, and this is what we're seeing. I mean, that's it. We're seeing the data. They're not looking at that. They're just parroting what Tompkins is saying.
We're both seeing the same data and just interpreting it different.
No, they're not. They're not looking at the data at all.
No.
At all.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, whether or not you think God created life, or you think it comes by through natural processes, right? I don't think that has any bearing on whether or not life is out there in the universe. I mean, I personally think that life is out there. I don't think that life only exists on the Earth. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I don't know if that was the thing though. If life is in other elsewhere, the thing is human. How does human life? Where's the origins? Where did the development of human beings come from? Is the question. And according, obviously, to the evolutionary model, we can trace it back through different lineage of different hominid species and show the phylogeny that where we came from, right? And while it's perfectly fine for people to say God, did all that, that's cool. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to take away all that information that we're showing that we did have, a history throughout millions and millions of years, right? They're just trying to eliminate that, saying, well, you can't say that there was a fusion site from 3 to 6 million years ago because there's no evidence for it. When we're showing them, yeah, there's a shit ton of evidence for it. Right?
So
because
I have a question.
Well, hang on. Most of them are young Earth creators. By the way, people have mods in here. They can broadcast people. Let me get you, Jade. But they won't even go so far to say that the Earth is past 3 million years old, right? They don't have that true might. But then he'll we can't explain the Cambrian explosion. Well, what the hell has that got to do with anything? We can't explain it. We've explained it to him. I don't know. I just find it very weird that they basically have to latch onto these things that we know science could demonstrate as being very explanatory and very, very documented scientific evidence, and they just say, well, no, this one guy said this wrong, therefore it's wrong. Really? Go ahead, Evie.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't find the picture for it, and I know we ran across it. But, like I say, you have human chromosome 2, where they, stain it or whatever, and you get all that banding.
Yeah.
So, and you have the fusion site. Okay, they compared that to chimp chromosomes. Half of the human chromosome 2 matches, I think it's chimp chromosome number 12. The other half matches chimp chromosome number 13. They match up pretty damn good.
Okay, what I was going to ask...
I just couldn't find the illustration for it.
Yeah, we've all seen it. I mean, even they say it matches up, but they just say it's let's just we all have a common designer. They're not understanding that is not, even if that was true, it doesn't explain the band. It doesn't explain this entity. So it basically we have to look at it from the explanation of how did these things end up the way they were.
Yeah. So the question that I'm asking, and I'm probably sure they have some article on it. I'm sure they use some mathematical formula to find out the date of the fusion, or to estimate the date of the fusion. You guys have a link to it or something?
I don't have to. I don't. I think it was, but I think they estimated it to be. Isaiah says 3 million. I've only seen links that said 3 to 6 million, but he says they've got it down to 3 million. I haven't had validation of that yet, though, Odian.
Oh, okay. I'll keep searching for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like. No, I was going to say was, like you're asking about date, and I don't have it either. I'm sorry, but how they determine the date though is looking at the chromosomes in humans, chimps, and the other great apes to look for similarities and differences. And in the human, let's see. And I think using the fossil record, they can tell about how far back. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, y'all. I thought I had it.
They could do genomic analysis. If you look at if you look at certain phylogenetic trees, it actually shows in there based upon the lines, it'll show a comparative analysis between two different types of genes and show you the percentages, and that's really useful actually. But they use what's called the molecular clock based upon no mutation rates to say, okay, if things mutate at this rate, then what we'd expect the degradation to see we now see based upon how long what would have been at the time.
Hey, have you checked those links I just put in?
Yeah,
I think that's what you want.
I've got it up here, but I can't express it. You know.
Chris, but do you know when?
I'll read it up.
Can you read it? Can you?
Thanks, Chris.
Do you know when the fusion was supposed to take place? Because I said everything I've read was less than 6 million, but they didn't say specifically 3.
I don't have the number right now, but I can check some of my links.
If you do know, but it's somewhere in that ballpark. It's less than 6 because that's what the paper said. It was less than 6, but I think, like I said, I think Isaiah said it was 3 million, and I just haven't had confirmation of that yet. So I haven't disseminated that yet. But we sure the hell know. Wait, we sure the hell know it's over 7,000 years old, people.
Yeah, part of it has to do with checking the fossil record too, though. I think it's like getting down to the closest.
Yeah, because when it comes to dating, like when you go on certain geological websites, they typically put up the formulas and the methods that they use in their dating. You get what I'm saying? And yes, the data that they use. So that's why I was asking.
Well,
I'll keep searching.
You're an old earther, right? I mean, you're not a young. You know that. Don't you find though it's kind of weird that certain ideas, such as true, are siding with young Earth creationists when these young Earth creationists have to have this stuff falsified, because again, if this thing happened 3 million years ago, obviously the young Earth model shot to hell. There's no way around that, right? And for True being someone who posits that the Earth is old, but everything he says to me indicates that he's actually going down the young Earth creationist route, because he says this fusion never happened. He says the Cambrian explosion didn't. We have no evidence of any kind of transitional things from the Precambrian to the Cambrian. I mean, I don't think he thinks these periods of time even existed. I really don't.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do, or I guess I might as well share it. What I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna collect as much data as possible, right? Learn as much as possible about the specifics and try to create a timeline, if that makes any sense. Now,
of what? The fusion sites?
Even up to that point, that's basically what I'm trying to do, to basically create a timeline to see, to make sense of it all, essentially. Because, take for example, for me, in Genesis, when the word day is used, the context, the context is, it's different, if you really notice. Like, for example, a day could mean a period in time, right? I mean, you can see it as that, but obviously most people translate that as that being a literal 24-hour day. But if, for example, one could argue if God created everything in this day, I mean, if the earth never existed at that point, therefore a day technically didn't exist. So it's a period in time. And if you acknowledge that God is a timeless being, as in time doesn't affect him, if you acknowledge that he is supernatural, as in he supersedes the universe and he has control over everything, which means he can pretty much do whatever he wants, then time shouldn't be an issue. And I don't see why people are stuck with this 6,000 years thing, or the 6 days thing. So for me, I didn't read it from a literal standpoint. Does that make sense? I kind of used some linguistics and some common sense. But yeah.
Dean, have you talked to General Han Solo or heard of him?
General Han Solo? No.
Yes, that's what he goes by. I think he would be an excellent person for you to talk to.
Okay. Does he have those hangouts too?
He goes into Hangouts. Does anybody have his channel or anything?
Yeah, Yeah, I'll get it to him in a few here.
He is a Christian, and I guess you would call him an older creationist. And he gets into the actual language of the old actual Jewish language or whatever used in Genesis. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking that maybe talking to him would really help you out a lot. Because some of the things he comes up with and that he interprets from the Jewish language and how the text was, and compared with science, it gives you something to think about. It really does.
Yeah, because
this he would be a great source for you.
Like, I don't know if it's, I guess, the way how I'm wired, whereas I typically try to view things, and I like to know how things work. So I guess I always look for the design in things, and to tell, to understand why things are said in this particular way, right? And why, and their uses. Does that make sense? So maybe that's, that's my presuppositional bias, to where I can't come to myself and say, okay, this is something that can come from, that can come from just simple natural processes. Now, technically, the way how I see it is that, if God is going to create things in the universe using natural things, that means it's a natural process, because, well, they're natural things. They're things that are from the universe. You get what I'm saying? So, for example, one could say when he created Adam from the dust, right? It doesn't necessarily mean it's literal dust. They didn't have any better words to express the process, and maybe the process wasn't even important, right? You don't know if he took, because we human beings are supposedly the last creatures that he created. That's the idea, right? So maybe he used the information from the chimps that he created, right? And that's use that same information with, in the DNA, and maybe that's how we ended up getting the chromosome fusion. So I'm not sure. I'm just, these are just hypotheticals.
So are you saying?
But if it already.
So are you saying God used chimps as a template to create humans?
Yeah, it wouldn't. I wouldn't put it past him.
But okay, but the question is though. So if it already worked before the fusion, and fusing it doesn't change anything about what's actually being expressed, why bother with the fusion?
Yeah, why would they even need to have a fusion, Odie? And that's what I'm kind of confused too. Is the fusion didn't do a damn thing? What do you think, or what does Truth think, if you know? What do they think the fusion did anything? The fusion didn't change anything. Anybody who had this fusion wouldn't even noticed it.
And also, didn't the fusion occur prior to Denisovans and Neanderthals?
Yeah, prior to Homo heidelbergensis too.
So you're saying, Isaiah, you do say it's 3,000. You say it's 3 million years, right?
Around 3 million.
Where'd you get that from? 'Cause everything I've already read, it says it's less than 6, and I think I've seen somewhere between 3 and 6. But I know it has to be. It has to be less than 6.6 because that was the Pan prior. Okay.
See, that's why I wanted the formula, the data, to work it out myself. Right. But as I said, this is just what I'm just throwing out there is just hypotheticals, right? Because to answer Isaiah's question, I don't know if you guys are really into software stuff, but take for example software design. You can make your own OS, right? Or you can take an OS and you can use that same code and you can tweak a few things, and yes, you'll get another OS that's you'll get another OS, right? You might take out some code, you might inject, coding from another OS, right? And you can get something different, right?
But the question, Odian, is what does the fusions do to make people human? It doesn't change anything.
Yeah, but that's a very good question, and maybe that question is yet to be answered, right? What does it do? Maybe we'll know the answer further on down the line, and this is why science is very important.
One thing is there are a lot of things that are switched off in the human chromosomes that are on in chimpanzees. Actually, there was a loss of some stuff that makes us human, what we are.
Well, there was other changes.
Yes, there were. I mean, for example, the increase in brain size, it can be linked to reduction. Well, the MYH16 gene being turned off in human. That was a premature stop codon.
Muscles, jaw muscles. Even here.
You guys also got to remember, so you guys are looking at this and you guys are saying it must have evolved. How come it couldn't have been created that way?
Well, the true. Okay, here's the problem I have with that.
Why include a gene with a premature stop codon?
Oh, Odin, I put a link to General Han Solo's plus page.
When we're looking at for a scientific explanation, okay, that's like gravity. We don't just say, well, why can't angels do this? Why can't angels slowly get underneath the object and lower it to the ground, right? That's not how science works.
No, that's not.
I'm talking to Wayne. Hang on.
Okay.
Because Wayne made this thing, well, how would you know it's not created or designed like that? Well, because we're looking for a scientific explanation. We're looking to say, okay, what models can we come up with to show how the stuff would have arose naturally? And we've come up with one, and it works. There's no reason to say God made this fusion happen. There's no reason to. Could he have? Sure. But it's not required because the evidence shows that we can explain it naturally without invoking a supernatural causation.
Also, it's just kind of weird.
It's like the fusion.
Why? I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense in the model why things would look this way. But even though, sure, it could be that way under the other model, it's so arbitrary. It's so weird. It doesn't. Why would it be that way?
Yeah,
it could be that way, but why?
Okay, right, I would agree because it isn't that way. I could go into that too, but it seems like to me you guys have, of course, a presuppositional bias that it evolved. I don't think it evolved, but
corrected you on that. Wayne, I've corrected you on that. We have no presuppositional bias that of evolution. That is a conclusion, not a presupposition.
It's based on evidence.
No, that's a post ad hoc, just like how you guys said. Yes.
Do you know what a post ad hoc is? Do you know what that means? A post hoc. After the fact, and an ad hoc explanation is something that doesn't have any real substantive value to it, doesn't have exploratory power. It's just basically a conjecture. Evolutionary theory is the final conclusion based upon a gross amount of information, a huge amount of information and data that indicates this is actually what we observe and why we observe it. It's not post hoc, okay? It's not ad hoc. These are terminologies you're using, but they're incorrect ways of using them, okay? There's nothing post hoc about it. Post hoc analysis would be something like statistics, where I say I want to see what the statistical thing would have been for these nucleotides to come together and form RNA and all this other stuff, when I have no idea what these variables, that's my new word.
Veritables, yeah.
Yeah, true veritables. So we don't know what these variables were, and so we're going to say post hoc, after the fact, we're going to throw these variables in there that we don't know how the hell they are. That's post hoc. So you're saying that the evolution is post hoc. It's not. It's a conclusion.
Right.
It's like gravity.
Hold on a second.
May I, please?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, we're going to take turns here. Go ahead, Heavy first.
May I, please? When Darwin set out on the Beagle, he didn't have it in his mind he's going to come up with this incredible theory of evolution that will rock the world. He was on this thing as a naturalist, collecting specimens and studying them, and then he began to notice things. Notice like similarities with turtles and birds on different islands and stuff like that. And when he got back to England, he had all his specimens and his notes, and he's looking at all this and he's questioning, why are these things so similar, and
actually,
why are they like different in ways? I'm saying it kind of simple, but out of all of the study and everything, preparing and studying, he came to the conclusion of what he came up with. It was based on evidence.
There's one thing though that I got to throw in. You said
please do.
He was noticing all the similarities. Well, with the finches, he wasn't noticing similarities. He didn't realize they were all finches. It wasn't until
he thought they were different.
He was noticing the difference. He was noticing the difference.
Right. Somebody actually looked at the anatomy in detail better than what he could do. That's when, well, no, actually, these are all Finches, right?
Yeah,
So he
yeah, I
didn't
remember
even,
that. Yeah.
They look so different to him at the time.
Yeah.
But in fact, when you can get into the finer details of it, not so much.
Yeah, it was a friend of his, a fellow associate, that said, "Oh, they're all Finches."
Yeah.
Go ahead, Odian.
Yeah.
Back to Wayne. Because Wayne was talking, but I didn't mean to cut Wayne short. But Wayne knows that if he's going to say something scientific or at least like of that nature, he's going to be corrected. Real quick. Go ahead, Odian.
Yeah. I guess to add on to what Isaiah is saying, maybe certain genes were turned off for a particular reason, and and with certain genes turned on and off, like maybe those are the slight differences in the information, right? That basically sets us apart. Yes, one could argue that, okay, they are our ancestors because the coding specifically came from them, or it was copied from them, right? But at the same time, what I'm saying is that you can look at it from that perspective as well. It's like when you create cars, yes, you use the same body plan, right? But at the end of the day, you can still make the cars look different and have different tweaks about them to make them individuals or separate. Now, are they cars? Yes, but you make a car faster. You can put that in the sports car section. You add more luxury features. You put it in the luxury car section.
Yeah, but
hold on, if I may make a point, you don't need to put a premature. You don't need to put a premature stop codon in a gene. You can just, not put it there. You'll have the same effect if you just don't put it there.
Yeah.
Well, the real question is, though, I mean, Odian, do you really think God? I mean, you may think this, and I'm not criticizing if you do, but do you think God is literally looking at every single chromosomal thing in the entire, planet, and I'm gonna change this, I'm gonna change this, I'm gonna change this. In every living organism that's reproducing, he's got a hand in it. Now, granted, I'm not saying he doesn't have the power to do that. Okay, I mean, maybe there's some ways that he is, but I mean, really, is that the explanation you want to posit instead of saying, well, this is how nature works?
No, because it's funny. I had this discussion with my girlfriend, and I told her that, listen, I just think it's a little bit of both. That's what I think.
But the science only addresses what we're going to address, right, Odian? Right? The science only shows the natural side.
That's why. Yeah, and that's exactly what I said to her. The science is going to show what it's going to show. The implications, that's a whole nother story.
Okay, fair enough. Then again, and I'll get back to Wayne here in a second. But the science is showing, without question, there was a fusion that took place somewhere between 3 and 6 million years ago. Okay.
Well, it also depends on which scientists you ask, because different scientists have different stories about how it happened and if there's even fusion in there at all. So.
But the data shows otherwise. Any scientist can say what they want. I don't give a damn what the scientist says. I'm looking at what the data says, and the data says the scientists are wrong.
As we go and as we get more data and as we keep on going deeper and deeper, the only thing that most evolutionists have is this 1982 paper.
No, there's actually
what's 1982 one? The chromosomal with the banding patterns?
No.
Unison Prakash, right?
Yeah, Unison Prakash was 1982.
Yeah, well, that was just the banding patterns.
Yeah, that was just showing there's a relationship between the bands between the chromosomes of 12, 13, and 2 and 12, human chromosome number 2. That's only showing there was a relationship that looked similar. They didn't have the technology at that time to actually go in and look and see if there was a telomeric fusion.
Now, right, and we looked, we have looked, and we've been in there, and there's about 180,000 differences that the apes don't have. Why don't they have that?
That's not what we're talking about, Wayne.
The fusion event happened after.
Can I go ahead and
after we split.
All right, hang on. Everybody hush because everybody wants to get in. CRISPR, why don't you take this for a few minutes, okay?
Yeah. So when we just had the banding patterns, right? We could look at the banding patterns, and we could see that there was homology there. And at that point, we made a prediction that, if we were able to sequence these things, we would see that the sequences would actually match up. Not just the banding patterns, the growth structure, but the actual sequences would match up.
Right, the sequences don't match up.
Well, actually, that's the thing. They do. The sequences do match up. extremely well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let me jump in.
I guess the question is what does it do? Like, what changes?
Hang on, Odin. Wayne, do you remember back a while ago when you had brought to our attention something we have seen before? You had said that Tompkins said there was a 70% gene relationship between humans and chimps. Do you remember that?
Right.
Okay, and Wayne, do you remember that we demonstrated to you that Tompkins was wrong and why he was wrong, and he actually had pulled his paper, and you agreed, and that anybody who uses that paper anymore is wrong, right? Because we know it's not 70%.
Right.
So why is it that Tompkins was wrong about that, and people showed that to be wrong, and he rescinded his paper, and now you're appealing to authority again for the same gentleman? This is the same guy, Tompkins.
No. Tompkins. I mean, I'm not Tompkins. Wayne is only saying, they're not similar. I don't think he said they're 70% similar.
No, it's more than that. But it also depends on how you look at the DNA strands and stuff like that. And different papers give out different numbers, but they're very close to around 87, 90%.
No, it's 90.
Yes, that's Tompkins' new paper.
No, that's not Tompkins' new paper. You can go and even if you do a search on Google Scholar and you look at different papers give out different numbers. They're very close to around 89%.
Well, Christopher can tell you
the actual is around 96, 97, 98, depending on how you want to count your indels, if you're counting them correctly.
Yeah, there's different methodologies used in this, and I think we're going off topic, but I just wanted to tell Wayne that he made a mistake on that, and yet he's making another mistake on this one, and you're just basically repeating what you've read, but not looking at the data itself. If you look, if CRISPR right now showed you the fusion site, you could look at it and see what we're talking about. Visually see that by looking at the sequences, how there's a head-to-head fusion on there.
That's chromosome 2, by the way. You can see 98 to 99% sequence identity.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Christopher, I have a question.
Sure.
Now, I mean, to my thinking, the fusion event, or the fusion itself, it happened after we split off from our common ancestor from the other great apes, right? It happened after. Didn't it?
Yeah. That's what the evidence suggests.
Because if it didn't, then some of the other great apes would have the same fusion.
Pan Prairie was 6.6 million, and that's called the last CHLCA, the chip human last common ancestor. And even though we haven't discovered him yet, it had to be after that time period.
Yeah, but the fusion itself is not what makes us human.
No.
It's just, you're right. That's what I was getting to, was that the fusion. If they had not fused, we would. I'm just wondering if we would still be human. We'd still be what we are. Right.
So the question is
pretty much.
Probably. So what's?
I'm just asking. I'm trying to find out.
Oh.
I'd like to hear Wayne's response to that diagram.
Well, it's one thing to put a diagram in front of someone who has a PhD and stuff. I don't have a PhD. This is as I do a read by and as I get evidence from both sides, it seems to me this has been going on for the last 150 years. You guys always say look at the similarities, and then when I say there's 180,000 differences and the sequences don't match up, and not really get responses to that. But you guys
what that is showing, what that diagram is showing, is a similarity of sequence. And if you look at the y-axis...
Right, how do you guys explain the differences, though?
No, but excuse me. If you look at that y-axis, do you see where all those wee red lines are clustered? The wee red dots, sorry. You see those red dots?
Yeah, I see it.
Yep. Okay. So that is the sequence identity. And it's between 0.98 and some of it is above 0.99, which translates into between 98% and over 99% similarity in chromosome 2.
And Wayne, why would you think there wouldn't be differences? We're not chimpanzees. and chimpanzees are not humans. We have different paths of evolutionary paths we took on.
There will be differences.
And the amount of differences is what we expected as well. So I'm not understanding your argument on that one, Wayne.
Well, you guys can explain the similarities pretty well, but as far as the differences, you guys don't.
No, there is an explanation.
But hold on, we can't explain the differences.
Yeah, I just did. We evolved on different evolutionary paths.
Yeah. See, when we split, we evolved one way. The chimps continued evolving another way, and the more time went by, the more differences show up.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you become more. If you have people coming from like Ireland, right, and you have people stay there and populate, and the other people move to some other location like America. I'm Irish, but I'm not going to look similar to them because there's been differences, right? I'm still human, obviously. It's not the same kind of thing, but I mean, where things migrate to and where they live and their habitat, their environment, their selective pressures, these things change a lot of things, and it changes mutation rates as well. So we expect there are going to be differences between us and chimpanzees. We're not chimps.
We're better than chimps.
Yeah, chimps are pretty cool. But I mean, again, can you show Fiona or Chris? But can you show the actual? You have a slide that actually shows the TTA. I think it's TTA, and then the opposite would be C.
Yep, I've got it here.
CAA, is that the you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Hold on, I've got it here.
It's the actual fusion site. Because normal telomeric repeat, Wayne, is going to be TTA GGG, right?
Oh gosh.
And so the opposite of G is going to be C, right? So it actually shows on there is a head-to-head telomeric repeats that went boom next to each other. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. You may need to if you shrink your. Oh, you're doing a desktop presentation.
Yeah. Can everybody see that? I don't know if you can make it bigger. Did you see that, Wayne? At the fusion point?
Yeah, I saw somewhat of it. I saw it.
Okay.
And
So the telomeric repeat we expect to see for telomeres TTA GGG, right? Okay. Now look at that now. Remember, it's head to head, so it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be backwards, right?
And complemented the other way.
What'd you call it? I'm sorry, co-planted?
Complemented.
Oh, complemented. I'm sorry. I like what co-planted. I know what it meant. It's a complement. So it's the opposite of what if it's going to be T, it's going to be A, it's going to be G, it's going to be C, whatever.
Right.
So it's a complement strand. So you can actually see. Look at it's going TTA GGG, and all of a sudden, boom, and now we have the complement, and we have it head to head. We've been going backwards now. CCGC TAA, right? You see that? Because the opposite. Take.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
I want to make sure you do, because T, take the opposite, you have A, take T, opposite of A would be T. So now you have an exact head-to-head telomeric fusion, boom, there it is. I mean, there's just no getting around that. There's no other explanation. So what is Tompkins or True saying when they look at this? What are they trying to say other than this is a telomeric to telomeric fusion?
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to figure out like what Wayne is trying. Like, let me see if I can maybe like re-ask the question in a different way or rephrase it. I guess what he's asking is if the fusion doesn't really do much, are you trying to find out what caused the fusion, or like what does the fusion entail?
Right. All I'm saying is how do we know it wasn't made that way? And instead of just assuming that hey, this trait got passed on millions of years ago.
We don't make any kind of assumption, but there's no evidence of anything being made. We can say why does things fall to the ground? God wanted it to be that way. That's not an explanation. If you just say this is because God made it that way, that's not an explanation. There's no predictive or explanatory modeling there, right, Wayne? So when we say the law of the theory of gravity says that if I drop something, it's going to fall to the ground. That makes a prediction. It makes an explanation. You can't just look at this and say, oh well, God did it this way. He may have. But that's irrelevant in science.
It's not an explanation.
It's not an explanation. We can show using science, using nature, using the laws of physics that we know and the laws of biology we know and all this other stuff, that this is something that happened, that occurred 3 to 6 million years ago. Boom. That's it. But you want to say God did it that way? That's fine. I can't disprove that. But just to say, well, how do we not know God did it that way? That doesn't show us anything in science. Do you want people in science to be predicated on, oh, well, we have no explanation for that, therefore God, or we do have an explanation, but it doesn't matter because the better explanation is God. That makes no sense, Wayne.
Yeah, and the bottom line on it, how would we know, how would we be able to determine that God did it that way? There's no way to determine that.
And even if he did it 3 million years ago, which again blows away young Earth creationism, right?
Well, right. I'm not young creationist, but it's hard for me to see like we descended like from great. That's so hard to imagine.
Well,
you came to a good spot to kind of get some ideas.
Yeah, you're so close though, Wayne.
You're asking good questions. I think.
Sounds a bit like an argument for incredulity, though.
Well,
yeah. I mean,
come on, encourage him some.
We go where the data leads us, and we just showed you. She just showed you that fusion is end to end. I mean, I don't know any other explanation scientifically. Do you, Wayne? Because I don't think can anybody else kind of come up with a scientific explanation of possibility? There might be. If there is, I don't know. But scientifically, let's ask Fiona and CRISPR. If that was not a telomeric fusion, what other explanation scientifically could there be?
Well, it could just be like genes and pseudogenes.
No,
that's
this isn't telomere. Yeah.
The telomeric sequences are very distinctive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very distinctive. So, where are you getting this? It could have been genes and pseudogenes.
Yeah, there's no pseudogenes. These are telomeric repeats. You can see they're repeats.
Well, this is what I'm gonna do because I'm not on my computer. I'm gonna hang up and come back in like 2 minutes, and I will come back with some evidence.
Yes.
You can evidence.
Yes.
Dude, you can just do the
evidence
research
from
yourself.
what?
No, you mean evidence to support what you're saying, Wayne?
Right.
Well, let's
go
wait and see.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Let's just wait and see.
We like evidence. Go for it, Wayne.
All right, I'll be back. I'm on my phone.
I'm gonna hold you a spot. If I have to click Mark, I'll kick Mark because he's just a troll, anyways. I mean, literally. No, he is. Mark Thompson is a troll. I mean, he's funny.
I'm a troll.
You're a troll. My God, Mark.
Give him a chance.
You're funny as hell. Don't get me wrong, but you are a fucking troll, dude. Let's call a spade here, man. You are good at it, and that's why I keep you around. But you're a troll.
He did ask a good question a little bit ago, and that's probably the only one that I ever heard him ask.
No, occasionally he'll throw something out there, which I think he may. I don't know whether he's trolling or being legit sometimes, but occasionally he has something that's worthy for to go down that line, So I like him though. I mean, he's like I don't know, he's okay.
Like a brother.
But you troll a lot, Mark. Come on.
Oh yeah, I know that from way back.
How many people we got in here, by the way?
Oh,
Oh, did Wayne already came back? No, he hadn't dropped yet.
I don't know. I have no idea. We're 10 in at the moment.
All right. So we'll just have to make sure when he drops and get on his other. I'm gonna you're going AFK for literally like 3 minutes as well. So maybe Odin has more questions. So
Has everybody got controls?
I have given out the punch to controls. So.
Yeah, I think so.
That's fine because I'll be going to my bed soon.
Oh yeah, I see it getting light behind you again.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that. We get to talk and I keep forgetting.
Last night was the one night I actually went to sleep at the right time, and that's the one night that Ronnie's complained that I didn't go into his hangout.
Well, I mean, it's just weird. He'll be like, "Oh yeah, they're coming to my hangout," and then when he does, they just shut you down. And I mean, again, I've just decided a while back, and I'm gonna stick to my guns. I'm not going in any of his hangouts. No. That's it.
I was only going to go in to say to him, "What's your response to my video?" And are you going to apologise? Because I'm not prepared to talk to him about anything else.
Yeah, well, then he can come in here and apologise to you.
Hey, Fiona, can you, before you go to sleep, you the link to that chart you were just showing of the head-to-head telomere?
Actually, on the site, there is also a big GIF.
Well, I liked it because it had it blocked off.
This is the article that I was reading.
Well, no, not just by the perfect matches, but by the partial matches as well. So it really does show that it's almost the entire thing.
If you go to that,
Miss
you
Fiona.
get the option for the large GIF as well. I've got that one saved too. Don't know where it is. But I think just double clicking on it would give you the option for the large one. But yes, it's very neat. The way it's blocked off, the way it's got the red square around the fusion site, where the complementary reverse sequence starts. It's very nice.
So the reason why I asked this, I read this article right here, and it used two terms that I didn't understand, and that was the reason why I was asking about the fusion and how the chromosome that fused looked, right? Like what makes it up, the three telomeres and the two centromeres. That was what I read. I posted it in the side chat if you guys want to look at it.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
Didn't one of the centromeres kind of degrade or something? Or I may be thinking about something else.
We show that approximately half of the fusion events contain no canonical telomere repeats at the fusion point. Of those that did, the longest was 12.8 repeats.
I just saw that somewhere.
And I'm back. Did Wayne come back yet?
I don't know.
Yeah. So
no, but I posted the article that that I was reading when I was doing my research to try and understand, and I read that, and that's why I asked the question about the fusions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me open it real quick because I don't.
Yeah.
1 sec.
I put an answer in the side chat for you. Did you see it?
Yeah, I downloaded it too.
Yeah. The fusogenic just means that they're able to fuse.
Yeah, so I think that's it's interesting that you say that the longest was 12.8 repeats.
Yep.
And what you've got in that figure was 100 and something repeats if you include the ones that aren't perfect as well as the ones that are. And so he's saying that you wouldn't expect to have you'd expect to have more than what we've got, but actually you expect to have less, maybe. I don't know, but actually that's a cancer early carcinogenesis fusion, so it's not really directly comparable. But
so this is a statement that kind of had me a little bit confused. It says, therefore, in addition to the end-to-end replication losses, human telomeres are subjected to large-scale deletion events that occur in the presence or absence of the telomeres. What does that mean?
There was a deletion, actually.
Yeah, the telomerase is the enzyme that it's a reverse transcriptase
that transcripts the telomere. The telomere,
no,
right?
What it can do is repair the telomere.
Really?
Repair or just extend.
Yeah, it makes the sequence. Let's put it that way to make it simple.
Yeah,
it makes the sequence, and if there's any damage, it can build that sequence back up. That telomere.
Yeah, because remember,
as in repair the sequence.
Yeah, remember that the real function of the telomere is not actually to prevent fusion. The real purpose is to prevent replication chewing its way through the chromosome, right? Because otherwise you lose a bit from the end each time.
Yeah, that's why telomeres shorten on each round of replication, and that's why if you're
depending on the
using
activity of the enzyme.
So which enzyme?
I'm just.
Do you understand
the
that?
Enzyme is telomerase. In normal cell culture, cells will only go through so many divisions and then the culture will die. And that's because with each round of chromosomal replication, you're losing a bit off the end. You lose a bit off the end of the telomere, and eventually the cells die. Now, in some of the cancers, what happens is that you have telomerase activity, which extends the telomeres way past what they should be. And it immortalizes the cell line. So they don't have this built-in senescence. So the cultures is one of the ways of describing a telomere is like a fuse that would burn down, and once it's burned down, pop goes the cell. But if you've got something that is actually adding it all back on, the fuse no longer works. The cell won't go pop. Cancer cell lines are said to be immortal. Some of the cancer cell lines, because they don't have that fuse, doesn't function. It doesn't tick down.
Okay.
Yeah, Odie, most cells can only divide like 40 or 50 times. It's called the Hayflick limit, and after that, the telomere becomes so shortened they just can't divide anymore.
So the cell essentially self-destructs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, there's new research in there that's actually trying to lengthen telomeres. There's some in anti-aging. There's a huge field.
They've been looking at that for a long time.
Yeah. But that's what she's saying in a nutshell. I just break things down extremely basic.
So, but the thing is, even if you've got shortened telomeres, that doesn't guarantee a fusion.
No, and it makes it more likely, Odeon, and that's the thing. Yeah. And in order to have these fusions, we would expect to see a very short telomeric repeats. I mean, we would expect to see shortened telomeres on that because it's obviously been damaged. There's degradation there. That's why the fusion, at least, was able to take place. Not that it would definitely lead to one, but it couldn't take place unless that would happen first. Go ahead.
And the point needs to be made that that properly, you don't see cancer because of telomere fusions. You see telomere fusions because of cancer.
Because of cancer.
Right. Yes. So there's something going wrong there already, and then you get a fusion. Right.
Yeah.
Now that might lead to additional problems. I'm not saying it might not make things worse for whatever reason, but I mean the reason that you see the increased incidence of it is because things are already screwed up.
But I think True's argument has been maybe, and he hasn't expressed it this way. Again, it's hard to read into something that he says, but I think what he's saying is that because of things like lesions in DNA and things that cause problems in DNA, he thinks it's all carcinogenesis. He thinks it's all tumorigenesis. He thinks everything will lead to cancer, and not understanding that there are certain things, like in this particular things, that doesn't have any effect on cancer. There's nothing that makes it cancerous. It's not a lesion on the DNA, right? It's not. We've asked him before. I've asked him, in a side chat, what makes this carcinogenic? And I can't get a single answer. He just said, well, all translocations have been, contributed to cancer. Well, cancer has a tendency to cause these types of things, not the other way around.
Yeah, when you guys were having that discussion, I was completely and utterly ignorant of anything that had to do with it. So at the time, I didn't understand any of it, and to some extent, yes, I am still ignorant of most of this stuff. But as I said, it's a learning. I don't feel bad.
So it's true.
A learning.
Yeah, True's got. Yeah, at least you're learning. True's got things so back asswards. It's the point where we're spending more of our time, like I just did, trying to figure out what he's trying to say. It's that bad. He's got it so wrong, just on so many levels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's Wayne?
And that's why I'm just trying to learn as much as possible, and just trying to structure it in a way, literally from the bottom down, the bottom up, or the top bottom, whichever way I think that makes more sense to me.
Yeah, everybody goes a different way. I think one of the greatest things Drag ever said was, that True and Tommy are kind of trying to learn things down from a top-down model. And if you're autodidactic, you can do that. He's just like, True, you're not autodidactic, because it's hard. It is, it is going from a top-down model that is a little more difficult to do. But if you are autodidactic, and you probably are to a degree, you probably couldn't learn. You could learn it that way, but not everybody can, Odeon, not by any means.
Well, Odeon, I've been learning a little bit here, a little bit there. I ask questions. It's a good place to start.
But I wish Wayne is coming back here. I mean, I wanted to see what evidence he was talking about. He doesn't usually leave us hanging, so. But
yeah, and I guess what caused the whole debacle with Wayne a while ago. What I'm saying, what I was saying a while ago, I'm not saying that's, I hope it wasn't mistaken in saying that's how things went, right? It's just a hypothetical. You get what I'm saying?
You mean as far as design?
Yeah, because as I said, maybe it's my presupposition and my preference in terms of I have this itch to see if things are designed or yes or no. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Let me ask you this. If I just say I give you design, okay, let's say it's designed by God. What does it get? Okay,
it doesn't mean anything.
Right. So where does it go?
That's my point.
Huh? Where does this scientific discovery go from there, right? If I give you, let's say I'm going to say, you know what, for the sake of argument, yeah, you know what, God did this. God is a designer. God exists, and God gave us.
That's not going to do anything. Because that's what basically what that's going to do is that it's going to prevent further research and further it's going to hamper science.
And I agree with that. But more specifically, how does it affect the chromosomal fusion? Because you have two options here.
For me, it doesn't. For me, right now, I don't see, because this is the thing. First of all, I don't know how the fusion makes us different in any way, right?
It doesn't.
I don't. Okay, and even if that's the case, or the opposite, I don't understand it fully enough to even really.
But do you agree nature? I mean, do you agree though that nature could have done these things, just like nature causes our offspring, right? You said that God doesn't get anybody's genetics and messes around with it. So if me and my ex created my daughter, that was just nature running its course. Why is it so hard to accept that this fusion site is just not nature running its course? And what happened? And it's not a significant event as far as changing us. What the whole thing was, Odian, is that we are a member of the great apes, right? And they have 48 chromosomes, right?
Which is unfair.
Okay. That'd be 24 pairs. We have 23 pairs, or 46, right? But we know we're related to them. All the evidence, other evidence points we are related, and we are an ape, and we are in that group. There's a lot of evidence out there, right? So we knew at some point we said, well, there's got to be a reason why we only have 46 and they have 48, right? You can't just lose a chromosome or two, because if that happens, the organism dies. It's just a complete loss of genetic information. So we know there had been some explanation, such as a chromosomal fusion, which is not uncommon. True's trying to say they don't exist. You can go right now to Google Scholar. I guarantee it. You type in fusion, telomere fusions, and you'll find a ton of examples of it. Even the paper you showed was showing you that they do exist, right? Tompkins says they're mythical. No, of course not. They're not mythical. We know they exist. So that's what the thing was, is we finally found out where the chromosome, what happened to the chromosome. It got fused together, and that's why we have 46, they have 48. That's it.
Yeah, but I don't see why anyone is really surprised or necessarily a big deal, because we and apes, we have literally pretty much the same body plan. So if we're genetically really, really, really close, I mean,
here's the reasoning. There's two reasoning. One, because of this evidence, it does disprove, a younger creationism, and that takes Tommy and that group out of the picture. And as far as intelligent design, or at least True's thing, it shows that we did have an ancestry, common ancestry to all the other apes, and therefore it was a long process. It was a process over 1 million of years to how we came about to our existence. And True does not want to acknowledge that. Every step of the way, he says, this part of evolution is true, this part isn't true, this part isn't true. Doesn't, give us reasons why. But it just kills his paradigm. You, on the other hand, you might be willing to go, oh yeah, well yeah, I can see all this evidence. Of course, we go way back billions and billions of years. But you know what? God started that whole process, and God is the reason why we're here. That's how Jade and Fiona here think. Nobody questions them about it. We are fine with that, right? That's not our issue to get along, to get that into their theology, right? If they want to think that God did it that way, they might be right. I have no problem with that, right? Does that make sense to you, Odian?
Yeah, and I mean, I see the issue. the issue is that it doesn't. If it doesn't conform with the presupposition, then it doesn't work. They're not compatible. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I do.
That's the issue.
And they say that same thing about us, though. You know, one thing that True always brings up is like, well, evolutionists have to have this to be true, or their model's false. Well, no, it's not. That's not actually the case. It puts a problem in there. Don't get me wrong, but for human evolution, at least, the rest of the model's still sound. Evolution is evolution. You know, our evolutionary path has no effect on something like a cat, right? So the rest of evolutionary theory is still intact. Now, our evolutionary path, there's a problem here. We'd have to relook at this. Okay, but it doesn't demonstrate any kind of divine being having a hand in it, and it certainly doesn't just make younger creationism correct. That's for damn sure, right?
I'm almost wanting to say if the fusion event had not happened, that would be even more evidence we have a common ancestor, because the two separate, the unfused chromosomes would still match the 12 and 13 of the Chaps.
They would, but we would have a problem. We have 46, they have 48. We have to.
No, what I'm saying is
we have to be able to explain that.
No, what I'm saying is if the fusion had not happened.
Oh, we would have 48 like the rest of them.
Yeah, and it'd be even a closer match.
Yeah, that's true.
If I'm reasoning that right.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, you can't predict what would have been different if things didn't happen.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I think this is the thing, right? I just think that it's just a little bit of both.
Yeah,
I think
that's fine.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and look at something that I'm observing, right? And there's this aspect of it where I'm not really sure about, but there's a possibility that it might conflict, right? Why can't both exist within the same plane? Where if me putting myself in God's shoes, right? If I'm gonna create animals, obviously I'm gonna, create them in a point where they can evolve and adjust to their environments. And if those small adjustments result in different species or whatever, then so be it. There are times when I think that he might come in and inject information or manipulate the information, right? But I don't completely reject the idea that natural processes don't have anything to do with it.
It's funny, Odin. I do, and here's what's funny. I think everybody on this panel right here would probably agree that we look at the science first, but if somebody could show us a reason for the intelligent design, they'd be fine with that. In other words, I think everyone on the panel would agree that there is not an incompatibility between evolution and the existence of a God.
The science. I'm not arguing against that.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
But
okay.
even the atheists we have here, okay, and there are a couple, really what I call atheists because they deny the existence of God, but even they would say that there's no incompatibility between a God and evolution, right? But on the other side, they think there's a huge incompatibility. They can never accept both. They can if they thought evolution was true, they would lose all faith. They would be like they couldn't reconcile it because there's been younger creationists that had the same problem. Once they learn younger creationism is true, they lose all faith. It happens. It happens to quite a few people. And
yeah,
I don't want that to happen. I know Fiona and Jade certainly don't.
Yeah, and I mean, whatever the results of your understanding of the knowledge, then good for you. I feel as if people should learn as much as possible and draw the conclusion. And if your conclusion is that this doesn't make sense to me, then it just doesn't make sense to you. So if that changes your faith and that makes you feel complete, then as I said, more power to you.
But it's still critical that the information being presented is presented correctly, and they're not doing it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
You've seen they're not presenting the science correctly. Not just their conclusions, but the actual science. All they're doing is advocating Tompkins' position, regardless if they understand it or not. I've never seen anything True has said that indicates to me that he's done any analysis on his own to validate what Tompkins is saying. He's just saying, hey, he's a PhD physicist, geneticist. He says this, and this. I'm like, so what?
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm going to be explaining something and I'm going to say, go to Fiona and say, okay, this person was a geneticist, for example, or a scientist, right? And I want to go to her to get information. Obviously, I'm going to look over the information and I'm going to do my comparisons and my own research to make sure it makes sense to the argument that I'm making.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would do. Now, I don't know if that's the process he went through, right? But that's just what I would do.
But I can tell you, let me ask Chris a question. What level of background do you think in science or genetics, biology, whatever, do you think somebody would have to have minimally to able to at least look at this data, not necessarily take apart Tompkins' paper, but at least kind of go in, look at this data, see if there's any transcription, see if it's highly expressed. What level do you think a person would have to be at?
I mean, you mean level in terms of academia?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that a person who doesn't have that education can't, but I'm just asking what level do you think it's at? Because it's surely not a PhD level. You don't have to have a PhD to understand this shit. You don't have to have a master's.
No, I do.
But I'm just curious what they think.
I mean, you're talking about some fairly narrow topics here. I mean, when you start getting into specific expression of things like this, if you're not actually in that area, you're not really reading on it. So it's less about, because when you say that, it sounds like
generally speaking. I mean, there's a lot of people here that do understand this kind of stuff. I mean, Isaiah's very good at knowledgeable of this. He doesn't have a master's degree in genetics. He doesn't need one for this. I'm just saying, what is the average person? I'm just saying for the average person, not the specificity, but for the average person to say, you know what, I really want to see what they're talking about and go in and look at the diagram that Fiona had posted before, look at the G-band, and look at, this just basically, is there a telomeric fusion there? What do I need to know to read this paper and get the gist of it? What level of education do you think they have to have?
Me personally, the information is out there, the formulas are out there, the data is out there. Use it. It's not like it's not like you need to a special membership, like to a special school or something like that in order to get the information, because right, I fix computers and set up computer networking for small businesses, right? That's my job, and I didn't learn any of that in school.
Well, maybe I'm asking the wrong question. I don't know. I mean, do you guys understand my question, Fiona?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm asking them because they actually have a very high level of understanding. All right.
Let me put it this way. Like most of the concepts, if you look at them sort of one at a time that we deal with, they're not one at a time. They're not terribly difficult to get your mind around. But the problem is, to really understand them in context, you have to understand 100 other concepts behind it. And then each of those, on their own, pretty simple. But to understand each of those in context.
So are you saying you have to have a master's degree to go look at Tompkins' work and look at the data?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
What level do you need? Give me a number. What do you think of the average?
Come on! How long is a piece of string?
If you spent enough time looking at it on your own and you had a high school education, I'm sure you could manage. But the thing is, you have to spend a lot of time.
Yep.
Okay, I mean that's fair enough. I mean, I'm placing it somewhere, between, 2 or 3 years, or maybe college, maybe 2 years. I mean, or even somebody who's really good at advanced placement, high school. I'm just saying. My whole point is this: I don't think you have to have an advanced degree to go in and analyze this data, or at least take it apart and kind of understand what's being presented. I just don't think you do.
No, but I still think you're going to have a background.
Well,
that actually allows you to understand.
I don't have a background in it, but I'm not completely clueless in it.
Let me finish the bloody sentence, will you?
No, I won't. Go ahead. Oh, is she mad?
Well, I think it's like 6 o'clock there, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure she's
She's cranky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so the point that I'm trying to make though is that it's, even with no background in it, if you start in the right place and you work your way through, you'll be okay. But you can't if you just start with no background at all. You start with here's this sequence. What do you think? You're not gonna be able to do anything.
You're not going to be able to do anything with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think Odeon is doing a top-down approach, and I think that's really good. I mean, I think that he's taken a progressive stance to try to understand this stuff. Because I mean, it is like you said, there's not just one thing involved. I mean, there's a lot of different things being thrown out in this. It's not just a simple understanding. I mean, but I think that anybody who wants to go learn some of this stuff can do it on their own.
Yeah, I think there's two issues with this that I see so far, right? With just learning this in general. And I had the same problems in software engineering, right? One is the terminologies, right? What certain words mean, what they mean in the context is basically the common sense things, the things that you're supposed to know so well that it becomes common sense, right? And the math or chemistry aspect of it. I think the chemistry, understanding the chemistry aspect of all of this in depth is very, very important, because you need to know, I think you need to learn the base and have the base down pat before you can really learn anything else. That's what I'm drawing from it.
I can't help myself when you bring that up. You're saying that you've taken some time to look at the chemistry of all this, right?
Yeah, I tried, but it's a lot of information.
What happens to DNA when it gets wet?
Yeah, Odeon. Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
It's always wet.
Yeah, Odeon, Mr. I spent 3 hours just to look at the nitrogenous bases and call them sugars. Yeah, I thought that was classic. No, I'm not to bag on you, but Odeon's like, I spent 3 hours researching True's claim, and I think he's right. And they say, well, can you explain it to us? And he's like, okay, here, and they're like, what's the sugars? He's like, well, there's these colors here. And I'm like, no, those are the bases, man. I'm like, 3 hours, and that's as far as you got.
It's actually a good thing that you acknowledge that, Odeon, is that.
I love that. I thought that was awesome. Good.
I mean, Odeon said something very important. I'm going to drop off after this. You have to know the background. You have to know the chemistry. You have to know the biology. You have to know a little bit of physics. You have to actually. There's a reason why you're in the mathematics. You have to have this in your curriculum when you're formally learning this stuff, because it's all integral into understanding how it all ties together. If you don't have that, if you skip over it, like Tommy, like True, like some of the others, you don't have a comprehensive understanding of the topic, and that's where they fail. That is exactly why they fail at this, because they try and approach it from an ass-backwards position. So hats off to you, Odeon, for actually recognizing that you do need to understand chemistry and the math and the physics and the biology and how it all coalesces together. So I would hope it would behoove you, actually, to continue to learn that, because it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time, and it took me a lot of time. I mean, the reason that I make A's in a lot of my classes is because outside of us, talking in these hangouts, I'm actually looking over notes. I'm doing Talking Shit Tuesday. I'm running stuff on my refrigerator, and I'm actually studying when I'm here and when I'm at work. My time, my free time that I make these videos is 15, 20 minutes, and that's about all I'm going to dedicate to idiocy, because at the end of the day, these guys are fodder for my education. They're not very important in the grand scheme of things. They're not. I hate to be mean like that, but after seeing so many people fail in my life, I know failures and I know idiots when I see them.
And they don't get through to a lot of people, Drag. I mean, they're not a big threat.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, if people are moved by what they're saying, then fine. That's cool. Maybe these folks need someone to look up to. And I mean, if True likes putting on this facade and pretending that he's someone important, then I don't want to take that away from him. But at the end of the day, some of us will be studying cancer, and some of us have been working with DNA. Some of us have been doing PCR, and the things that he pretends to do and wants to do. So
He just calls that appeal to accomplishment, though.
Yeah, I mean, I can, and I'll dick wave that all day. I mean, at the end of the day, this is the guy who says DNA degrades in water. So
yeah, I mean that's going to be the fallback all the time. I mean, seriously, you can never get away from that. I mean,
that's just
you just can't.
That's so stupid. Like,
yeah,
I can't think of what he actually, would do in a lab if he ever stepped foot in one.
Yeah, it's because actually, Steve, I made 3 mistakes, right? I called the bases sugars, right? And I thought the phosphate was ionic,
right?
And I thought the bonds that connects the sugar to the phosphate from the sugar to form the sugar phosphate backbone, I thought that those bonds were hydrophilic, right?
I don't remember you saying that one, but you did mention. Yeah, I do remember that because I pointed out to you that like the middle portion was hydrophobic and.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
So so those are the 3 mistakes that I made. So when you corrected me on those things, I was like, oh, now it makes more sense.
It fell into place, right?
Yeah.
And so you're in it deeper than I am.
So when true though, okay. So you at least you went on to do your own research and you're looking into it. The problem is that like when Antonio and those guys are just basically there to stroke True's ego. They don't do any of those investigatory things, right? And so they don't have even the foundation of the foundation of the foundation to even know what the hell a bond is. They have no idea what an atom is, I don't think, right? So that presents a problem right there because they're starting at such a lower level that even to get them up to a level to even explain to them, what a phosphate group would be, right? I mean, it just takes forever, right? So you're at least legions ahead of them, okay? But True, it just by what I explained to you, it makes sense because that is what it is, and that's how everybody would tell you. But when True's saying, oh no, the DNA is going to degrade into its constituent parts, it's going to break down. He said again, you can go back and look at the record. He said it would break the phosphodiester bonds, which is those bonds you were talking about between the phosphate and the sugar. He said it would break the covalent bonds of the nitrogenous bases. Don't know where the hell he came up with that one from. And he said it would break the hydrogen bonds between the nuclear bases. He didn't even say anything about the glycosidic bonds, which would have been a better thing for him to say because they actually have a shorter half-life than the phosphodiester bonds. But he basically was saying that this is what's going to happen when you put DNA in solution. And everybody's like, no, why would that happen?
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to know the chemical makeup of the bond because if the chemicals in the bonds are set up in a way to where like water molecules will literally just keep stealing electrons and then obviously it would break apart, right? But that's not the case. Like yes. I went to Khan Academy. I went to
I love Khan Academy. I love Khan Academy. God, they were awesome.
I went to a bunch of places to look to see if I get the same information, and I got the same information, the chemistry aspect of it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you validated it. I mean, but here's the thing: True's still out there saying that I'm wrong and that other people are wrong. It's like no, it's so basic that I can't even believe that we're actually discussing it because it's absurd. It's just I expect it from maybe a third grader, right? Not somebody who claims to be knowledgeable in chemistry and somebody who's knowledgeable in sciences. That's just it's unimaginable to me. CRISPR, what happened if you tell your professors that I don't know what level you're at. I know you're up there. Not to dox you, but I can safely say that I'm pretty sure that you're way the fuck up there. But if you told somebody that DNA degraded in water and broke down to constituent parts, they would be like, "Get the fuck out of here, man."
Actually, they'd probably just assume that I had misspoken and try to walk me back. But I mean, because that's such a weird thing to say, right?
Yeah, people misspoke. I've done it myself. I think we all have at some point, maybe. But I mean, misspeaking. He's not misspoken because he's quadrupled down on it.
No, but if I were to, no, really. I mean, the backbone breaks apart and they all float away. They probably tell me to just, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, True had this thing going for a while, talking about DNA, and it's from that Tyler guy's video. He says, so like the molecule will break down to the individual molecules that made it up.
And by the way, Tommy, nobody's caring about your trolling. We've already determined that you just don't get any of this stuff.
Yeah.
No offense. I mean, you didn't even understand my video, which granted I had a spelling error too, but I mean, as far as the informational context, he still didn't even understand that. How much more basic can you get that he didn't understand what I was telling him? When literally in 30 minutes I had 100 views and 50 likes because people were like, oh yeah, I get this, and everybody who knows about Lamarckianism knows I'm right. And so again, these people have this filter that they don't want to accept information that conflicts with their preconceived notions because they just don't. They read things into things that aren't there. It's really strange.
But I think when this is the thing with me, when I approach pretty much every and anything intellectually with an open mind, because while you might at first you might think something conflicts with their preconceived notions or bias or whatever, you never know, it might end up reinforcing it. You never know, and this is why I always I always tell people, look at both sides of the argument. There's always going to be both sides of the argument. There's always going to be people who are going to be saying nay, or people are going to be saying yay. Maybe there's a middle ground. You don't know.
I've never seen anybody argue this kind of stupid shit. I've never in my life seen anybody argue DNA degrades or dissolves in water. That to me is just unimaginable. But Tommy's like, do you read minds, Steve? No, I'm going by actions. I'm going by, it's the fact that there is no definition that says Lamarckianism is inheritance of acquired characteristics. That is a portion of Lamarckian theory. He has two parts to his theory. There's a first law and there's a second law, a part of the theory, that are critical to his position. And you cannot just say that that inheritance of acquired characteristics is Lamarckian theory. It's not. That just makes no sense.
No, he's just pushing buttons.
Yeah, I know, and this is why I know Tommy is just basically trolling at this point because either A, he's just so incompetent to understand what people are telling him, or he's just trying to piss people off. I don't know at this point. I like to give Tommy the benefit of the doubt, but I don't understand how anybody could be this stupid. And no, the inheritance of acquired characteristics is a part of Lamarckianism. It is not Lamarckianism itself. Lamarck wrote a lot of shit about this. Okay, this is just one aspect of Lamarckianism. Without the use and disuse of body parts that is passed on to the phenotype, that is Lamarckianism. That was a competing model that didn't work. That's why every source says it's wrong, Tommy. You neglect to mention that every single source says it's wrong.
Unless you get it from ICR.
Well, again, they're having the same misunderstanding. Yeah. Because just because something has inheritance of acquired characteristics does not make it Lamarckianism. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And yet, this is the point. This is what they're going on. He's just basically rather go by Wikipedia than actually learning about this stuff and understanding it. Yeah, see above from Wiki. That's all it is. Wiki says. Yeah, well, get an understanding of it, Tommy. Go to college, learn about this shit, right? Take a biology course. Because if you pull this shit in college, you're going to be laughed on your ass. Because it's just stupid. He's just quote mining and cherry picking rather than understanding it. I know, Isaiah. I mean, I agree with you. Why give Tommy the time of day? Because I like Tommy, but God, he's just stupid in this. He's just basically so cutefully dumb. I just can't imagine anybody being like, it's like a cute little puppy, I mean, CRISPR. I mean, have you studied Lamarckianism?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, we went over some of the pre-running ideas.
I mean, am I? That's right. I think you had posted something earlier, but I mean, is Tommy just not grasping that the inheritance of acquired characteristics is only a small part of Lamarckian theory?
Well, I think that what you really need to say is that Lamarck's theory had to do with more of gross morphological features, and not. I mean, obviously, he didn't know anything about genetics at the time, so. And I think that there was a joke I heard somewhere that Lamarck should have known he was wrong because the Jews had actually been running that hypothesis for quite some time with no results. So,
and the Russians have that. They continue that hypothesis for quite some time.
What was that I said? For after all these thousands of years, Jewish men are not born circumcised.
Right, exactly so.
Yeah, I've used that.
Yeah, and this is something that every theory predicts things, right? And you know, when you have a change in the phenotype, like for circumcision or like that, it would predict to be passed on. This is what happens when you make a model of something. And Tommy doesn't get scientific methodology. He doesn't understand that if you have a model and that model doesn't explain observation and there's problems with it, such as Lamarckianism, the whole theory is trash. It's gone. It doesn't matter anymore. And what he's doing is taking one line from Wikipedia and ignoring all the rest that explains what Lamarck was saying in his theory. You know? And my comments are not turned off in my video. I've never turned off comments. Although sometimes weird things do happen, like I've noticed that with YouTube, I'll go in and it'll say like comments disabled on something. I'm like, what the hell happened? I've never disabled any comments.
Yeah, I've seen some comments, like I was posting under some of True's stuff and some other places, and my comments are there, then they're gone. Then they're back. Then they're gone. Then they're back. Part of the thread is missing. You know, it's weird. YouTube is just going crazy. I thought True had deleted them, and I apologize to him for accusing him of that too. Yeah. It's just something weird going on with YouTube.
Tommy, look up Lamarckianism as far as Wiki University, and it gives you a far more detailed explanation of what Lamarck theory entailed.
No, but that's wrong.
You know,
his one source is correct, and all the rest.
Yeah, no, he's putting all his eggs in one basket. That Lamarck is just that one thing. That's not what Lamarckianism was. The theory was a model that explained observation, or supposedly tried to explain observation, which was the giraffes extending their long neck. I think Chris put it very well. Gross morphological changes, right? But we know that doesn't work. We know that we don't pass on those types of things. And in reality, acquired characteristics actually are non-inheritable. By definition, they're non-inheritable. However, Lamarckianism, they make an exception because he did say that there was a types of phenotypes that we brought on. It's not competing to evolution. There's no competition here. Okay, I mean it's actually ingrained or incorporated in evolution. That's why we have neo-Lamarckianism. And evolution is like, oh yeah, evolutionary theory, we can adopt this in, no problem. But Tommy thinks, oh, well, evolution says this and this, and it doesn't realize that it can grow. As we learn more, it can grow, and as long as it's still correct, as long as it's still saying that dogs will produce dogs and cats will produce cats and other things that evolutionary theory predicts, there's nothing wrong with saying that acquired characteristics of some natures, like DNA, I mean methylation. We had no way of knowing prior that DNA could be methylated at one time, right? How the hell would we know that DNA methylation can occur and that can be a transgenerational epigenetic inheritance? We had no freaking idea. And Tommy's like, well, why didn't evolutionary theory predict that? Well, the same fucking reason why Darwin didn't predict genetics. He didn't know, right? I mean, it's just,
yeah. I think Mendel had sent him a letter or something about it, but Darwin died.
Yeah, I suppose he had it in his desk. But I mean, this is the insanity that we're dealing with people that think that they've rebuked these scientific theories and have such a low understanding of scientific methodology. I just don't get it anymore, man. I really don't.
I think it's pretty cool that I told Odin in the chat, props to you, dude. But, at least he's looking at it and asking questions.
Oh, Odin is not the only one. I mean, literally the only people that ever follow True anymore. You've got Nephi, you've got FactFinder, you've got Tetrahedral, I think that's his name, and you got Antonio, and maybe Thank You Jesus. Other than that, and Tommy. Other than that, nobody. I mean, he's like a pariah anymore because of all this stuff. People don't want to associate somebody that far gone as far as their basic scientific methodologies. Yeah, we make those kind of gross mistakes. But yeah, most people don't listen to these guys anymore. We don't call them a clown car posse for no reason. They go in their room and they basically have an echo chamber to the point where most people are blocked. We're blocked from coming in the video. We're blocked from side chatting. And then they're like, well, why don't they come in and discuss it with us? Well, nobody wants to anymore because they're just not worth talking to. Now they can come into my room. Nobody's scared of these guys. But why go into their room when you're talking about 10 people out of the entire community? You're actually going back to basically flat Earth people anymore. There's a small segment of scientific ignorant people, and that's all the Clown Car Posse is. And I mean, what else is there to say about it anymore, man? Anybody?
I'm just replying to a message. That's why I'm just quiet for a while.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to that whole claims. Everybody state your claim. Why bother?
You keep asking for evidence, you give it to them.
Exactly. That's why I don't. And that's why they can say whatever they want about me and not presenting evidence. I don't give a fuck. Tommy had 56 people watch this video. I had 100-something in the first 30 minutes. Okay, I get out to a larger audience, and I think most people agree with me. Actually, I know most people agree with me, except for the Clown Car Posse, right?
Okay. Careful, they're going to compare you to G-Man bragging about
hold on a second. Well, I mean, if the Clown Car Posse is the only ones that disagree with me, I'm happy with that, right? I'm fine. I'm not trying to convince them. I'm trying to convince people that want to learn. And it's not a matter of picking out the low-hanging fruit. Hang on. It's a matter of, I think I can explain to people, like I did with Odian, why DNA doesn't degrade in water. And that's something that people can learn from. And that's the people that I'm getting through to. Yes, Christopher, go ahead.
So I've actually got open here Zoological Philosophy by Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, translated into English. Relevant chapter, he says, we shall shortly see by the citation of known facts and evidence in the first place that new needs which establish a necessity for some part really bring about the existence of that part as a result of efforts, and that subsequently its continued use gradually strengthens, develops, and finally greatly enlarges it. In the second place, we shall see that in some cases, when the new environment and the new needs have altogether destroyed the utility of some part, the total disuse of that part has resulted in its gradually ceasing to share in the development of the other parts of the animal. It shrinks and wastes little by little, and ultimately, when there has been total disuse for a long period, the part in question ends by disappearing. So he's obviously talking about big morphological features that
with intent.
Yeah, that the animal is intent. I mean, the animal is using these parts of its body.
Yeah.
And because it's using them, they get bigger, right?
Yeah, I say
that it's talking about genetics.
Yeah, it's force of will, intent. Like, let me podcast you in a second. Hang on, Tommy. The giraffes' necks got longer because they wanted to reach the higher branches. There's intent there. There's effort, right? There's effort being used for the body parts, which is a gross morphological change. Obviously, a neck, right?
Well, the giraffes' necks got longer, I think, because they wanted to be able to hit the other giraffes harder with their necks. But
yeah, if the first part of Lamarck's thing was correct, like I mentioned before, I'd be hung like 3 horses.
Well, again, though, I mean, you can't just pick and choose from a theory, and to say that Lamarckianism is just the inheritance of acquired characteristics, well, that's just wrong. That's just not what Lamarckianism was.
I never said that, Steve.
Well, you're saying Lamarckianism.
Let me read what I actually did say to you, because I was talking to you in that chat, and I said, in the past, you've admitted on air that Lamarckism, aka the inheritance of acquired characteristics, is true. So I qualified my statement, as I said in the video. That does not mean that I think that Lamarckism is only the inheritance of acquired characteristics. Yes, there's more to it. I don't agree with if Lamarck, and I'm not exactly sure about this, but if he said that there's a conscious will, to will a specific trait into existence or to extend a trait or whatever, then no, I wouldn't agree with that. It's not something that you think about even. But the inheritance of acquired characteristics is by definition Lamarckian, as opposed to selectionism. Natural selection would be associated with Darwin in the same way.
I would say that what is by definition Lamarckian is the stuff that corresponds to the framework set out by Lamarck, right?
Yes. Well, like I said, there's more to it than the inheritance of acquired characteristics.
Are you saying that there's more to it than the stuff that he set out?
No, no. I'm just saying there's more to it than the inheritance. But I never did imply otherwise.
Well, hang on. You just said that there's more to it other than the inheritance of acquired characteristics, and you said that I said Lamarckianism is true, and I don't know if you mean literally or not. I don't know. Okay. Let's assume that you don't mean literally, because you never heard me ever say Lamarckianism is true, correct?
Can I cut in? Actually, there's something I got to say.
No, we haven't really talked about Lamarckism. We've talked specifically about the inheritance of acquired characteristics, but we have never really gotten into the whole theory of Lamarck. I've got a couple of books on Lamarck and Lamarckism, and it's been a while since I've read them, but we haven't really even gotten into the whole thing.
You said, though, in my Hangouts, I have said Lamarckianism is true, qualification or not. You said that.
But I qualified it, Steve.
Wait, I have never uttered the sentence Lamarckianism is true, and I explained to you prior to that Lamarckianism is more than just acquired characteristics, inheritance and acquired characteristics. Qualification or not makes no difference when I've already explained to you that it's more than that.
Okay, fine. So that's why on my video, that's why on my video I explained to you that it's possible to be wrong. I think we're splitting hairs here, and I think you know it. Yes, maybe I misunderstood your statement because it was a statement in chat. I mean, if we were on video, we could have probably hashed it out pretty quickly. But I mistook or misread or misunderstood your statement, so I wasn't running off lying. I just honestly, based on my understanding of the fact that the inheritance of acquired characteristic is, by definition, under the Lamarckian umbrella and part of Lamarckism, the way you stated that made it sound as if you were dismissing the inheritance of acquired characteristics.
Okay, let me really quick here. So you get the two words there, acquired and characteristics, right? So when Lamarck was writing this, characteristics meant morphological features. They didn't know anything about genetics. They didn't know anything about anything else. They had gross morphological features. Acquired, right, is by use. Okay, the animal was using this structure, whatever it might be, and because it was using it, it got bigger, or because it wasn't using it, it got smaller, right? So that's how it acquired the characteristics. Now, that is what Lamarck was talking about. Would you agree that a epigenetic variation would not fit under the acquisition through use?
Before you answer that,
no, I absolutely deny that. You look up snake. Snake.
Wait. This is but what he just told you is the exact reason why in my video to you I specifically pointed out that Lamarckianism, Lamarck inheritance of acquired characteristics, is not the same as the modern understanding of acquired characteristics. And I even pointed out that you wouldn't understand it. Wait, hang on. I even said, though, you're not going to understand this, Tommy, but I want for clarification because I want to be correct, that acquired characteristics in biology are non-inheritable. Okay? Acquired characteristics, they're non-inheritable. Okay?
How can you say that?
Because by definition they're not.
Why? What do you mean by definition? What about in the real world?
What do you mean in the real world?
Well, like the water fleas, they generated their defensive spine in the face of predators. Then they pass that on to future generations.
We're talking about the difference in what we mean by acquired characteristics, and I even pointed out in my video. It means, as I said, quote, it depends what you mean by acquired characteristics, because there is a difference in the terminology being used here. Excuse me, as CRISPR beautifully pointed out, right? So in Lamarckianism, the acquired characteristics is something that is acquired by use, okay? It is by something exerting a force, an effort, a want, a need, whatever. Right. Okay, that is something we do not see. Those types of
wait, stop right there. Now, how in the world can you say that? Because I can show you otherwise.
No, you can't.
You think?
Yeah, I know you can't.
Okay. All right, so if I can show you that, what would be your reaction then?
Well, hang on. Let me get a little more specific, because there's a use and disuse of a body part, a gross morphological change, okay? Not phenotypical plasticity, which we've mentioned before, okay? Not your water flea example. These are not something we're talking about when we're talking about... No, well, actually...
That's epigenetic.
I thought it was plasticity.
No, you're wrong.
No. All right, well, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Either way, neither one of them are Lamarckian, okay? Because neither one of them deal with the use and disuse of a body part. That's what Lamarckianism was. That's the acquired, meaning acquired, it not just an environmental change, right? It was the organism acquiring this by its own working to do it. Okay, like for example, giraffes working to do it. That was as in they acquired. It's not the same thing as like a methylization of a DNA of something.
So let me make an example. So if I show you a link where an organism, by virtue of what they eat, their diet, their jaws or their teeth or something like that gets bigger or
we would
stronger.
Expect that.
Hang on. And then they pass that on and their offspring have the same thing. How would that qualify?
I have a question about that.
I would like Steve's answer, actually.
I would have to look at it because
No, just on the face of it. On the face of it. On the face of it. If an organism had a specific diet and it caused their jaw to grow bigger or stronger or teeth to change size and their offspring also had that, would that qualify?
That would be genetics. That's evolution.
No. What I just said, would that qualify as Lamarckism?
No, I would qualify that as evolution.
Why would it not qualify? How would it be evolution?
Can I ask
natural
a
selection?
question?
Where's the random mutation in natural selection?
It doesn't have to be random selection. Again,
let me ask a clarifying question. So you're saying you've got like two identical twins.
I gotta get a drink.
And you put one of them in a situation that's got to chew more, or whatever it was you were saying specifically. The other one doesn't have to chew as much, right? And then you look at the offspring of those two animals, and the offspring of the animal that had to chew more is born with a bigger jaw. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, that's the example I was giving him because. Okay. Yeah, basically the effort or whatever you want to call it on the behalf of the organism with the new diet or more challenging diet, maybe it's seeds, maybe with birds. Maybe there's a certain gene that gets expressed during life because of a harder seed or a bigger seed, and then that gene expression change can be transferred to offspring.
So the one that did not eat, the one that did not get a bigger jaw, its offspring would have smaller jaws than the other offspring.
Right. I'm just trying to understand what Steve would accept, because then I'll go digging through some things. But if you're not going to accept it, then I'm not going to bother.
Well, again, there's something called neo-Lamarckianism, which I've always told you we accept that evolution incorporates. Okay, because it does pass on things that are acquired. Okay, as in a phenotype that's been changed because of environmental things, and it can be passed on. Hang on, it could be transgenerational, but it usually only lasts like 2 or 3 generations, right? But
and actually, I mean, so you're not inheriting the trait. You're inheriting the genetic
that gives you
variations, right? So the exposure is causing these epigenetic variations, and those are being inherited.
Yes, but the trait is conferred by the genetics.
The second you start talking about that, the second you start talking about epigenetics, you're outside of Lamarckism, right? Because Lamarckism had nothing to do with genetics. If you're talking about genetics, no, wait, hold on. I'll do this by way of analogy. The second you start talking about genetics, you're not talking about Darwinism anymore, because Darwinism did not account for genetics. If you're talking about genetics, you're talking about modern synthesis, right? If you're talking about genetics, you're not talking about Lamarckism, you're talking about neo-Lamarckism. It's just because the original theories did not incorporate genetics.
Right, but he didn't qualify it either, and he didn't rule anything out. He didn't have a mechanism at all, but he was just noting the morphological or phenotypical differences or changes or how different phenotypes get passed down.
The thing is, the theory is what it is, right? So it incorporates the things that were around at the time, and the newer concepts are not part of the original theory, right? They're part of the new theory.
The neo.
So if you want to say neo-Lamarckism, that's a different conversation.
Yeah, but he didn't qualify. I mean, it could have been magic sky monkeys doing it. I mean, he didn't know or say what it was doing it. He was just suggesting that the offspring that the traits got passed down by the parent to the offspring, or required then passed down. So.
Yeah. But I've got another question. I'm just trying to narrow this down. Say, here you have a mother that eats a whole lot and gets big jaws. She has a child. Then that child has a big jaws but eats less. So is the jaw going to shrink because it's not eating like the mother did? I'm just trying to narrow some things down.
Say that again. Sorry.
Okay. So you're talking about something eating a lot more or tougher food. the jaw in that individual gets bigger. So that mother has a child. And the child, supposedly, according to what you're saying, is born with a bigger jaw. Now, if that child is eating a different type of food or something, and not as much, does the jaw shrink?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would say here's the thing. Yes, what you're describing is.
No, I'm talking about mother and a child, not generations. I'm talking about a mother and the child.
Right.
Is there going to be that big of a difference there?
Oh, I don't know how big it is.
No. This is what you're saying. You're saying if this mother ate and got a bigger jaw, her child is going to be born with a bigger jaw. Now, what about the mother of? I mean, what about the grandmother? What was going on there?
I don't understand.
You're making it sound like there is an event, there is a starting point for these changes.
There is. It's the new diet. It's the new diet. Whenever the new diet starts.
But you're saying it's like from mother to the child. There's this big change. Mother to child.
I never said big change.
No, that's what it sounds like you're saying, Tommy.
I never said that. I never qualified any sort of change.
But you need
to there is a change. No, I don't.
You need to qualify these things.
No, I don't.
The time limit.
Because different animals have different capacities.
No, it's very important. That is it mother to child or is it over generations? There's a difference here.
Both. It's like epigenetics, for example, is actually, if someone said 3 generations, but it's actually been pumped up to or raised to 25 or even 50. So they've drastically increased that. So
I'm curious about the flea though. I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem for you guys.
No, okay, that's.
No, I'm just trying to see where you're coming from. That's all.
Tommy, none of these things are problems to anybody in evolution. These are everything you say. You're taking it from a position of that somehow evolutionary theory doesn't incorporate this stuff when it most certainly does. This is not. None of this stuff is ever a problem. You've said something to the effect that you're shoving Lamarckianism down evolutionists' throats. And they're whining about. No, we all accept.
Let me tell you why it's a problem. Let me tell you why it's a problem, Steve.
Wait. Before you do that, where is the evidence that this is a problem? Show us. I want to see a written paper that shows that this somehow invalidates evolutionary modeling.
I didn't say it invalidates. Nothing can invalidate evolutionary theory. It's a problem for the theory because think of the water flea, and I'll just repeat what's happening real quick. The water fleas are engaging with a predator, and the predator induces a defensive spine in the water flea, and then this defensive spine is heritable to future generations. So the original water flea acquires it, then the offspring have it. So the question is, the problem for the evolutionists is this certainly infers. There's a lot of problems, but the one right off the bat is, how did the water flea somehow conjure up this adaptive trait, otherwise which would be an intelligent response to this predator, because the spine is actually serving a specific purpose, and it's helping them defend themselves against this predator. So why weren't an extra set of wings or an extra
morphic resonance dynamic?
Hang on one second.
How did the flea get the ability?
Hang on just a second. There could be a billion traits. How many billions of sites in the DNA that could actually or accidentally mutate or change. So there's billions of possibilities of a specific trait that could have arisen in response to this situation. But the adaptive trait or the helpful trait actually did arise. So that begs the question of, it makes the person ask, how did this water flea happen to conjure up this specific trait at this specific time? And that infers intelligence.
In order to have that, hang on, Javier.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Christopher wanted to say something, and I want him to go down this route. But you have to understand the ability to do so for the water flea is over a period of an evolutionary process. Okay, that magically cannot just produce a phenotypical trait out of nothing. It has to have the genomics to do it originally. Okay, that is as a self-defense mechanism. That's not an assertion. That's a central point in basic biology. Phenotypes are based upon genotypes. Okay, that's the whole thing. Of a phenotype comes from a genomic thing. Phenotype is a phenotypical expression, right? And that's based upon your genome. So if they have the ability to do this,
What do you mean there's no evidence? That's just how it works, Tom. This is like fundamental stuff. But CRISPR, did you want to say something about morphological resonance?
I didn't have anything to say about that. No.
Okay, I thought somebody said something. I didn't know what they were saying. So
yeah, this is my question. Can I ask a question? And I'm posing to everyone because I don't. This topic that you guys are talking about right now, I don't know enough about it to really, really say anything on it, really. But this is my question. Take, for example, cavefish. Those fishes are blind, but they use their other senses to hunt, right, and to feed and to mate, right? If you, say, take a bunch of them out of the caves and you put them in water that are not completely dark, it has some lighting, right? And they keep breeding and breeding, will they eventually gain their sight with their other senses that they use to hunt and communicate? All like what would
I don't know. Those pathways are not. What happened was there's a trade-off. There's always a trade-off in these types of things, right, Odie? So when the fish, the blind cavefish, they lost their sight, but it gave them other abilities, right? Basically, they could use the energy for something else because everything requires an energy. Everything's an energy trade-off.
Yeah.
So when they're losing these things for their eyesight, they're gone, right? I mean, evolution can only work on existing homologies, right? So if there's something that's already been degraded now that the eyesight's not working, right? Evolution can only work with that, right? You can't just magically fix shit. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
So I would just have to say no.
The eyes would not start evolving again. It's like birds. They won't. Whatever condition you try to put birds under, they're not going to grow claws again on their wings. Or so like whales are not going to develop hind legs. They can't. There's nothing there to work with.
Yeah, but if they're in a different environment, right? But the environment is not radically different, as in it's completely bright to where other predators can easily pick them off. Like it's slightly brighter, right? So my question is, after each generation, let's just say the pond kept getting brighter and brighter and brighter, right? Would they eventually? Okay.
No. Because vestigial things change function, right? But generally, I don't know of any vestigial organ or anything else that actually went back to doing what it's really supposed to do. I mean, I don't know how that would even happen.
I'm just asking if there's a possibility that. Huh?
It depends on what made something blind to begin with, right? It depends. Some things can be changed, right? Some things can be fixed per se. Maybe it's small, but for example, the Gulab pseudogene that Tom was advocating that by change of diet could reactivate this thing is completely impossible. It can never be reactivated in nature. Okay, it just will not happen because one, it's missing too many exons, and two, it's not transcribed. Period.
So the cavefishes would essentially just stay as they are, regardless of the change in environment.
Well, no, they're still going to evolve.
Yeah, they would evolve, but they would not get the eyes back.
Yeah, all populations
they would
evolve.
go a different direction.
And Tommy had said something to the effect, well, this affects, populations evolving, and, the theory is that only populations evolve. That's not part of the theory. That's actually just biology, that we've said only populations can evolve. If an individual changes to its environment, we call that acclimation or acclimatization, depending on where you're from. Okay?
Hey, Steve, on the blind cavefish, if they put those back into a lighted cage and their eyes actually started coming back,
it's possible, but I don't know problem.
What would be the implications for what you're suggesting and your theory?
Yeah,
okay, I'm just saying because I've read that it's actually just a series of gene expression changes, that it happens probably pretty quickly, and I'm saying it could probably be reversed.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before. It depends on the type of things that's causing it. Whether it's being a mutational difference, that's a different story, right? If it's just a gene expression, sure, things can change. Yeah, we know there's a lot of regulation going on. We know that gene expression. I mean, that gets complicated. How many things can express genes? I mean, ask CRISPR. It's not an easy field, right?
Yeah, it's like if there was enough quote unquote information left, maybe they would get the eyes back. But if not, it wouldn't happen.
They would.
It depends on what caused it.
Yeah, and that's why asking questions, trying to find out for sure.
If there are physical differences, and I think there pretty well would be in this situation, that there's some physical differences in the eyes. I think it's more than probably just gene expression. I think originally it was gene expression, then over a period of time they have morphologically changed. I could be wrong on that. I'm willing to somebody actually tell me. I don't know.
I wish I could. I need to put a mental sticky note up in my brain to go back and read more into this, because it sounds really, really interesting. And
Tommy just said Darwinism.
Yeah, I know. So this is two mistakes that we make here. No, not even neo. I'm not a neo-Darwinist.
Who in here is a Darwinist?
I'm not a Darwinist or a neo-Darwinist. But the problem we run into is he wants to always conflate things with Darwinism. After he's explained many times, nobody's a Darwinist.
No, it's a short way of saying it. I'm not conflating anything. It's just an easier way to say it.
Well, it's wrong. It's fundamentally
wrong. What do you want me to call you?
You call me
evolutionist? I don't know what to call you.
No, evolutionist is fine. It's a word.
Okay, well.
You can call me by my name.
Dickweed?
No, I'm talking about evolutionists in general in the group.
But see, if any of this was a serious problem, there would be so many scientists studying this. It would be like the most hottest experimental thing out there. There'd be so much money for this shit, right? I mean, think about it. If these things were really problem, oh no, there's not.
Oh, come on.
CRISPR, don't you think that? I mean, you're into research. If any of this was a problem for evolutionary theory, how much money would be poured into this shit like you couldn't even imagine where the research grants would be?
It is.
Well, actually,
I'm telling you.
So people studying epigenetics are getting a decent amount of funding, but there's no real strong evidence to suggest that epigenetics is anything running counter to evolution.
No.
Right?
It's an alternative. It's not
It's
counter.
not an alternative.
Yes, because I'll tell you why. Because the whole cumulative selection thing and the whole the molecular clock thing is all of this stuff was presented as the theory of how animals change, which is allele frequency changes over time. But if you have organisms all over the biosphere changing and adapting and changing morphologically and passing that down to their offspring without even a change in DNA, then all that stuff goes up in smoke.
Okay, look. Here's the thing. So you've got a gene, right? And one allele of that gene is susceptible to epigenetic modification, and the other one's not. Okay, and so the epigenetic modification under certain circumstances is good, and under certain circumstances, right? I'm sorry, the expression of this gene under certain circumstances is good, other circumstances is bad. Epigenetic modification allows it to be turned on or off. But the thing is, you have to have an allele that is sensitive to epigenetic modification.
Sure.
Okay. So what it's selected for is the allele that is sensitive to modification. That is then beneficial in an environment that is variable, right?
But all the organisms are going to have pretty much the same set of alleles within a given population. So that the only thing that's different is the epigenetic modification. It's not a change in the actual alleles.
I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is you were talking about the water fleas. So if you think about population of water fleas, they've got this gene for the spikes, right? And the alleles produce the spikes. Okay, that's fine when you've got a lot of predators. When you don't have a lot of predators, it's not quite so good because now they're wasting energy making these spikes. You get a new allele that is sensitive to epigenetic modification, and now suddenly those animals, when they're around predators, they have spikes. When they're not around predators, they don't have spikes. They do better.
Wait a second. What was this about?
It's like there's a switch switching it off and on.
What is this new allele part? Repeat that.
Right.
So the new allele is the allele that is sensitive to epigenetic modification.
Where does it come? Okay, where does that come from? Was it already in the population? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Well, so originally you would have alleles for spikes and not spikes, right? Because either of those things would be good.
Can you show me where it actually says that in the literature, that there's an allele for spikes and an allele that's not?
Well, so
spikes.
Well, it's kind of common sense at this point.
So the gene that is modified, that is undergoing these epigenetic controls, is a gene for spikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are. All of this is really interesting to talk about, but the issue is the environment is actually triggering this change, which is a purposeful, non-random alteration in which the whole population could change at the same time by the same cues. So that is totally against the whole idea of a lucky individual who happens to generate on a good day a lucky random mutation, and then if that random mutation is adaptive, then it'll spread via descent. That's a totally different picture than what's actually happening.
Because that's not how evolutionary works.
May I? It's kind of a question, kind of an observation. Like, there was something I heard like the genes or whatever are there for both things, both spike and not spike, depending on the circumstances. It's like a switch happens.
Mm-hmm.
The genes for not spike switch off. The genes for the spike switch on. This is inherited by, this is part of their makeup. This is what they are. Mm-hmm. It's inherited in all the entire population, generation to generation to generation. Depending on the circumstances, the genes, just take turns switching off and on depending on the circumstances. It's already there. It doesn't just suddenly pop up.
I mean, no switching takes place.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, and that sounds reasonable.
But see, it doesn't suddenly happen. It doesn't. It's like the parents of the one that has a spike. It's like they don't have anything for the information or genes to make the spike. Suddenly, this one is being chased by something, and it develops a spike. It doesn't happen like that.
You're making that up. They don't have what? All the water fleas are going to be very similarly created and genetically similar, and they're going to have that ability to have this switch flipped by an environmental cue. So that's all that's happening.
The impression I get from you, though, is like it wasn't there, and then all of a sudden it's there.
You're making stuff up.
No, I'm not. That's the way you're coming across.
When you're saying that, what are you saying is there and not there? The spike, or the spine?
The genes have to be present for both the spike being present and not, and depending on what's being expressed, correct?
It's probably multiple. It's probably hundreds of genes, or many anyway.
So. But I mean, the key thing here is when we're talking about evolutionary theory, Tommy, you're not understanding that the epigenetic modifications fall perfectly in line with what evolutionary theory would teach. That you have a change, a modification of the allele called an epiallele, right? And that modification, because it is a modification, no matter how you look at it, if you're talking about something like DNA methylation, there are other things involved, but in this particular case, you have a methylated group, it changes the base, right? I mean, it literally physically changes the base. It's like any other thing, but it doesn't change the base into something completely different like a mutation. It's cytosine, right? But it's methylated cytosine, right?
Yeah, it's not changing the code.
Well, it does change the code.
No, if you can show me any legitimate source who will agree with you that the base code changes with an epigenetic change, I'll believe you. But you keep making this assertion.
It's
but
5-methylcytosine.
You have not presented even one legitimate source who will say that.
Yeah,
so just tomorrow look that up and show me.
CRISPR. Tommy, you've never heard of an epiallele?
No, I just want to see a legitimate source.
CRISPR. Is 5-methylcytosine the different base from cytosine?
Well, it's got a methyl on it, doesn't it?
Okay, so that's the thing. A methyl tag is not a change in the base.
Well, hold on. So are you going to assert methylated cytosine and cytosine are the same?
Right, they're two chemical different things. They just happen to share a similar name, but they're two different chemical things. It's methylated, which means it cannot be the same thing as a cytosine base. It's no different than changing cytosine into uracil or something.
I'm not saying there's no difference. I'm not saying there's no difference. I said the base doesn't change. It doesn't change the base. The letters are the same.
Hold on, Tommy. If what you're saying logically follows, then you're saying methylated cytosine and cytosine are the same.
They're the same base, according to you.
No, what I'm saying is that nobody will say what you're actually saying.
No, nobody.
Show me one legitimate scientist or peer-reviewed paper who says that. I'm begging you.
Well, hold on, Tommy.
No, I don't need to hold on.
No, shut up and listen, because you do not listen.
Hey, don't tell me to shut up. Be nice.
I will tell you to shut up, because you are interrupting me.
I love it when you beg.
Well, hang on, Zay. We have a geneticist here, so why don't we just ask them?
Can I ask a question here? Would you say that that thymidine and thymine and uracil are the same base?
You're asking. No, I don't know. But
Well, I'm just asking you.
I don't know.
Because you could also call thymine 5-methyl uracil.
Yeah, I don't know what you could call what. I'm asking for. I'm not making a position on this. I'm asking for backup for what Steve is saying in the literature. So I'm not even making an argument, and I'll gladly be on board with what Steve is saying if anyone else who's legitimate will say it. So.
Well, I don't know what the argument is. You literally are saying that if you have a methylated group, you're saying it's the same base as cytosine. You're saying that 5-methylcytosine is the same base. If it's not the same base, then the base has been modified. It's changed.
Every source I have ever read on epigenetics says that it happens above the gene, and there's no actual change in the DNA code. Unless you can show me otherwise, Steve, we might as well move on to something else. Cause
what do you think a methylated group is?
What does that matter? I mean, we'll be playing 21 questions. The issue is you can't back up what you're saying.
Yes, I can, very simply by using chemistry. Okay, let's put it this way. Do you agree that if you have two genes, okay, and they're exactly the same, but one gene has methylated groups on it, wherever it is on the loci points, okay? So anywhere on there, there's some groups that are methylated. Do you have the same gene?
I just told you they weren't the same.
Okay,
that's not my point. That's not my point.
Wait, Tommy, hang on a sec. Chill out. You have two genes now that you just said they're exactly the same except for one has been methylated. Now you're saying they're different genes. So what is different between them? The bases have been changed because now the bases are methylated. That is a different base.
No, well, if you can find anybody in the literature show me that, then I'll believe you. I don't even care, but just show me somebody.
Well, I don't know why you
don't care. Why are you trying to make a strong
No, I don't.
case
I honestly don't care.
But
I'd love for you to back it up.
about it?
I mean, you do know there are more than just 4 bases in DNA, right?
Right.
There's more than just T, A, G, and C. You do know that, right?
Hang on, I'm reading. Carry on. Maybe you can find me something while you're
Well,
reading.
hang on. I don't need to find anything. This is like basic stuff.
Yes, you do. No, yes, you do. You need to show me something that's backing up what you're saying.
That you literally want me to show you something that says that 5-methylcytosine is the same as cytosine.
No, I literally want you to show me any legitimate source that'll say that epigenetics changes the base.
It modifies the base.
Changes the base code. Changes the base code. Changes the letters.
Epigenetic
Show me. I just love to see
it. The letter. The letter's still designated by C, but it's designated with a methyl group on that. If you run these types of sequences, it'll show a methylated group. CRISPR knows more about this than I could ever know about it. But there's different ways of doing the genetic sequencing. So it's more expensive to show the methylated groups, but it'll actually show which if it's got a methylization on it. But it's not the same as cytosine. It's a different base. Just like xanthine or hexaxanthine. Those are different bases in there. Uracil's a different base.
Okay, I put a link over here since you're not going to look it up. If you go down...
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. I'm going to jump off.
I gotta
get some sleep. I've learned a lot. Please put this video up so I can finish watching the discussion.
Yeah, no,
thanks for all the info.
I don't delete any video. I mean, we got a geneticist here. We got Callum is a side he's basically got. I think his degree is in sociology or neurology. I can't remember. But I mean, Kalamir Shaktide, you've got a very good handle on this situation. And CRISPR,
right.
You're a geneticist. Would you say that 5-methylcytosine and cytosine are two different things chemically? Therefore, the base has been modified. Anybody?
Let me help him out. I'll just read what I put over on the side. It says, the epi in epigenetics is derived from the Greek word meaning above or over. Epigenetics is defined as the study of the process that alters gene activity without changing the DNA sequence.
Correct. It doesn't change the sequence. I never said.
That's what I've been arguing the whole time, Steve.
No, but do you understand the difference between the sequence is how we're looking just at the nucleobases. Okay, we're saying this is a cytosine base, but it's been methylated. It's a different chemical structure, okay? But the sequence is still the same. The sequence has never changed.
That's what I just. That's what we've been arguing.
Hang on. It doesn't take the C out and move it somewhere else, right? It doesn't cause an insertion or deletion.
Right.
Okay, so the sequence is the same when it comes to that.
That's what I've been saying.
I don't think it has.
Yes, it has. Go back and watch
All
the
right,
video.
Tommy. I'll see you later.
All right, we'll see you, Hodian.
All right, bye, Isaiah and CRISPR Heavy.
Good night.
All right, see you.
Yeah, thank you, Odin. I mean, all I'm saying is that this whole thing on epigenetics is nothing contrary to evolution, because evolution is, quote, a change of frequency of a change of allelic frequency in a population of species from a generation to generation over time. That is what we've always defined it as. Now, if you have a change in the allele frequency by modification, right? The gene has been modified, is now a different allele that gets passed on. It's heritable, and it gets passed on to the population. That is evolution. Whether it's methylated, whether it's because there's a mutation, whatever changes that allele, right? That is evolution, because the allele now has been changed. There's a different frequency, because you just said if you have two genes and one has methylation and the other one doesn't, right? They are not the same allele. So therefore, passing them both on will change the allelic frequency. Where am I going wrong on this, anybody?
Well, because the evolutionists have always said that evolution cannot happen without a change in DNA. So
it does change the DNA. That's why it's called DNA modification.
It does not change the base code. So it does not change the sequence, which you just admitted.
Changing the base code is not the same thing as the same as changing the sequence. The sequence is that it's still having the way it was before. There's no insertion or deletion, right? What I'm saying is, it's called DNA modification for a reason, Tommy. The base code has been changed. That nucleotide base has been methylated, right? It has a CH3 group added onto it. That means that it's no longer the same chemically. Hey, let me get these people in here. Mike wants to join.
Let me read something from Douglas Futima.
Oh God, I'm so tired of you reading things when you're not understanding.
Biologist. Let me just read. It's very pertinent. Very famous biologist and author, bench scientist, biologist. He says there can be no evolution. I'm sorry, there cannot be evolution without genetic variation in the first place. So there must be mutation, and often recombination to generate the genotypes or the different versions of genes known as alleles, which then may or may not make a difference in, may or may not make a difference in the ability of the organism to survive and reproduce. You cannot have any evolutionary change, whatever, without mutation and perhaps recombination giving rise to genetic variation.
That's nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, there requires a change in the DNA,
yes,
the actual sequence.
No, okay, I'm explaining. Yeah, CRISPR, you missed something. Let me explain this once again for you, Tommy, because you're missing this whole point hugely, okay? If the DNA has been modified, DNA modification, such that a base has been methylated, okay? That means it has a CH3 group attached to it. It has been chemically changed. It is no longer the same allele. It is epithelial, okay? It is physically changed that DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that can be passed on. And if it's passed on, a change of allelic frequency is defined as evolution. I don't know why you're having such a conceptually hard time with this.
Well,
can anybody else try to explain it differently than me? Because I've explained this to Rumpus, who's a physicist, and he finally got it. And I just can't seem to get Tommy to understand that a DNA modification, a methylation. And Tommy, I don't want to get into things like histone acetylation and deacetylation with you, because that is something else that we would have to address as far as epigenetic inheritance. You know, and there's a lot of things to gene expression than just freaking this stuck-on thing that you have with epigenetics, okay?
I'm not stuck on it.
I don't. Well, you kind of are, because you keep on saying it's a problem to evolutionary theory when it's not at all.
You know,
CRISPR, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to say
I can tell you many reasons, but I don't think you'll let me speak for too long.
I will in a second. Let Chris. But again, we've been through this route so many times with you. You don't want to go actually. You keep on quoting this quote stuff, but you don't want to go learn the actual material.
Well, you don't listen to me, Steve. You don't listen to me, Steve. So that's why I quote others.
But when will you go? Have you ever opened a biology book and just read from a biology book?
Have you ever gone out and actually found something that backs up what you're saying and actually presented it as evidence, as opposed to making up your own rules as you go?
Everything I say is validatable, and I'm tired of giving you evidence.
Show me one link.
Let me finish. You don't look at evidence, you don't look at links, and you don't care enough to do it. You will not do your own research. If I was wrong, everybody in this community that knows about science would be fucking all over my ass right now. Okay, if I'm wrong on anything, oh bullshit, they won't. They will correct me just like they would anybody else. Okay. So I mean, I don't have to prove anything to you to demonstrate. This is the whole thing about claims. I've given enough evidence to a lifetime of this stuff, and I'm just repeating myself ad nauseum because you guys are too goddamn lazy to go fucking get an education and learn about some of this stuff and study these things from an actual textbook. And you rather quote mine, Tommy, and I don't get it. I really don't.
You're just blabbering, Steve. Let me help you out. Why evolution epigenetics screws up evolution.
Oh my God! You see what I'm saying?
Okay, remember when we're talking about letting people talk? And you made the claim that you try to let people talk, so I'm being calm. So just chill out. Let me explain why epigenetics destroys
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so let's just go to just the example of the water flea. You know, it generates a new physical feature, passes it on to the offspring. If the evolutionists saw this happen in the fossil record...
just hold on a second. What does it pass on to the offspring?
Okay, so
it passes the modification of its genetics.
Yes, the offspring ends up because of the interaction with the environment. The parent organism somehow conjures up this defensive spine, and then whatever it is passes on the information to the offspring. So the offspring has it, passes on the genetic variant, whatever it is. Somehow the offspring come up with the same defensive spine.
Yeah.
So the point is, so if you have, and that's just an example, if that happens all over nature, essentially you've got populations. If the same environmental cue or threat is there, then all the members of the population change at the same time. Evolutionists, when they notice a change in the fossil record, they a priori insert large amounts of time into the fossil record because they assume that it would take a long time for a random variant to arise by chance and then spread through selection. So they kind of add time, and they have done that all throughout the layers of geology. Whenever there's a change, they artificially put all this time in, and in reality, epigenetics, among other things, will shrink that time that organisms actually change. It happened with cichlid fish and finches. Evolutionists have just had this habit of, well, they have to because of their theory. Their theory requires that biological changes need lots and lots of time, but in reality, they actually don't. Thank you.
So are you saying radiometric dating has nothing to do with?
Yeah. How do you explain saltation? How do you explain saltation, Tommy, real quick? Why do you think it requires large amount of times when we have saltation? Which does
really.
That's okay. Well,
I'd rather hit the genetics here. So.
Yeah, but anyways,
the theory is cumulative selection. So well, I'm a saltationist. So.
Yeah, well, saltation does exist in some instances. So does anagenesis, which most people don't realize. It's not just cladiogenesis. There are instances of anagenesis as well. So, I mean, there are examples of things that are anomalies in evolutionary theory, which can be incorporated. It's not like this stuff is like disproves this stuff. It's just additional things that we have taken into account because we find exceptions in certain types of instances. But anyways, go ahead, Christopher.
Yeah. So you've got a gene that is sensitive to modification, epigenetic modification. You've got an environmental factor that causes either methylation or demethylation of the cytosines, okay, on that gene. Now this is in response to specific regulation of various enzymes, and that's what's going to cause the change in the phenotype. Now the thing is that when one strand, right, when one strand has it, what happens, or not one strand, when one chromosome has it, there's a tendency that the other one gets methylated the same way. That tends to allow it to pass on, because otherwise you sort of lose the thing. So that's how you get to the offspring, right? So now the parent gets the modification through exposure to the factor in the environment, which changes expression of genes that modify the genome, which is then passed on, right? The offspring inherit the modified, the modification, okay, and they express the same difference. So that's what's happening there. Now, the important thing is that this gene needs to already be sensitive to the environmental modifications. And how it becomes sensitive to the environmental modifications is, of course, that it has to have the various regions that are sensitive to these things. And those can come about and be selected for. Now that I think is the point.
Mutation? You got any mutations for that? You got a mutation for that.
Does everybody know who Hexapod is?
Here's the other thing. What you guys are forgetting is this is all consciousness based. So somehow the organism, the water flea in this case, is sensing the predator. You can shake your head all you want. This
I certainly will.
You can shake your head all you want.
So you've got transcription. You've got transcription.
This is what this boils down to. Is not materialism.
You've got transcription factors that recognize chemical cues. Okay.
What is there strings that go in there, or how does that work? How do they recognize chemical cues on the outside? How do genes recognize chemical cues on the outside?
Make it to the inside.
How? Consciousness. I can tell you it's an interaction with the environment. Consciousness is the king. Your materialism is the slave.
And you've got documentation for this?
Chemicals are the slave to the consciousness.
So if I think hard enough, I can grow me some damn wings, right?
I didn't say that. I didn't say all things are possible.
That's where it's going. That's what you're saying. That is what you're saying. Consciousness can make...
I didn't say all things are possible.
If you think hard enough, we'll reactivate the gulo gene.
Well, I mean, we're going down the woo-woo path. We're going to the batshit crazy right now, and that's...
you're saying that conscious mind can alter the body. So my conscious mind should be able to alter my body significantly.
I didn't say that. You made that up.
That is what you're saying. See,
ever heard of the placebo effect?
Isn't that what he's saying?
You can cure yourself just by thought.
No.
Yes.
No.
Just by belief. Just by belief in a sugar pill. You know, drug companies have to test against this. It's a real thing.
Wait, stop. We're going troll.
Consciousness, brother.
Tommy's trolling now.
I'm not trolling.
But dude, you're going into La La Land. It has nothing to do with what we're just talking about. Okay, you know.
Wait a second.
Chemistry
you have water fleas that encounter a predator.
And
there's a stress response, and then that stress response, there's a whole cascade of downhill signals and stuff that sort of find their way to the cells. Cells can be re-expressed based on this stress response.
Due to upregulation and downregulation.
These cells can, like I say, be re-expressed and passed on to the next generation.
Tommy, do you know what upregulation and downregulation is?
No, what I'm saying is absolutely the truth.
I'm telling you, Tommy, go take a fucking biology course, man. I'm trying to help you out here. Drag is too.
What is the point?
Because you understand these things. What you're doing is basically saying you have such a rudimentary, poor understanding of things that you're saying...
What if I said that's incorrect?
Everything you've said ever been in biology is pretty much wrong for the most part. I mean, Tommy, come on. You don't even know what a methyl group is, and you're trying to talk about epigenetics. Do you understand that there's a problem on your knowledge base?
No, because I can look at the effects, and I can read the paper of how that an epigenetic effect happened, that a specific trait was formed. I don't have to know jack about how it happens molecularly, Steve.
Yeah, you kind of do.
No, I don't. All I need to do is see the effect. That it happens.
Well, wait.
Test it, and then there it is.
Wait, you said that somehow the transcription factors recognize these chemical signals, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, well, okay, I'm sorry. I said that the transcription factors recognize these chemical signals, and you said, well, how do they get in there? Right, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the way that they get in there is through a pathway of molecular interactions, right? So if you don't understand the way those molecular interactions work,
explain that to me. You just accused me. No. You just accused me of not understanding. So please explain that to me. Start from the
Actually, I was referencing
start inside the brain.
I was actually referencing something that you had said, which is that you don't need to understand it.
No, I don't. I just need to know that it happens, not how it happens.
Well,
because knowing or not how it happens does not affect that it happens, correct? So I don't have to know how something happens in order, and if I do or don't understand how it happens, that has no effect on that it happens. So if I know that something happens, like such as DNA, such as the water fleas,
I'm going to quote you on
are
that
in
someday.
fact generating new spines epigenetically, I don't need to know how it happens because it just is. Right?
Well, right, but the question is it due to consciousness or is it due to chemical pathways?
I could make that argument.
Right, but if you understand the chemical pathways, then you understand why it's not due to consciousness, right?
There you go.
What is your evidence that molecular pathways are not tied into the system of life, the system of cells, the system of consciousness, of awareness, of all that stuff? Because it's been shown that gene expression changes can happen within 3 seconds of a certain emotion, such as loneliness or guilt or depression, can change the expression of genes very, very quickly.
Like the gene for eye color or hair color?
No, it's a gene expression. That eye color would be mutation.
Genes.
No,
Which
no,
genes?
no. That is, Tommy, can you give us examples of gene expression? When you say gene expression, what do you mean by it?
Well, I mean, you don't have a.
Well, I'm just asking.
Are you saying that when I feel sad, my level of expression in my liver for HMG-CoA reductase goes down, or what? I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah, what is being changed? What is being expressed, and how is it doing?
Give specifics.
First of all, are you guys going to deny what I just said, that genes can be re-expressed in as little as 3 seconds based on certain emotions, based on psychology?
No, because I'm sure you can have microRNA that can actually change that.
If you guys out there watching, look up the psychobiology of gene expression.
Yeah, no, we didn't say otherwise. I mean,
It's called early immediate.
You're talking about the genes in the brain that control response to emotions, right?
No, I'm talking about how emotions change the gene expression in the cells throughout your body.
Well, again, I don't know if you're using the term the same way that the rest of us are. I think that's why we're having a disconnect. There are different ways genes can be expressed, Tommy. Okay, and there's different ways there could be regulatory functions to prevent gene expression. Okay, and some of them are like I'm trying to remember them. I think a microRNA, there's different types of short RNAs that can actually do it. There's so many different ones of them, but there's other ones that can control if the gene is going to be transcribed or not. Obviously, the amount of degree of how winding around the histone, how tight it is, because of histone acetylation, deacetylation. There's a lot of things that affect gene expression.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which ones happen that quickly. Okay, I don't know of any that do, but I'm not going to say that's completely impossible. But when your gene is being expressed, it's not going to change your phenotype, like your eye color, right? It doesn't work that way. It's going to change what kind of proteins are being produced.
If you're a squid and you're on the bottom of the ocean and you're swimming across the sand and then you suddenly encounter a new environment, something happens, flip of the switch, and his skin, whatever you call a squid, I don't know if it's scales or skin, whatever it is, can change colors pigmentation-wise very rapidly. So something's changing.
Those are what are they called? Chemoblasts? Oh my God, I don't remember. Isaiah, you know.
That's not the same thing as what you're talking about.
That's a totally different mechanism.
I didn't say it was the same thing. I'm just saying something is triggered. Something's triggering.
You throw these things out there.
I'm just saying there's something that's triggered. Okay.
You keep moving the goalposts.
Well, Tommy, you get this. Tommy, you get this.
I can't finish my sentence.
Well, we'll let you finish your sentence in a second. But you get this from Nephilim Free. When Nephilim Free starts bringing up shit like,
he's never.
Yes, he has. He talks about cuttlefish. I've listened to his hangouts. He talks about cuttlefish changing due to their environment and doesn't understand that there's a couple chemicals in there. There's a couple. God damn it. Oh my God. Somebody look it up. But they're a type of chemical that shows a pigmentation. They're pigmentation chemicals, and they're in these pigmentations.
Chromatophore.
Chromatophore. Thank you. God, I couldn't think of the damn term. Fuck. I was thinking colors, right? I couldn't think of what it was. Chromatophore. So. See, I don't ever go fucking Google this shit, right? I'm laying back on my.
Well, I haven't heard his explanation, so.
But anyways, that has nothing to do with gene expression, man. So when you say gene expression, can you tell us what you mean by it? Because I really don't think I know what you mean by it.
Okay, well, all I can say is that yes, there's no actual change in the sequence, but there's a variety of things that can change gene expression.
Which is what?
I don't. Well,
what is gene expression, Tommy? I don't know how you're meaning it.
I don't know how to describe it.
Okay, when the gene expression, When the gene expression changes, what happens? What? Let's go to the next step. What happens after that?
Well, no, I want to know what gene expression is. If he's not talking about the same thing.
I don't know how to look. Like within the human body, you have various organs, like a kidney and liver, and they all have the same basic set, the same genome, but they have the same genes. But the genes are somehow manifested in a way that they are expressed in different forms. And so, a liver is expressed differently than a kidney with the same genes. I don't know exactly how to describe it.
Well, cell differentiation, right? That's a type of expression, right?
Right. It happens during development. Yeah.
Okay. And later on, I mean, obviously, cells cells have to be differentiated. We've explained to you Hox genes, right? And those have to be expressed differently to put body parts in the right places, right? So you don't have brain in your ass, right? In the heart location. So those are expressions. But when we're saying gene expression, I just really don't think you're using it the way we mean it is, okay? And all it really means is how much, and Callie may just put it inside here, how much transcription is going on? Is it highly expressed? Is there a high transcription going on? Is there low transcription? Is there a lot of protein being produced from this thing? Is there little protein? That's a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah, this change in gene expression, what happens after that? Let's say this happens. What does it cause to happen physiologically in the body? What changes are made? You've got to have some examples.
Well, I mean, it would be depending on what the act.
Don't
say no. It would depend on
what examples do you have? Specific examples.
This is not controversial. You have all kinds of different things that can happen by changes in gene expression. Okay, for example, you can have birds, for example, that when they are in and around predators, their offspring actually come out with smaller wings, and which helps them to escape predators better. This is a paper I can show you, and actually this is chalked up to gene expression. There's no mutations
what does that
involved.
got to do with evolution? Yes,
he's asking me for an example. He's asking me for an example of gene expression. The point is, you can have an environmental cue act on the mother, which then gets passed down to the offspring. The genes are not changed sequence-wise, but they are re-expressed, and different morphologies can result. So I can give you several papers if you're wanting examples. It's not even controversial. I don't know why you're asking.
I don't know why. Nobody says it is controversial.
Why do you keep bringing this stuff
up? Right. Bingo. It's not controversial. Then why
you're asking me.
Then why are you saying this stuff has anything to do with being against evolutionary theory?
Yeah, because if I understand right, epigenetics explains a lot of this, and it's part of the evolutionary process.
Okay, Steve, so let's get to your evolutionary theory. Can you give me an example, your best example, in multicellular organisms of mutation, random mutation, natural selection, adapting a population genetically? I'd like to see this evolution.
Every birth has ever happened since the beginning of
random mutation. I want to see this two-step operation in action, scientifically proven by way of controlled experiment.
You know why it's a two-step operation, Tommy?
Because there's random mutation, natural selection.
That's not the two steps. No, that's not why they call it a two-step process. It's called a two-step process because the mutation has to change a pathway. Okay? It has to change something in the biological pathways to produce something like a different protein or a different amino acid in the protein. See, this is what I'm getting at. You keep throwing out this shit, and I'm not. Yes, it is.
Selection is a two-step mechanism, Steve. I don't know what you're even talking about.
And I'm telling you why it is a two-step mechanism.
I don't care why. It is. So I'm asking you a question, Steve. Give me your best example of this in the literature.
How do you understand the answer, Tommy?
No, give me your best example in the literature of the neo-Darwinian, a.k.a. evolution.
I'm not a neo-Darwinist.
The teleonomic mechanism, Steve, that says that everything got here by way of cumulative mutation plus selection.
I don't believe that.
Best example.
I don't believe that. Why would I give you an example of that? That's bullshit.
Wow.
Okay, so let me read you something.
Add about 20 more things to that.
Okay, let me read you something from.
You keep piling things on
why don't you just go to school and learn this stuff?
No. Steve, we're gonna.
When I'm asking you, wait, no, you throw out a question, right? You throw out a question. When I throw it back at you, like, what do you mean by a two-step process? And I'm telling you how this stuff actually works. Right?
No.
From a labor
okay, that's garbage. Let me read something from Frank Carroll. He wrote a book.
Wait. I don't want to care about what he said.
Notice Steve is avoiding the science. I'm begging you, Steve, for science. I'm begging you for the science.
I'm giving you the science. I asked you.
No. I want an organism, an example of an organism that has evolved, and I
All
want
of them.
scientific proof. I want a controlled experiment. I want your best example of evolution. I want to read this from Frank Harold. He wrote a book called The Way of the Cell, and this is passed on by Mike Behe, a video. He said we should reject, as a matter of principle, the substitution of intelligent design for the dialogue of chance and necessity, but we must concede that there are presently no detailed Darwinian accounts of the evolution of any biochemical system, only a variety of wishful speculations. So that's a huge statement, but the point is he's looking to chance and necessity. Have you heard of that, Steve? You know what that means?
Absolutely.
That means chance, mutation
Why
plus
don't you talk
natural
about
selection.
evolution?
I'm talking. He said, look. He's just explaining.
He's just talking about Darwinism, Tommy.
He says nothing can. Basically, he's saying ID nor anything else can substitute for chance and necessity.
Detailed Darwinian accounts of evolution. I don't give a shit
Right.
about Darwinism. I don't give a shit about neo-Darwinism. I'm not a neo-Darwinist either.
Then give me what he says at the end here. Give me any account of the evolution of any biochemical system.
Because
And no wishful speculations.
Okay, first of all, that's not evolutionary biology.
You just changed your question.
That's two different things.
Yeah.
He wouldn't answer the first question.
He
Give me
keeps piling things on top of one
Tommy,
another.
this is what I'm saying. You have so many fundamental misunderstandings.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not misunderstanding anything, Steve.
We are talking about evolutionary biology, not molecular biology. Do you understand there's a difference there?
Steve, this is going to be replayed later, so you better get to it. I want your best detailed account of any biochemical system, any trait, anything in the biosphere, by way of Darwinian account or any other account you can imagine, of something coming evolving into existence.
Well, again,
Such as a new gene.
Yeah, you're talking about de novo genes? You want to de novo genes?
I'm talking about the traits, physiological characteristics.
Traits are based upon genome.
Okay, now you've moved the goalpost. You see, this is why it's hard to answer your question. Hold on. Because when you ask one question, when we try to clarify, you move it. You move the goalpost. That is the problem.
I'm asking for physiology, how it got here. Please name your best example.
Well, I just did.
What body part can you show me?
Body parts don't work. Again, you're asking Steve. Prove what 1 + 1 = 10. You have such fundamentally wrong questions.
You have
That's
to
the
account for
problem.
how things got here, Steve. All the physiology in the biosphere you have to account for.
And we can do that. Do you know how long it takes us to
give me your
understand
best
molecular
example,
pathways? Wait, Tommy. It took me fucking forever just to learn the goddamn Krebs cycle, okay, and glycolysis. I had a hard enough time with that. I couldn't even imagine all the other metabolic pathways that CRISPR and them would have to ever memorize. They're difficult, and you're expecting it in a 2-second thing. Now, if you want a video on this where you have a collaboration, I'm sure a lot of people could do this, but you would never understand it.
You know what I do understand is that there's all kinds of scientific explanations for all kinds of things in the lab that bacteria do, that there's all kinds of pigmentation changes and other things associated with mutations. They've documented this stuff over and over and over. There's tons of them, but there's no documented cases of anything in the way of physiology, new physiology coming into existence by any naturalistic mechanism, and you haven't explained.
You know why? Because
show
that
me
would
otherwise.
invalidate evolution, Tommy.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, you'd have to understand, right, Tommy, that evolution is based upon the principle that you have an existing homology that it can be built upon, okay? You cannot have this magical body part being created out of nothing from a mutation. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, sure. So science can show that deletions happen, that sickness happens, that broken stuff happens in the lab, and that color changes happen, that other very small things happen, but they can't show that anything actually gets added in the way of physiology.
Hold on, Tommy. According to evolution, where did tetrapod limbs come from?
Your imagination? I don't know.
So I mean,
we started with a spike on sea to all of life on Earth. Wow.
No fucking around. I asked you a serious question.
Go ahead. You guys take it. I got to be quiet.
Notice that Tommy's avoiding answering the science.
Well, yeah, we've asked Tommy the science, and Tommy wants to move the goalpost and talk about these nonsensical things.
Consistently. Every time. No. By the way, Tommy was given a paper a while back that showed that, I believe it was lizards here in Florida, were growing and adapting, and their toes were changing so they could survive higher in trees, and he said, oh, that's not evolution, fuck that.
Yeah, it's no mutation. Show me the mutation reference, please. Paper.
Yeah, he doesn't.
The paper was already given to you, fuckhead.
No, it wasn't. Show us right here. Bring it on. Show me the paper.
It was the University of Texas A&M study. It was linked to you. I know.
Show me the paper. Show me the paper and quote the reference on
you were given this months ago. Fuck you.
No, show me the gene. Show me the gene that mutated. What was that name? That gene's name.
I'm talking about.
You're gonna lose.
Yeah, you're gonna lose too, because all you can do is quote mine people and be a dick.
You don't have any evidence.
Well, again.
There's plenty of evidence. You've been presented it. You just keep avoiding it. Every time you've asked for a scientific paper, you don't read it.
Bring the scientific paper here right now. Bring it here right now and show me what gene mutated.
Tommy, do you understand that one mutation doesn't change things like that? It doesn't work like that. It never has.
He says it did.
Well, there can be. Well, there was. There are some examples. I've given you these.
I said there was a physical change. I didn't say it was one mutation.
Oh, so it's multiple.
I never asserted that.
I'd love to see that. Which genes mutated? If you're going to bring something to the table, you better have some details.
Yeah,
okay, we're still waiting on details
like
from
3 months ago, and it's not fresh in my mind because I read it 3 months ago.
This is why it's easy to be a creationist.
Tommy, did I give you the example of a bud mutation for the Valencia orange and navel orange?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
There you go. It's a
bud mutation.
It's a clone. It's a duplication is what it is.
Well, no, it's not. It's a bud mutation, right? That produces.
It's a clone. It's the exact same DNA.
No.
It's a clone.
Hold on. So a duplicate producing a morphological trait.
Yeah.
You will not accept that. You won't accept that.
No, a duplication is pre-existing. If I duplicate a gene or a physiological trait, that's pre-existing information.
So are you going to assert duplications can't affect the organism, or is that?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so then what's your argument? Why wouldn't you allow duplications in your?
Well, if they added, like Dawkins was talking about the eye in his Blind Watchmaker book, and he said certain over thousands, millions of years, you had small accumulations of new eye parts that pop into existence by mutation, sort of fairy tale sort of thing.
They don't pop.
But if a duplication did it somehow, then I would accept that. If it added a new feature that wasn't there before, I would accept that.
They don't pop into existence.
Yeah. Tommy, what you're asking for just doesn't exist.
Right.
What you're asking for is not evolutionary theory.
Right. No one knows what he's asking for.
How did body parts get here then?
Well,
I asked you that question earlier. According to evolutionary theory, where did tetrapod limbs come from?
Probably from mutation, from prior organisms.
No, that's not the mechanism. Where did they come from?
I don't know. When you're asking for a specific organism?
Yes, I was.
I don't know. I don't.
You're asking us for specifics.
What I'm getting at was they came from a prior homology.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't pop out of nowhere.
Right.
Do you understand that, or is it going past your head?
Well, I mean, you go back to infinite regress, fine, but like something like the eye did have to. If you have a pupil and a lens and all kinds of other eye parts that weren't there at some point in the past, you do have to have something that actually adds something new in the way of novelty.
Oh my God!
There has to be innovations over time, Steve, from a bacteria.
Okay, hang on. Just what you just said. You said innovations over time. The eye evolved gradually over time. It didn't just go.
I didn't say that the whole eyeball popped into existence, but parts of it, according to theory, along with their random mutations that came into existence, are tied to eye parts that come into existence, supposedly.
Yeah, this is insanity that Tommy is still, after all this time, this fucking clueless. I don't know what else to go with it.
Well, it's not like he hasn't had this explained to him before, because they were explaining to him 6 months ago, and he still doesn't fucking get it.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy, literally, I'm not trying to diss you, dude, but I'm seriously.
I'm asking for your evidence, seriously. I'm asking for your evidence. This is not about me.
Tommy, listen to me very carefully. You don't know enough to even ask the right questions. Your questions are so malformed and so ridiculous that you're basically, again, asking somebody to say 1 + 1 = 2.
No, then you tell me how body parts got here, and then I'll listen, and then you can explain it to everybody, and then give us an example.
Okay, do you understand what an homology is?
No, I'll just listen to you. Go ahead.
Do you know what homologies are?
Now just explain it
Okay, I'm done because you don't even know the basics. I will listen to Isaiah.
Yes, they are similarities. They're similarities, Steve. What's your point?
No, because analogs are similarity too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they are similarities.
No, because analogs can be similarities too.
So what? They are similarities.
No, because when you're saying homologies are similarities, you're wrong, because analogs can be similarities too.
So because something else could be a similar, that discounts what I said.
Yes, because analogs and homologs are opposite. They're both similarities, but they're not the same thing.
Okay, so what's the point, Steve? What's your explanation for how things got here? Talking physiology.
I'm just going to let us.
I'm actually not seeing why you don't allow duplication. Are you aware, percentage-wise, how many human genes are due to duplication?
No, I'm not.
38%. 38%, rough estimate. Around 38%. So it seems like a large portion of human evolution at the genetic level is due to gene duplication. So I'm not seeing why you wouldn't accept that.
Well, what sort of physical additions to those gene duplications, or as I said before,
I can actually find you one on.
You need an innovation.
Hold on. I can actually find you one on. I can't recall the gene. It was really long. Had a really long name, a bunch of numbers and letters. Which can be linked to our increase in brain size. I'll have to find that.
Yeah, I need to ask Vincent something real quick. Hey, Vincent. If he's there.
Yeah. Go.
What was that about the Texas study? Was it frogs, lizards, what?
It was lizards. It was a species of, I believe, anoles, and there was a certain bloodline that ended up with toes that were longer, like center toes that were longer, so they could climb higher in trees.
Was it in Florida?
It was in Florida. It was from 2015, October, I believe.
Well, October 23, 2014, toe pad measurements were taken of the expanded scales at the end of the longest toe. Is that it?
That'd be it.
All right, hang on a second. Now I get the.
I bet you money it was plasticity. Bet you money.
I bet are you wrong?
No, it probably was a gene mutation, but. By the way, Isaiah, what you're talking about, that gene...
There's your linky poo.
Okay.
You want to read it?
I'll read it.
No, if that's the one that Kevin was talking... I mean, I keep calling him Kevin.
This isn't about the Italian wall lizard, is it? The cecal valve?
I don't know. I was just trying to find what they were talking about.
I'm opening it right now.
My computer's real slow, so somebody... Oh, there it goes.
Well, or it could be something for later.
Mine's slower.
Not even a mention of mutation here. That's why I dismissed it. It's easy to dismiss. Show me the paper.
Yeah, I've read this before. What about it?
See, I don't know if that's what Kevin was if that's what Kevin was talking about. I keep calling him Kevin, dang it.
That's definitely a similar one. Vincent. And the paper was linked originally. I'd have to find another link to it.
Yeah.
But it was actually linked by somebody else. I think it was Drag.
Yeah. So what's the problem? What's the question?
He was cursing at me earlier for not accepting it as an example of evolution by way of mutation selection, and there's no mutation.
No, evolution is a change of alleles, okay? Will you get that through your damn head, Tommy?
We were talking about... the challenge I made to him on the Hangout probably was show me an example of mutation selection that generates something new like that.
Well,
and so we're having our own discussion, Steve. So I'm not saying your position is that only mutation selection is involved in evolution, but we were having this discussion between me and this guy. So he didn't present what he said he did, and then he cussed me out along with it. So
I didn't present this to begin with. It was presented to you by someone else. I believe it was Dragnot. And it was exactly what you had asked for, because you had asked for them to show you a new physical feature.
Yeah, that would be something you have to get with
the toe being extended like that is a new physical feature. And then
wait a second.
Move the fucking goalpost.
My argument is not that new features don't come into existence or that existing features can't be modified. So I would have never said what you just said. Ever.
Tommy, let me ask you this. I gave you the example of the Valencia orange and the navel orange, and you just summarily dismissed it. how did that thing come in? How did that novel feature, that new feature that wasn't there before, how did that come into existence according to evolution? If it wasn't for
first of all, in the navel orange you have that hole there, and inside the hole you have a clone of another orange, is what they're saying. And so there is no new feature. It's just there's nothing new added.
Wait, did it exist prior?
There's a clone, Steve.
Doesn't matter.
It's a duplication of what was already there. That's the whole point, Steve.
Tommy, stop. You asked for a change in morphology.
Nope.
Wait, you did too.
No, I didn't.
Get
it right, Steve. I asked for an addition, physiological addition, new. New is the pertinent word. New addition.
Did the older ones have this feature? No, they did not.
No, but there's nothing new. It's a clone, Steve.
Tommy. Remember
I word things like I do for a reason.
Remember what we said to you. Existing homologies. It has to build upon what it actually has, right? It can be nothing de novo as far as making this whole new thing out of nothing. It doesn't work that way, which we have tried to explain to you before. Do you get
have a hole and a duplication or a clone of what was already there, Steve. There's nothing new.
Tommy,
do you have anything else? If this was actually legitimate, Steve, there would be millions and millions of examples. Just like there's tons of examples of pigmentation and eye color changes and reproductive timing changes and antibiotic resistance, all this myriad of stuff that can be shown. If it could actually be shown that evolution, or whatever you think it is or whatever you think causes it, actually does add, it would be ubiquitous everywhere. It doesn't happen. It's a fairy tale, and that's why it's easy to be a creationist.
Tommy,
I can be a dunce, total dunce, but I've got the truth on my side. There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Well, Tommy, let's put it this way: it doesn't matter what you think you have. You have a handful of people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's in an echo chamber. The reason being why we call the Clown Car Posse, because you guys say the dumbest fucking things and think you guys are brilliant. And I don't understand how you could actually, in your own mind, think that you.
I don't think I'm brilliant. I just think I know enough about this to know the truth.
You don't. You don't, Tommy. You actually don't.
You can't. Look, I've got my evidence. I've shown it over and over and over in this thread. I could show you tons more of examples of the inheritance of acquired characteristics, environmentally stimulated traits that get passed on. You can't show me nothing of your theory that actually happens. I've got my evidence. It's probably most certainly caused by a conscious interaction with the environment. And you guys can't show anything by way of chance and necessity, like I was reading a second ago. Anyway, I got to go.
Yeah, we can't show you things that would falsify evolutionary theory. That's correct. Because Tommy, what you asked for is completely retarded.
Okay. I mean, thanks for having me on.
No problem, man.
All right.
But
y'all come back now. You hear?
I'm at a loss how somebody could be this fucking ridiculously have so many misconceptions after being so. In these conversations, and still not even get the basics. I don't get it.
I'm sorry, I was a little harsh there.
No,
but I'm just tired of him being fucking dishonest, and I've had it. When I sit out there and I'm listening to him say the same thing he said for fucking a year and a half since I fucking first started on the scene.
May I say something?
Sure.
Sorry, I'm new here and you don't know me. But I've been watching a lot of hangouts between the creationists and the evolutionists, and there is really no progression going on.
No, there's not.
No.
And I don't think you can't blame only the creationists in this, because it's on both sides that people tend to just aggressively throw around exactly the same kind of arguments without sort of finding some kind of way forward in the discussion.
We've tried, Hexapod. We've tried. This has been an ongoing thing for a very long time, and you got to remember that these people have just shown their just depths of dishonesty. If they really wanted to learn this stuff, they could go do it. It all boils down to this basic premise that if they're going to try to falsify something, they better have an understanding of it, and they don't.
Well, I agree. I'm on your side in that. I mean, I'm an evolutionist myself, but when these guys ask for certain things, that's often not what they get. And people try to give them something else, and it happens over and over again, and it gives them a reason to sort of blame the evolutionists for presenting just nonsense.
Why don't I don't give them anything anymore? Period. Because what they ask for, we give them the closest approximation because we know what they're asking for is nonsensical, right? So we're at least giving them something where they can at least get some leg up on it, some understanding, but they just don't want to. They're asking for stuff that just would not exist in any literature because it's just nonsensical.
Then you have to take a step back and explain that. I mean, it's the whole thing about mechanisms, for example. Mechanism is something that you put in to explain something that you know already exists, or something that is observed to happen, right? But we sort of even disagree on the historical events that have happened. I think Tommy, he's a young Earth creationist, didn't he say that?
Yeah, he is.
At some point. I don't know him personally, so I've just been observing him. So I mean, there you have a disagreement on, for example, how long time did this take? I mean, the age of the Earth and so on. And if you even disagree on this, why do you even discuss mechanisms? Because the claim on the age of the Earth and what has actually happened, you know, the progression of species, etc., that is a more fundamental claim.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what my channel is dedicated to, is actually debunking Earth creationism. So, I mean, I have many videos on young Earth creationism, and I agree with you. But this hangout today I had one earlier on young Earth creationism. So this was just something on something else, and then Tommy decided to jump in and just basically troll. I mean, Tommy's a troll anymore. I like Tommy, but you can't take him seriously. He's just full of rhetoric, and he doesn't know a damn thing about the topic. And it's just you can't all of a sudden like explain to people that there's a lot of different aspects of this, and basically he's just saying, well, I don't have to know about it to know this. I'm like, yeah, you do.
Well, and in his question, he will ask certain specific questions, which he asks over and over and over, and we'll say, okay, well, your question, here's the answer to your question.
Yes,
but he doesn't accept that answer, and he comes right back in for the same questions. And they try on some of the questions, they try to say, well, no, this is not how evolution works. This is how it works. Your question is ill-formed.
And then they move the goalposts. Like his question,
it's repeat.
His question
over and over and over.
His question was a variation of Neffy's question. They asked, you know, can you give us an example of a mutation that resulted in a morphological change? And of course, the navel orange is a morphological change from a bud mutation. It's exactly what they asked for. But then
that is true. But they also have a point that it is a variation on the same thing. It is a duplicate. I haven't heard the example. If it is a clone, it is a duplication of an existing feature, and that could be recognized. I mean, maybe there are other examples.
Why does that matter?
Well, because they are so hooked up on information, they do not think that information can be added.
Right, it's idiotic. It's just they have a misunderstanding of that.
That is true. But by giving them this example, you're just feeding the misapprehension or miscomprehension of what evolution is all about.
I
agree. You give them something that superficially looks like just more of the same.
Yeah, I agree with you, but at least we've tried this route and given them all the information they need, right? And a few of them will actually look at it and they'll be like, okay, Tommy is not one of those people. Okay, Tommy will not accept anything we give him at any given time because he'll always move the goalpost, and sometimes he moves them so far away they're not even on the same planet anymore.
But then you should not accept that. I don't know, you guy, what's your name with the cat face?
Me.
Sorry, yes. Vincent, you mentioned a paper that you had shown him 3 months ago or something.
He's been presented with something like 300 different scientific papers because he asked for them.
Yeah.
And every time he asks for a link, we give him a link to a paper. He hasn't read any of them. The reason that I brought up this specific example is because he was asking for the same thing tonight that he was before. Show me that evolution came up with a new anatomical feature. The extended toe pad and the changing of the toe pad is a new anatomical feature.
What's really amusing on that is that when he says he wants a new anatomical feature, he's not saying he wants to see something unusual about an anatomical feature or an extension of an existing anatomical feature. He wants a brand new arm.
Yeah, it's like what he was saying, that consciousness can cause changes. Like, say, if I thought hard enough, I could grow wings. That's kind of where he was going with that. That was my impression, and it doesn't happen like that.
Well, this goes back to the fundamental misunderstandings they have. If they don't know how to ask the right questions, they're not going to get the right answers.
And one other thing, the reason why, like Stephen, a lot of them do try to answer their questions or talk to them every time they repeat themselves is because there are other people out there that may not understand this stuff, and they may be on the fence between, just evolution or creationism or whatever.
As Kalami points out on the side, look at, he says, he wants you to show him a paper, but doesn't know what transcription is or what a methyl group is. How does he even possess the material basics to evaluate anything that we give him if he doesn't even know what anything are? He didn't even know what gene expression is, and he still doesn't after all this time. He doesn't know.
I disagree. I think he did seem to know quite a lot of what gene expression is all about. So you cannot just dismiss him that he doesn't know this.
I don't think he has a clue, dude. No, I think he, dude, trust me. I've known Tommy for a very, very long time. He doesn't understand this stuff. He doesn't. If you ask him what RNA polymerase is, he'd be completely lost. Okay.
And I'm not trying to but you don't need to understand what an RNA polymerase is to understand the basics of gene expression. He mentioned that. If you have RNA being transcribed, that is gene expression. So that and the regulation of proteins, etc. That is sort of what gene expression is all about. And it seems obvious that he knows this. So he's not completely clueless.
I have to disagree. I think he is completely clueless. I think what he says and what he knows are completely different things sometimes. Again, for example, we were talking about epigenetics. Okay, did you listen to that portion of it?
I did. I have some of this, I think.
Okay, we were trying to explain to him that the methylated group is going to be a different base. Okay, and that's an epiallele. And he just could not understand that, and I don't know what we could have said to him differently, or to convince him otherwise. That if you have something on that DNA that's different, it's a different allele, period. And that's what evolution is, a change of allelic frequency.
When you say methylation, I wouldn't call a methylated basis a different allele. It's not a permanent...
It doesn't matter.
But it's a cassette of. It changes the gene expression, yes, in the next generation. So, but this whole thing, the fact that you have basically an evolutionary package, which involves the gene itself and also the ability for adaptive change of the gene expression from generation to generation, that is the evolutionary feature that is passed on. But he is talking about I think he used the term variability. Do you remember what he said? He calls it variation or something like that, or no. Do you remember? He has a certain plasticity. Didn't he say that?
Yeah, but he's talking about phenotypical plasticity when he says that.
Yes, but that is a broad concept, and phenotypic plasticity is. Epigenetics is part of the same context. That is an example of phenotypic plasticity, but he is allowed to use phenotypic plasticity as if it means something else. He needs to be. You need to, set up how this actually relates to each other, and you have to have everybody agree on what you mean. Otherwise, your definition becomes a barrier to understanding rather than a means of communication. Because you mean different things.
But let me explain to you. We've been this route. He still will say things like Darwinism. He'll still throw things out like what's some of his other like Lamarckianism. He doesn't understand the difference between Lamarckianism and neo-Lamarckianism, and he doesn't understand the difference between Darwinism and neo-Darwinism.
I think at this point he actually does understand the difference. He's just sticking to him because it kind of bugs you.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Right.
I agree.
Well, no, I think you're both wrong. He doesn't. I guarantee it. If you asked him what the difference between modern synthesis is and modern evolutionary synthesis is, I will bet you anything you want. He would have no freaking idea.
I'm an evolutionary biologist. I'm not even quite sure what you mean there. Getting stuck in this minuscule definition seems like a very non-productive way of approaching.
Okay, because you're missing what we're saying. What we're saying is what he does is he takes all these terminologies and he just conflates them all together. And what he'll say is he'll read something out of a book that talks about Darwinism and rebuking Darwinism, right? And by doing so, he's not understanding that Darwinism is not the model we're using, right? And he's conflating. He's saying he's basically, his mindset is that everything can be broken down to mutations and natural selection according to evolutionary theory, and basically it's at the conscious level, that there's a conscious intent for things to individually involve, not the population level, but at the individual level. Okay, so this is what he believes, that cells have a consciousness, that animals evolve independently, individually they evolve in their own way, and that's not how it works. I mean,
well, I mean, and you don't seem to press him hard enough on that subject. When he mentioned an example of change in gene expression within 3 seconds or something, and then you ended up on a tangent on what gene expression means instead of pushing the original claim. Do you understand what I mean? It just went off in the wrong direction.
Yes, Tommy does have a gift for deflecting and moving the goalposts and shifting the conversation. Yeah. And he's not the only one. There's quite a few on our side who do that without even meaning to. I'm one of them.
Yeah, he'll start with one thing, and then as they're trying to explain it to him how it really works, before that's settled, he's jumped on something else.
And I know I've seen this.
When I do it, I have a meandering mind. I tend to do the wiki walk in my head. So at times I will bring things up and then have a squirrel moment.
But it's also a matter of the medium. I mean, a Google Hangout is not really the medium for these kinds of discussion because, as you say, it allows so many, with like 10 people involved as well. Everybody wants a say, and it's so easy to get sort of lost in a site.
Bingo.
Well, hang on, Xpod. I mean, are you familiar with our community, just FYI?
I mean, I'm observing it. This is my first actual participation, but I've seen a lot.
Welcome in. Yeah, welcome. This is called the Great Debate Community, okay? And this is basically about 500 people that all go into these hangouts and discuss various topics. It could be everything from evolutionary biology to ontological arguments, cosmological arguments.
Actually, there's significantly less than that go into hangouts. There's a lot of people who watch the hangouts.
Right.
And comment on them.
Same
right.
15, 20
I would guess there's 50 to 100 max who go into the hangouts.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I only have like 8 people watching, but I usually have like 40 viewers any time I do this. But we've been dealing with these people for a very long time, Hexapod. This is nothing new. I mean, we all know each other. We've all, we've all gone the same hangouts. So when we're dealing with these people, it's not like somebody new coming in that wants to learn this stuff. This is the same rhetoric that we've heard from these people for a very long time, and they never learn anything that we tell them.
Several years.
Yeah, several years with some people. They don't want to learn anything. I mean, we've got people in their community. Are you familiar with any of the Great Debate Community people at all, Hex?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you know Nephilim Free.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I mean, you've never engaged with them, right? Obviously, then, right? This is your first?
Yep.
Okay. When you've dealt with... Okay, these people, recently especially, I don't know why, but Nephi and Tommy and True Empiricism, and I mean, they all make videos about me because they hate my channel, right? And I will respond to them in kind with a video or go on these hangouts, but I don't have time or they go into their hangouts anymore because it's a waste of my time because they don't let anybody talk, they mute people, they lower your volume, they kick you. It's just not productive, right?
May I just
go ahead?
I do have something to say. Yes, they do, but sometimes, too often, people do not provide what they ask for. Steve, there was, I think, an engagement between you and True Empiricism, and he was asking for something. He asked for some specific evidence, and your reply was to give a kind of an argument from authority that sort of the scientific. Do you think you know more than the scientific community? Why don't you accept it? Why he was asking for a specific example? It's just
wait, I know you're right. Let me clarify. I made a video on this. Did you watch it?
I may have.
Okay. I made a video about the burden of proof and what it is to make a claim. Okay. We know from True Experience, we know from experience that they are not asking for evidence. They do not want a real substantiation of the claim. This is a sophistry they use, okay? If they wanted to come in and talk about these subjects, they can do so on a level playing field. I cannot do it in their room. And I've said to Nephi many times, if you really want to know about this, I will make a video and I will show you the evidence. And we just even did that the other day. John Saboteur, on my channel for 90 minutes, made a presentation for the exact evidence that he wanted from the Precambrian to Cambrian, for transitional fossils.
I've seen that video. It was very interesting.
Okay, so we do give them evidence, but we will not do it in their room. Okay, and my point was when I said that to him is that when I say evolution is a fact, okay, and I don't mean that as I know there's a category area problem there, okay, because again, a noun can't be a fact. But when I said that we observe evolution, when I'm in his room, I don't care about presenting evidence to him to support that because he's not looking for that. Okay, I have 65 videos that any one of them in some parts of their demonstrate we know evolution takes place, right? But this is a sophomore game that they play, and I'm not interested in those 10 people, Hexapod. Okay, they're not my audience that I'm going after to change their mind because I'm sorry, and I'm going to say this brutally, they're fucking stupid. They're just fucking dumb people. Okay, and
I would disagree.
Well, I agree. I don't think they're dumb, but I mean they don't want to. They have sort of psychological barriers to accepting.
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Willful ignorance.
I'm sorry. I would have agreed with you guys a long time ago, but I'm after doing this for several, 4 years on YouTube, and then a couple years on G+. Or actually, I guess it's a year plus, whatever it is. But I mean, there is some stupidity going on there. Okay, you see what Tommy does.
No.
It's stupid.
I absolutely agree. There is some stupidity. However, I don't think that's from all of them, or even really the majority of them that are putting forth the arguments.
But there is some good things that come out of these discussions, even though they do get turned into train wrecks. Oh gosh, I forgot her name now. She was a Christian, or younger, whatever.
I've done a lot.
What was her name?
Who?
She started coming into our hangouts and asking questions, because she really started looking at things.
I'm not sure you're referring to.
Oh, I can't think of what her name was.
I mean, I know Wayne Fillmore got out of it,
Yeah.
and I know Baylor Hunter Bailey, but Hexapod, let me ask you a question. Okay, you've been following these things, so I'm going to ask you the two questions that have been prevalent lately. And you said you're an evolutionary biologist, so I mean, are you a PhD or?
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent. It's always good to get more science folks. I love learning this stuff.
Yes. So why have you waited so long to join us? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, it's partly well, one thing. I usually do these things in writing in different forums. So I just haven't joined in. I'm using I've just been tagging along, and it's fun to listen to, but it's hard for me to actually engage.
Have you added me?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're better at communicating.
So make sure you're more available. I mean, I would love to have I can't do it right now because I have to be very quiet because Lyrical and sleep, my roommate. But let me ask you the two questions. One, DNA, does it degrade in water?
No.
Okay.
Well, it does over time, but I mean it's a different process than the dissolving in water. Yes.
I like him.
Yeah, we're not talking like 30. We found that the phosphodiester bond has a half-life of like 31 million years, right? So, and I'm sure some of the other bonds have less, but when we say that DNA degrading in water, we know that it doesn't. It dissolves, right? He's trying to say that dissolves and degrades are the same thing. They're synonymous.
True empiricism.
This I know that's a sign that true empiricism has no common sense. He's trying to sort of understand things from his own perspective and just looking at weird web pages and sort of trying to figure out by himself how things are working instead of going to some kind of reliable source. But what's his stance at the moment on this topic about DNA degrading in water?
He won't talk about it.
Yeah,
it hasn't changed because he won't admit he's wrong, but he won't talk about it, which is why he moved on to chromosome 2.
Right. What happened was Tyler DeWitt had a video about this, Hex, and the video basically showed grains being broke apart, and he took that as that the molecules would actually break apart, the covalent bonds. Because his arguments have changed. I don't know if you followed it from the beginning, but his first argument was that the phosphodiester bonds would break apart. Then he's changed it to the covalent bonds and the nitrogenous bases, and then he changed it to the hydrogen bonds of the nucleotides, right? The only thing he didn't say was the glycosidic bonds, for whatever reason. But we've always explained to him from day one that DNA does not degrade in water because then you can do things like PCR and all that stuff. Now, yeah, if you want to talk about years down the line and spontaneous breaking, and if there's any nucleases in there, fine. But that's not the question. The question is if you ask somebody like yourself, who's an evolutionary biologist or a chemist, does DNA degrade in water? They're all going to say no.
Mm.
Okay, and the second question is, you've obviously looked at the, you're obviously familiar very much so with the telomeric fusion site, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed Tompkins' work?
No, I haven't had the time. I've looked at the chromosome map, but it's really hard to see the details there. The fusion site is not marked on the chromosome map available.
Oh no. Oh yeah, no, we have the locations. We have all that data.
Yeah, but you just can't see it sort of at a glance.
Oh yeah, no, we if you can go to Ensemble and Bazaar can get you all the mapping that you need for that. But if we got you Tompkins' paper,
I even got the sequence.
Would you take a look at it and read Tompkins' paper and see if you're getting it out of it? What we're getting out of it, because I mean Fiona has a PhD. There's other people that have more than that actually.
There's Sam.
There
are people who would be more familiar with bioinformatics who could just pick out.
Sam's working on his PhD in
sequences. Yeah.
Well, that's Sam's.
That's not my topic.
Well, he's working on his PhD in bioinformatics, but still, you know what a telomere is, obviously. I mean, yes. So yeah, I mean, I think you obviously would be more than qualified to look at Tompkins' paper and answer the questions. Is the gene highly expressed, as Tompkins claims?
Yeah, Tompkins also he says that the fusion site is in the middle of a functional gene.
The DDX11.
Is that correct?
Yeah, the point is it or is it not? I haven't followed it. So is he right or is he wrong?
He's wrong.
Yeah, the gene.
The DDX11, the short version, which is the pseudogene that's broken in chromosome 2, is near the fusion site, but does not run through the fusion site, and the complete copy is farther away.
There's a DDX11L.
Well, there's a family.
Yeah.
Do you have a paper showing that, or is it something we look at on these genome maps?
Oh gosh.
It was something that we looked up on the genome maps. Yeah.
Yeah. Can someone link to him the one from
Ensemble?
Yeah, but link to him Answers in Genesis. Tompkins' full paper is on there.
Yeah. See, Tompkins works for Answers in Genesis, so there's automatic bias right there. And his work was not complete because I know the rest of them had a lot of trouble, trying to suss out what he was talking about and get details.
Because there's no method section in the paper. Yeah. Like it's a alleged peer-reviewed article that has no method section.
Yeah, well, it's not peer-reviewed.
And not peer-reviewed. Yeah, it's not peer-reviewed.
But can you?
It's one of the ones that was published in their science magazine.
Yeah,
I posted it in the external.
Okay, can you get that, Hex? And then if you actually would read his paper and then give us your opinion, if you look into his data. And by the way, it's very difficult to track some of his resources, some of his informatics, because he doesn't really give you a methodology section. So it's not that.
Do you have a link to the paper somewhere in the chat, or how can I find it?
Do you know how to pull up the external chat?
Sorry?
Do you know how to look in the external chat?
I have some sidebar here that shows the group chat.
That's the internal. There's actually 3 chats. There's the internal chat, the external chat, and the live chat.
Hang on a second.
The external chat will be the one in your Google Plus.
Put it in the internal
section.
I've got it.
All right, he's going to put it in the internal chat for you, just easier to see.
Now this is correct. This is the correct one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Heavy hauler.
Yes.
Is that sort of logged? So when this chat finishes, can we see this record still?
No.
Show? Aha! Ouch. Okay,
the internal one, no. The external one, yes. The live one, no.
Yeah,
so it gets confusing. I'm sorry.
Yeah. This right here, we only us see this.
But now I got I think this is the page I've been at before. So this is the official paper.
Yes.
It's always difficult to know with creationist publications. They always share their own different materials right and left, and so it's really hard to nail down which actual version you're talking about.
Yeah, this is the big one. I mean, the one that's complete. There's also a PDF file you can download as well.
Yeah, I see
but
that.
But again, what Tompkins claims, and what we're looking at, I don't see any correlation, because one of the arguments that even True made was that it only has 40 telomeric repeats, or excuse me, 40 telomeric repeats, and I think CRISPR did an analysis where he came up with much more than that if you allow for one variation, and his argument was basically we should have 3,000 to 6,000 telomeric repeats for telomeric fusion, and yet he's like, it's degraded. And in the original paper, I don't know if you've read the original paper, Hex, but the original paper talks about there's a degradation there. It is not pristine by any stretch of imagination, because there's a loss of these telomeres, telomeric repeats. That's why the fusion was able to be taken place, right?
Yes.
And he's not understanding that. He's not understanding that we would not expect to see that many repeats because it's not pristine.
Actually, did you see the Hangouts last weekend?
I think I saw them. Yeah,
there were like 2 or 3 that were 8 hours long, where Steve and Sam and Fiona and the rest of them were pouring over this stuff.
Yes, I think I followed most of them. It's really cringeworthy, though. It's really hard to get through them because there's so much.
Are we that bad, Hex?
No, it's just in general. I mean, the whole forum of communication, 8 hours of shouting, back and forth. It's really
no, this wasn't the shouting. This was just where everyone in here was looking at the papers and looking up stuff on databases, Ensemble, and things like that, where everybody was working together. This wasn't like what you saw tonight.
Okay, that sounds like fun.
We were actually.
Yeah. It was great fun.
We were actually looking at the exact DDX1102 gene expression, and we found out that not only is it not only highly expressed, there's no tissue that it's even expressed in, except for maybe a little bit in the testes. If you normalized it, right, to a different gene, the other ones were 4,000 times the expression level.
Mm-hmm.
So it
was 4 parts per million.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane.
And that was what GTEx showed.
GTEx, yeah.
Put it in GTEx, yeah. The link that I posted there, the G+ link, is a link to Fiona's post that had all of the links that were discussed in her Hangout last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I put that link there, because it has all the links to all of the other stuff regarding chromosomes.
So you don't think we're like too way off base, right? I mean,
not in principle, no.
Okay.
It's just that as you say yourself, if you've been at this for years and it's still basically the same things getting rehashed over and over again, there's something wrong with the communication itself. But that maybe if one side isn't really willing to accept the evidence, no matter what, of course that's a very hard case.
They have to dismiss it. We've gone through the other people, and there's been many people that have changed their position. My first and only debate that I did was only, I don't know, 7-8 months ago, and not only did my opponent, who was a young Earth creationist, not only did he admit that macroevolution is observed after I did my debate with him, during the Q&A, he actually 2 months later revoked his young Earth creationist. I mean, he actually said he doesn't believe it anymore, and he comes in there all the time now. And so my debate was so thorough. If you go watch the video, it's not on my channel, it's on Dragnauts, but it has 44 likes and no dislikes. Everybody voted for me on it.
Yeah, and one thing is like most of us are atheists or agnostic or whatever. A lot of us are. Now several are Christian or Catholic, whatever. And it's a really good group. It's mixed, but it's really an awesome group. But our focus or whatever is not on the religion. We're not trying to change their faith. It's just the science is what we're trying to center on.
Right.
Yeah. But some see it as we're trying to deconvert them or something.
And my big thing is I want to make sure the science is correct put out on my channel, right?
Yes.
Because I'm not a biologist, right? So I mean I have to defer to people that are biologists, and I want to make sure that when I'm talking about these topics, especially for an evolutionary biologist like Hex, I want to make sure that I'm disseminating correct information.
Excuse me. And there's been times when you've been corrected on stuff, and me, I'm still learning, and I've been corrected on stuff.
Yeah,
and that's the way it should be, yeah.
Rarely.
But
But for the most part, I mean, I don't. They're basically saying that all of us, including Fiona, who has a PhD, I mean, we're all clueless, right? I mean, that's their whole shtick nowadays. Is basically say they're right, and the rest of us are completely, uneducated fucks, basically. Yeah.
Well, they're really quick to jump to the okay, you're lying.
All the time. Oh, I'm lying all the time. Yeah, and yet they cannot tell me one time that I lied.
You can never be mistaken. You can never just have misinterpreted thing or accidentally misinterpreted what they said or been mistaken about that or anything. Nope, you're lying, straight up.
Yeah, they have no principle of charity at all.
And Fiona, she's Catholic, but she's also like you said, she's what, microbiologist. She has done this stuff for years. There was one guy that did a hangout with her, and they actually went to this thing and it showed a big long list of papers that she has published or contributed to, and it shows like she's got her references there that she used, and then also there's a thing in there where other people cited her work in their own.
Yeah, she still gets cited to this day.
Yeah.
Mark just put some of the funniest thing I've ever seen in a side chat. He said, "Do we share common decency with chimps?" And I had this image of like a chimp in a modest dress for something like this. Like
I don't know. How about a chimp in ruby red lipstick working in the corner?
Yeah, some corners they might make some bank, right? If we share common decency, that's funny.
Sometimes he says some cute little things.
Well, yeah, but Hex, I'm glad that you finally decided to come into our hangout. I've de-virginized many people in my hangouts. I don't know why. Just whatever. I'm literally you've been here where other people are like, oh, I've never been in a hangout before, but I just.
Well, it's because you're approachable and you generally don't let people run off at the mouth, and I'm sorry for that. Again, I'm sorry for that. I'm just really sick of Tommy.
Don't. I'm at my wit's ends with Tommy too. I mean, you only what's bullshit, right? I mean, I'm not going to let Tommy get away with his trolling because that's what he's doing at this point.
Yeah, Kevin. Sometimes you just have to put your foot down. Yeah. I keep calling
You're
you
just going to keep calling me Kevin again.
I don't know why.
It's cool. I'm
stuck on that damn name for some reason.
Hey, Hexapod, would you be willing to like do maybe a collaboration with a few people on an evolutionary biology video or something?
Sure, that sounds fun.
Are you retired? Do you still teach, or do you?
I teach. One reason I'm never showing up in Hangouts is that I'm on a completely different time zone. I'm European, and mostly I think you're on sort of American time.
There's a lot of people from England and Europe coming in here.
I run Hangouts all the time, yeah.
But it seems to be going on while I'm sleeping mostly. Now I caught you while breakfasting, I think. But and you must be tired now. You must be going on all night, or
no? It's 11.
It's 11.
Most of them are on the West Coast, yeah.
And we do things during the day as well.
So is that what you teach though? Is evolutionary biology?
I teach mostly simple ecology and some neurobiology and stuff. So I'm a sort of a neurobiologist, insect ethologist with an evolutionary bent, you could say.
Well, see, cool. we got to use you, man. We collect smart people. Okay, that's what we do in the community because we learned a long time ago. If we're not that good at this shit, right? We're just lay people. I'm speaking for myself, but I surround myself with people that do know about this stuff, and that's what I like to have. Intelligent people, and then we actually run panels, and we'll have people come in that would want to discuss these things, and we talk about these things on an intellectual level, But I fully admit I'm a huge layperson in biology. I took biology 25 years ago.
Dude, you know more than I do. A lot more.
Yeah, we all learn a lot. I've learned a lot from discussing with creationists about biology that I had no idea about before. But there's one thing with the titles or the arguments from authority. They can also pull up PhD people that they and they say they have the same credentials as you. So it's really difficult to start talking about. I mean, we have to keep it to the arguments and never sort of rely on any kind of authority.
No, I completely agree. As a matter of fact, in this community, people would jump on you regardless of your academic standards. Okay, it doesn't matter if somebody is making something that's wrong. They're going to correct somebody. It doesn't matter. We don't look at somebody and say, oh, they've got this amount of education. If they make if they make something that we think are wrong, I've had arguments, not arguments, discussions with Ozzy. You know, I mean, Ozzy's really good at philosophy, but if I disagree with him on something, I'm not hesitant to go, well, I don't think you're right. And sometimes I've actually won things, sometimes I've lost, right? I lost with the sublimation thing. Yeah, but it took 4 PhDs to finally figure it out, right? I mean, literally.
The Dunning-Kruger effect is strong in some of these people. Is that how you say it, Dunning-Kruger?
Dunning-Kruger, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, Hexapod, look left. Anyways, we got a bad connection.
Oh, that's awesome.
I got to talk real soft.
I got somebody else to learn from.
Yeah.
But I mean that what I say. I mean, I cannot be like True and those guys who think they know much more than they actually know. You know, I'm the first to admit that I don't know a lot of shit, but I understand the basics, right? I mean, that's more than what they do.
And see, and that's the thing I keep mentioning. I know sometimes I just kick a dead horse, keep on kicking. If they just would just take a little bit of time to understand some of the basics, it would just open up whole new field, whole new thing to them. And just understanding the basics and going from there. And that's not like me. I try to understand the basics, and slowly I get a little further. And Odin, he started talking about stuff, and I'm like, whoa.
I like
Odin. Me.
I like Odin. I think
he asks good questions too.
Yeah, I think he's actually going to pull away from that group eventually.
Yeah.
Because it's just he could find theological people in here just as easy,
Oh yeah.
I think we may need to rescue Hogtie. Somebody may want to send him an invite.
Where's Hogtie? What's he doing?
Apparently he's in a hangout with Rose Patton and one other person.
Oh my!
Gosh!
I've got to see this.
There's a watch link on
Rosie
Plus right now. Yeah.
Rosie Caps Lock is the. Oh my!
It's just currently Hogtie, some dude named Malik, and Rose Patton.
I'm trying to get Hexapod back in here. He's in the live chat, but my computer's being a dip.
I like Hexapod. I didn't mean to cut him off or anything.
Yeah,
and I know that I did a couple times.
Can somebody post the live link, the Google Hangout live chat?
Oh, shoot, I'm trying to.
I cannot post it in the live chat because I do not have mod privileges.
You are the only one who can post it in the live chat.
Yeah. You have to make people mods in your live chat in order for them to be able to post.
I know. It's so difficult on my computer. You don't even know. It's slow right now.
Let's see. Link.
I posted it in the side chat.
I'm just clicking on this video and it's not doing anything.
Do I have multiple?
I just want to say one thing. I think Mark is listening. Mark, I have no tolerance for trolls, so I just wanted to say this, so you could hear me. Feel free to fuck off at any time you like.
I'm not trolling you, man.
Oh, Mike.
You're being coy and you're being an asshole. If you want to have a debate on science, that's fine, but don't be a dick.
What Mark's thing is, he's a troll. That's his whole shtick. I mean, I like him. He's a funny troll, but he's a troll.
Yeah. Well, I disagree. I think the only time it's worthwhile to be a troll is if you're amusing, and I don't find Mark amusing.
I sent Hogtie a private thing with the link. I said, need rescuing, and sent him a link to the Hangout.
He can get funny every so often. I cannot post this link in here. God damn it.
Not only that, he's a dishonest troll, so fuck him.
Oh yeah, well nobody thinks Mark's honest. I mean, come on, seriously, he's a young creationist that doesn't understand anything nor wants to.
Are you being honest there, Mike?
Suck my dick.
You guys got history or what?
No, he's just being a prick. So I'm calling, fuck him. He's just being a prick.
Yeah, usually
I have no tolerance for that tonight.
Yeah, usually I just ignore him. That's what I do. We've had back and forth before, and sometimes I go, I ain't gonna pay him no attention.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know if Mike's being honest there, what he's saying. I don't know if I'm really am a dick.
No, honestly, I want you to suck my dick. That's how I'm being honest.
Oh, you are being honest?
I'm being coy.
You gotta
yes,
understand. You've got to understand that Mark is a moron.
Oh my goodness!
Why are you being honest?
Well, you're not that bright, Mark. Come on, at least.
And your argumentation is poor, and your morality is non-existent because you actually have zero morality. You simply follow orders.
What do you mean I follow orders?
You take what you read in your book and follow those orders. You don't make any moral judgments.
Well, who am I following the orders from?
Are you now saying you do not follow the precepts and
well, who would I be
moral
getting?
framework put forth in the Bible?
Yeah, who would I be getting my principles from?
I don't know.
Well, if there was one God and I was getting my principles from God and what good is, and I was being good, and you're going out of your way to not do that, then you're not following the same God.
Except you're not making any choices. You're simply following orders. You're not making any moral judgments.
Well, we both follow someone.
I'm sorry?
We're both going to be following someone.
No, you're mistaken.
You see, like, that's where I'd be following the God that is good.
Well,
okay.
First off, that's assuming that God exists and assuming that God is good.
Yeah, well, that's what you would just say if you weren't following.
I'm sorry?
That's what you would say if you weren't going to obey his principles.
So you're not going to have an argument?
Well, the first commandment that he gave, or the most important commandment, is to love your God with your whole heart and your whole mind and your whole strength. So if you were going to
that wasn't his first commandment. That wasn't his first commandment.
It was the most important one.
Well, you say so.
No, the Bible. Whenever
there are many other people who disagree with you.
No, people come up and ask Jesus, "What is the most important commandment?" He says the first is this: that there's one God, and you have to love Him with your whole heart and your whole soul.
And yet again, at this point, you're not making a moral judgment. You're simply following orders.
So if you weren't going to obey his principles, then that would be the first thing you'd do, is deny his existence.
Okay, I don't deny his existence. I don't believe he does exist.
Denying his existence.
Yeah, that's what it means, actually.
Yeah, so you're just not following.
Well, no. Saying deny his existence would be looking at my dog and saying I don't believe there's a dog there.
No, not necessarily. No, if you ever
that's where he's going. That's the hidden meaning he's putting inside of his statement.
You can deny the claim and the claim that the God exists, but I mean it's I see what you're saying, Van.
Yeah. I mean, his principles aren't burdensome, so there's no reason, to go against his principles. So that's where you're making a choice. It's either, go with the principles that are for our benefit.
No. Are you convinced that Santa Claus exists?
I don't believe in the same stories you guys do.
No. Just give me a straight answer. Do you accept that Santa Claus exists? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. We don't. A lot of us do not accept that a God exists.
Steve, you got to look at your screen.
I'm kind of tabbed out. What's up?
We got people trying to be broadcast.
Okay, Isaiah has mods. Holler has mods.
Do y'all know Logic?
Yeah, Logic Free Zone. Or Logic Only Zone, sorry.
I broadcasted
Sorry.
when he came in. Hang on. Where's he at now? I don't see him in here.
Yeah, he's broadcast now.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Oh, I think I'm crashing. God dang it. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Yeah, he's broadcasted.
So,
are you Steve?
Now, as we were there, Mark, I still claim that you are making no moral judgments. You're simply following orders. So you don't have any morality.
What do you?
Well, there in the Bible it says, if you think that God is good, then you can follow him. But if you disagree, go and join the rest of the world. So whenever you're saying I'm just following orders, I'm not making moral decisions, I would be making that decision.
I will grant you that you are making a single moral judgment.
What do you mean by moral here? Moral is what is the good relation between two people or more. So,
not necessarily between two people.
Or more.
I would say you could do it with a single person.
Yeah, why does that have to be between two people?
It's when you interact with other people that it's matter. You don't have morality on a lone island.
No, I disagree with that.
What is the morality on a lone island?
Morality actually has to do with ethics, and ethics is actually what you do when nobody else is even watching. If I think that I can get away with stealing, even though nobody could ever see me do it, that goes directly to my morality. It has nothing to do with my interaction with anybody else.
Fair that there are other people that have ownership.
I mean, it was actually in the first sentence you said, what is good between two people, but the real question is what is good.
Okay, so you're deflecting.
No, you could either have an exalted opinion where it's like your opinion is always good, or you could have a humble opinion where there is actually a good that's higher than you.
I actually, the way I tend to look at it, I would tend to think that you have the exalted opinion. I have the opinion that I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
Well,
you don't think you could be wrong.
Well, God would be exalted compared to you, like you would be like a drop in the bucket. You wouldn't even be a drop in the bucket. So whenever I'm using his opinion on what is good, it would be exalted, but it wouldn't be my opinion that's exalted.
Mark, if God didn't exist, would you have morals?
Play the Jeopardy music.
Did you hear me?
It's a question I never thought about.
Well, it's a hypothetical.
I never will have to think about. I mean, it says God.
But it's now you're copping out. Now you're copping out.
Well, it's not really copping out.
Answer. Wait. Answer the question. Would you have a moral? Would you have morals if you didn't have God?
I am willing to grant him that he would have to think about this because he obviously is not one who thinks a whole lot.
Mark, I want you to think about this question very, very deeply here. The question is very succinct. It's not even a hard question. It's, would you have morals if God didn't exist?
Okay, so if the person who created everything didn't exist, would I exist to have morals?
So you're at that point you're deflecting.
You're not answering the question.
Say everything happened naturally.
Okay.
Guys, I can't. Guys, listen. I cannot talk very loud. So when I'm talking, just let me ask the questions because I can't. I don't want Lyrical to be pissed. So
she will hurt you.
You have no idea. So I mean, I want Mark to actually think about this question. He can't deflect, and he can't just say, "Well, if God didn't exist, the universe didn't exist." No, this is what's called a hypothetical situation that we all have to deal with when we have these kinds of questions, Mark. So you really need to evaluate your position here very carefully when you answer this question, because it's a hypothetical on the premise that if God did not exist, all things being equal, called ceteris paribus, okay, that means all things equal, that would you have morals?
It's a flawed question. It's a rigged question.
No, it's a yes or no question.
There is an answer for that. If you.
Well, hang on. Hang on. It's not. I will logic answer in a second, but it's not a flawed question. The question is not flawed. The question is very, very good. Okay, it's a hypothetical question. Given the contingency that God does not exist, then I'm asking for what you would do. So if you can do the hypothetical, and it's just a contingency. If God does not exist, would you have morality? Okay, would you have morals? There's nothing invalid. There's nothing.
The only way I could answer that would be to sort of change that God. So, like for example, if I was saying you were God and you didn't exist, would morality exist? It would, because the one true God would still be existing.
Okay, so you're deflecting again.
Yeah,
You're literally incapable of following the hypothetical.
Right. It's not a trick question like, do you still beat your wife?
Wait a minute. He did answer it. He said he answered it in a roundabout way. He didn't say yes or no. He said if God didn't exist, there would be no morality. So he said no.
Okay, but
he would actually know.
Stop. Listen,
he never quite went there.
I said all things being equal. Okay, that means
we're all equal to God.
No, Mark.
So we all don't exist.
What this means is that given all other things being exactly the same, our existence is exactly the same. The universe is exactly the same. All things being equal, except that God doesn't exist. He poofs. He's not there. Okay.
Right.
Other than that, you exist on this planet. Your life is exactly the same as everything else. Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be a moral person?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain there's a verse in the Bible that says that His word will exist forever.
Okay, you won't answer.
No, you're still not. You're not with.
Oh, do you mean like right? Okay, like He didn't exist in the past, present, or future.
Steve, he's trolling you.
Yeah.
Well, Mark trolls. Yeah. So anyway,
that's not true. I'm just exploring the parameters.
Experiments yesterday with Godwin's law.
Yeah, Mark, you won't answer the question.
Well, I've gone Godwin's on him several times, and he refuses to answer those.
It's one of those questions you just go yes.
What was Godwin?
Well, here's the thing, Mark.
Or I don't know.
This is very telling. The fact that you require a deity to be a moral person scares me all to hell. Because if you ever lost your faith, who knows what the hell you would be doing?
Well, if I asked you, you don't have. You say that God doesn't exist. If I asked you what is,
I didn't say that. Did I ever say that?
Okay. Well, ask yourself the same question.
Sure. Ask me any. If I answer a question directly, will you answer a question directly?
I'll word it the way I might not word it exactly as you did, but yeah, if God didn't exist, would morals still exist?
Yes.
Okay, and then what is good?
Oh, here we go.
Good is something
to the Matt Slick show.
Well, actually, it's
this
even
water
more than that. In what context do you mean?
Well, it's a message bar online of
the basic idea here would be to say something benefit or advantage to someone or something I think would be an appropriate definition of good.
Yeah, and I would say in this context, in relationship to society, okay, there's individual good, there's societal good. That's such a broad question, but good is relative. It is a gradient there, right? It's a scale.
Mark added on to it, and we didn't add on. When we asked him yes or no, we didn't add anything else on to it. I don't think we added anything else on to it. But he asked us.
I mean, what I was saying here.
You answered, and he starts hitting you with this other stuff.
Logic. How would you answer that question if I asked you the same question?
Yes. Mental health. Obviously, like for example, this is an extreme example, but so gas chambers were invented because people were shooting people, and then they were falling into trenches during World War II, and it was causing soldiers to become psychotic. So if you do bad things, it has negative psychological consequences. And so there's these built-in deterrents so that normal people who have normal mental health don't commit atrocious acts to other people or steal or lie or do these kind of things. Now you can do it, but it will affect your mental health negatively. It'll send you down negative paths, and yeah. So it's just it's better to be good. Yeah.
Can I expand on
and
that?
Actually, even further, I would before you go there, Mark, but I would go even further to say there are situations where things such as stealing are good. There are situations where things such as lying are good.
Yes.
There are specific situations.
Yeah.
Question here in general tend to be whatever it's aimed to the general good, meaning that to the state of good allocation between the people. So yes, you can have morality without it. But what God here is confused as well, because God can be also the foundation of the laws, in that the terms that you are using here. He used God as the foundation of the law. And for that, you can say the Constitution is God on the same scale.
Yeah, well, that's what God's law is the perfect law.
Well,
but
that's an assertion.
Going back to
So wait a minute. So stoning homosexuals is perfect.
I can go back to that.
Allowing rapists to marry their victims is moral or perfect. Wait.
Before you shotgun a lot of
allowing slavery or condoning slavery is the perfect law. Come on, that's not perfect law. That's immoral.
Yeah, well, we'll go back to that as well. So, I mean, illogic, I called you illogic, sorry about that. Logic said using the gas chamber.
Yeah. It's just an easy example. Yeah.
So using the gas chamber in people, that is good?
Well, no. Okay, so you get to the gas chamber because that way the person could distance themselves psychologically from the murder of other people, making it less mentally detrimental. But when actually individuals are acting upon others and doing things, it leaves like a mental imprint that causes negative reactions. So generally speaking, there's this natural built-in thing towards balance. Now, it also says in the Bible that people who are evil, like kings and stuff like this, people who abuse other people will be self-destructive and destroy their own lives. You know, a chasm is opening below their feet to suck them into the abyss for eternity or whatever. That sort of language is used in the Bible. So, I mean, it's interesting how that correlates with the whole normal mental health.
Well, there is a lot of stuff in the Bible where people pray about why is suffering allowed, and God will just answer it saying, there will be a time when that will get dealt with. So there is tolerance there, but I'm still stuck on, you were saying there is a way for good to exist, and that way was to have gas chambers instead of...
No, absolutely not.
You're not catching what you're saying.
Yeah,
right, could you go back to that there just so I could see how good...
That wasn't even close to the significance of what I said. It was just a mere example of how we know that there is a problem with people when they do things that are detrimental to other people. You can't erase what you've done to other people. You hold these memories and thoughts in your mind. If you kill somebody, unless you're a psychopath, you're going to know that you did that. It's going to stay in your mind. It's going to cause negative side effects. It's going to affect you. You're not going to be able to sleep. All kinds of things.
Well, all those things you mentioned there, like the negative side effects, that just means it's going to cause a bad side effect. I mean, that's what negative means.
Well, keep in mind, if you believe in God, then you believe that God made nature, and also there's not just justice in the afterlife. There's also justice while you're alive, and so even from your perspective, it does make sense that nature would function this way as a creation of God anyway. So, yeah.
So are you saying like nature would tell us what is good then?
No, God made nature, therefore God, from your perspective, says what's good through nature, which is something He created.
Yeah, but are you guilty when you masturbate, Logic? Is that not a bad trend?
Actually, it is. It can be. It depends how you do it. If you think of it like that, because if you're looking at pornography a lot, seeing a lot of women sort of as objectifying them, you're putting all these objectifications of women in your mind. One could say that this might alter your perspective of women, and it could put you in a state of mind where you objectify women, and you get used to that. Women, they're a tool for my masturbation, kind of, sort of. So it could be bad, but I mean everything in moderation. So.
And you know what? And I think there could be a mixture. I mean, I'm a moral subjectivist. I mean, I believe there can be instances of some maybe a more objective, objective morality, but in very limited degrees. Okay, I don't believe there's a codification. I don't believe there's a moral code out there that says this is how everybody should be. A comparison to some codified moral law, but I do believe there are arguments for maybe in instances are moral objectives.
Hey, Steve.
What's that?
Is there a difference between a moral relativist and a moral moral subjectivist. They sound the same.
A moral relativist would say that there is no objective morality.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
That if you're an anti-realist, actually, a moral realist would say there's objective morality, and that there is a determination of what is good, what is bad, what is moral, what is right, and what's wrong. A moral anti-realist would say no. However, again, there are examples given out there in the community of objective morals, right, that are pretty good arguments. For example, you want an example of one?
Well, no, I was going to say that I would kind of disagree with you on the moral anti-realism thing.
Because
I'm a moral anti-realist, but that doesn't mean I don't think things are good or bad.
Well, okay, it's more. I would say more.
I don't think they're written on the fabric of the universe.
Right. The more anti-realist says that there is no codification. There's no written laws. There's no standard by which we gauge what good and bad it would be compared to. That doesn't mean there isn't such thing as good and bad, though. Okay.
I actually wouldn't even agree with that because I have a standard.
No, but
I don't think it's written on the fabric of the universe. I don't think the universe cares.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no codification. I said it 3 times.
We could, like Logic said, we could have like murder in moderation, right? Everything.
No, there's some things that you just can't even have in moderation. Seriously, if you killed somebody, it would have serious psychological consequences for you unless you're like a psychopath. It would fuck with you.
Okay, but
moderation in general doesn't mean that you are in the middle road. It means that you do it in what it fits to the situation.
But an objective morality would be if I said, like Van, is it ever okay to kill a baby for fun?
And I would say no.
That would be, and you'd say that. So that is an example of objective morality.
I would disagree.
Well, no. How could you disagree? You just said there's never a time that would be okay. That's objective.
Yeah. Well,
it doesn't have to be,
no, hold on. Let me explain myself there on this one. Okay. I can never think of a situation that would be good to do that. So I would say no. That doesn't mean that that's written on the fabric of the universe.
It doesn't have to be. Objective morality doesn't have to be. I thought the way it's that way one time as well. I've been subsequently been schooled on that. But objective morality does not mean that it has to be, again, codified. It just means that given any circumstances that it would not be justified or have a subjective component to it, right?
Right.
So in that aspect, it is objective morality. However, it doesn't mean there's a framework out there. It doesn't mean there's a complete framework of objective morality. That's not the same thing.
Good night, Heavy.
It just means there are certain instances that we can come up with that might be objective morality, but I'm still a moral anti-realist. Does that make sense?
Like whenever you say what we can come up with, are you talking about like a group, like of like elite people?
I'm just saying as humans in general.
Surely if just taking everyone in this room, if everyone came up with something that they thought was good and someone else disagreed, what happens in that situation?
Well, between reasonable people, they will discuss it.
Yeah, you have to make an argument of, okay, Mark, again, can you come up with an instance where killing a baby is for fun is justified or subjective?
Yeah, if God does not exist.
Why would that matter? If God doesn't exist, how would that? Does that make any sense? What you just said?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, if there's, if you do not, if you do not believe in God, then that you should have no problem with that.
You can't. If you talk to any psychologist, they'll disagree with you. That you can't just go around doing stuff.
But I understand why they'll disagree, and that's because they've got a conscience.
No, it's because there's research done on people who have done terrible things, and we understand what happens to people.
It's way more. It's way more than that, Logic. I mean, Mark
it is. I'm just arguing from here.
Yeah, Mark is literally saying that if he lost his faith, he would think it's just fine and dandy to go out and kill babies for fun.
Then he's a psychopath.
Then he's a psychopath. Exactly.
Well,
bingo.
Sociopath.
Sociopath would be
one is, let's say for some reason I lost my faith, I had dementia or something like that. The thing is, the God of the Bible would still exist.
By the way,
it would still be wrong to kill babies for fun.
Hang on, Lolly Lulu. No, I add for fun. She says, "See, when you add for fun, it screws up the example." No, when I add for fun, it is a perfect example of a case of objective morality, because for fun you do change it up. That's the whole difference. It's not asking you if murder is moral or not, right? It doesn't ask you if murder is subjective or objective. It's saying, is it ever okay to kill babies just for fun? And
we've already defined it as moral, because murder is when you kill an innocent person. So if that person's innocent, then there's no reason other than your own exalted opinion why you should murder them.
But Mark, if you lost your faith...
One thing you will notice, and I have to point this out for people who are unfamiliar with Mark, is he doesn't go precept, although I heard someone say that, or he doesn't go precept. He does go Seventh-day Adventist.
Mm.
And so basically, you're going to hear these exalted opinions, which is a thing that Seventh-day Adventists say, although he will also deny he's a Seventh-day Adventist.
No, well, you guys would probably just say to yourselves opinions, like, you all have your own opinions. I'd use the word exalted just so you're aware that your opinion is just yours and not everyone else's.
Well, and as I said earlier, I would actually tend to think that my opinion is not exalted because my opinion can be changed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait a minute. You know, on subjects like morality, yeah, there are several opinions, but on subjects like fact-based sciences, like evolution, there are no opinions. It's not an opinion.
Could someone change your opinion that it's better to use the gas chamber instead of killing someone with a bullet?
Well, I generally think that it's not good to kill people in general at all, with very limited exceptions.
But someone could change your opinion on that.
And
if
someone came up with a good enough argument,
with reason.
If someone came up with a good enough argument, and I don't see how they could.
No, if they added laughing gas to the gas chamber, you laughed yourself to death. That might make.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you could do that then. If someone gave you a reason to do that, you would do it.
I don't think they could, but it's not logically impossible.
See, that would be worrying for me more than if Mark lost his faith. You know, he thinks this would be okay. Because what you're saying is you don't have faith, and there could be a reason why it's okay.
I obviously don't have faith in the way that you're meaning it.
Yeah, well you
I
have.
don't believe that any such gods exist.
Well, at the moment you may have faith in your exalted opinion, but you're saying that can be changed.
Why do you call him? Why do you say an exalted opinion? If his opinion can be changed, right, and he's not putting it above anybody else's, then aren't you using that phrase completely inappropriately?
I would say I'm putting it above other people, but
yeah, I don't think you are.
Obviously, at this moment at least, I think I'm right on these things.
Yeah.
Whatever thing we're talking about.
You're putting your assertion out there, but
I agree. It's going to end up if his opinion is going to be changed, it's going to be something desirable. I mean, I can't imagine someone changing his opinion with something that's detestable.
Well, opinion is one of the least amount of things when we're looking at. When we're looking at what a person's opinion is, we have to look at, okay, what are they looking at data-wise? What is their qualifications to formulate opinion? Is their opinion really worth looking, is it credible? Is it giving us any information, right?
Well, I mean, if there was an opinion...
Do they have good justification for their opinion is what I'm most concerned about.
Like Mark, if I ask your opinion on like evolution, I don't give a fuck what your opinion is because it's meaning to me because you have nothing in your repertoire to say, oh, well, this is my experience in this topic, therefore my opinion matters. Your opinion doesn't matter to me.
I mean, if someone told you, like, there was an evolved race that had blonde hair and blue eyes, and you're to wipe out everyone who doesn't have that, would that change your mind?
We need to see the data.
I don't know. I don't understand the question.
He's going Godwin's.
I kind of so he's going Godwin's rule and invoking Arian.
I don't even know these people. I don't even know what these names are.
Godwin's rule is basically given enough time, somebody's going to talk about Hitler. But that was already brought up.
All right, okay.
But is he talking about Arianism?
Yeah, basically he's talking about that, and the question on that one is, show me the data.
Show you the data. So
yes.
someone could convince you if they showed you the data.
They have the data.
Yeah. And
now, just so you know, the data isn't there.
I do know you do have a sort of like a belief Oh, well, okay, right, yeah, you're saying the data for evolution isn't there, so you don't actually have that.
No, actually, it's not what I said. And
oh, sorry.
For someone who claims that dishonesty is always wrong, I wonder why you're so dishonest so often.
No, I thought that's what you said. So
No,
so
that's
if someone showed you the data for evolution being true, would that
okay.
be?
Who's eating chips right now?
Sorry, that's me. I'm hungry.
That's fine. But for the love of Mike, mute.
I can't. If I mute, then it never comes back on.
Oh.
When my computer's just slow, I don't want to take the chance. I was covering up my mic, though. You still heard it? No. Okay, sorry. Yeah, whatever.
Why is it that theists don't seem to think that humans in communication come up with what we would call an objective morality? Like, why are they so stuck on this otherly God law instead of a communal, like, a recognition that this is kind of the best way humans work together? Like, I don't really understand the whole.
Well, and the even better is that their so-called objective morality that they're pointing to is subjective according to their God.
Right.
How can it be subjective according to God?
Because he picks and chooses his own will. It's based upon his objectivity.
And he changes his mind.
And because God is through and through you, right? So there's no objective and subjective when it comes to God.
God has one moral base, and then he's changed it throughout the scriptures.
He's created the whole world, and he says it's good. He's pretty much the standard of good.
What does he mean by good?
Well, if he created the world and he created it bad, then bad would be good and good would be bad.
And note, you did not answer my question.
That is answering your question. It's
good?
just a word in the end of the day.
What does he mean? But what do you mean in that sentence of good?
What do you mean by God is good?
Yeah.
God created the world and it was good. What do you mean by good?
That's his title. That's pretty much
What do you mean by it?
So it's a meaningless phrase?
No, it's pretty much with if he created it for what you now call bad, then bad would be good.
So you haven't answered the question yet again. What do you mean by good?
Well, what do you mean by being good? Well, there's verses in the Bible which says, be holy, like God is holy and things like that there. So it's talking about actually following his principles.
Okay, so you're now advocating. I mean, you're taking a really long time to do it, and I don't think you're actually doing it. But it sounds like you're trying to push forward divine command theory, which yet again divorces humans from moral. Which yet again divorces humans from making moral judgments.
Well, you will make
moral agent.
You have made a moral judgment. You've either accepted or rejected him as your sovereign Lord.
In order to talk about moral, you need to understand, or to say that there is some state of good, you need to have a one that defines it.
I can tell you what I mean when I say good or when I say moral or morality.
Uh-huh.
Well, what is good then?
Good, as I posted earlier, would be to be desired or approved of in the adjective form, or in the noun form would be benefit or advantage to someone or something.
So if a man decided to rape a woman because she didn't want to sleep with him, that would be good?
No, not in my moral framework.
It would be in Mark's if God didn't exist.
Which is scary.
Yeah, no, that was me actually adopting your moral framework there. You said it was something desirable.
But you weren't adopting.
You weren't.
Why is that his moral framework? That's not his moral framework. That's your moral framework.
There's something that is good, is something that is desirable.
No. If you're going to quote me, please quote me fully. For someone who personally holds that being dishonest is always wrong, why are you wrong so often by your own framework?
Could just be.
Well, being wrong doesn't make you dishonest, but you know.
Well, I'm referring to his actual usage of the word wrong. For someone who holds that being dishonest is always bad, why are you bad?
Well, I think the better way would say it is, Mark. Why do you have such low principle of charity that you seem to distort what people say constantly?
Well, if you could repeat it, because I asked what is good, and the two key words I heard there were desire.
Why don't you listen to the whole thing I say instead of just keywords?
Right. Okay, I go for it.
Good would be to be desired or approved of. Noun, and that was in the adjective form. The noun would be that which is morally right, righteousness, or benefit or advantage to someone or something.
And
if you want to now put forth your example again, I will tell you why it is not benefit or advantageous, beneficial or advantageous.
I mean, you say good would be desired or approved of. Like, who approves it?
The individuals.
Right. Okay.
And further from that also goes. It's not just the individuals. It's also societal.
Mm-hmm.
It's also really special.
There's a lot of different things you can
yeah.
Off. Mark?
Right.
It's not just a single category. It's actually a whole group of things.
Why being good is being desired?
I'm sorry?
Why good is being desired? You can have a good, in order to teach you are feeling no desire, that you can be feeling no desire at the time, and that be a good teaching.
It would be approved of.
Good.
In that situation, it wouldn't necessarily be desired, but it would be approved of. And there are long-term desires where I don't want to do this, but I want this to happen, so I have to do this.
You wouldn't be approved of or desired in this situation. Someone yelled at you, and you are certainly not desired, nor he approve of your action or you in this situation. And it's good. It can be good.
It's good while he's in the society that are agreeing with him. I don't think you'd call it good when they disagree.
And yet again, that's ignoring the other parts of what I said, Mark.
Okay, so good would be desired or approved of, that which is morally accepted. Is that it? After I missed the end of it.
Mark,
okay.
Mark,
you'll need to practice your active listening.
Yeah, you know what? It's yeah. Mark, why don't he gave you his definition, whether you understand or not? Why don't you give us your definition now of what is good, without using a tautology and without using,
the word good in the definition.
Yeah, exactly. Let's not be circular here. Define good
or
without
a synonym for good in the definition.
Yeah, use a more general vernacular here, okay? Define what you mean by good without using good or God, because you can't say that I'm defining good in terms of God. That doesn't tell anybody anything. How do you define good?
I could explain. I'm allowed to use Bible verses, or do you want me to avoid those?
How about you just...
I don't think using a Bible verse for a definition would...
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean by good? It's a really simple question.
Well, the reason why I want to use a Bible verse is someone did come to Jesus and said, good teacher. And Jesus replied and said...
No one is good, not one except the Father.
Yeah.
And that is not a definition.
Yeah, well, how does that define anything?
Well, this is where it could be a definition. So if God is good, and He's the King of eternity, so
and what is good? God is good. So what is that?
Okay, so He's the King of eternity, so good will exist forever.
So good.
And what is that?
Wait, so good is anything that's eternal?
Yeah, well, good would be eternal.
So wait.
Well, okay. Now that's something that describes a property of good.
It's an attribute.
I mean, I think it's a ludicrous attribute.
Yeah, it wouldn't be appropriate.
You're now giving it an attribute, but you haven't defined the word. I'm curious why you've avoided doing so.
So if God is good and God is eternal and He's incorruptible, then whenever God actually says, if you want to enter life, observe His commandments. So whenever you're saying what is good is observing His commandments.
So following the rules.
Yeah.
So stoning adulterers and stoning witches, that's good. Because that's His rules.
No, adultery is bad. Like, adultery shouldn't be happening.
Right, but we should kill them.
No, adultery. I don't think it's right for anyone to experience adultery. I don't know if you've ever experienced it.
Did I say that, Mark? I said we should kill them. According to Levitical code, adulterers should be put to death. That was God's morality. You okay with that?
Do you want adultery to happen?
And you're not answering the question. Please
Mark,
don't.
are you dysfunctional and more than usual?
I don't know. No, I mean,
where are you getting that I'm even saying adultery is good or bad? I didn't say anything about adultery that should be good or bad. I said, do you think we should put adulterers to death?
Well, if adultery didn't happen, why would they
put adulterers to death? Yes or no?
This is a yes or no question. It doesn't require commentary, Mark.
I will take a third answer. I will take a third answer of I don't know.
Well, the third answer is Jesus is sinless. Only Jesus can put adulterers to death. Wait.
I mean, you could say that being tolerant is good.
Mark, I'm gonna do this what I did before because I'm getting tired and this is kind of boring me. Either answer yes or no questions, or you're just gonna have to leave because I'm not indulging anymore.
That's not a yes or no.
It is a yes or no. Well, and I gave you a third option of I don't know.
That's a rigged question.
You're not.
Okay, according to Mark,
that's no different to saying.
How about this?
Is it better to gas chamber people or shoot them with a bullet?
Wait, I'm gonna try this. Mark,
one of those is good.
Mark, according to the Bible in Leviticus, according to the Levitical Code, should adulterers be put to death? According to the Bible. According to your own Bible.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Do you follow the Bible?
Yeah.
So you...
Best I can.
So you do agree that adulterers should be put to death, according to the Bible?
Sinless, Steve. Only the sinless can throw the first stone to kill the adulterer. What do you... And that's Jesus. Yeah. This is the only sin. So Jesus kills... I don't know. Maybe I'm going wrong.
I mean, like whenever you say they follow the Bible, like, are you talking about fully or halfway? Because if I followed it halfway, then I would probably agree to that.
So you agree that adulterers should be put to death?
No, that wouldn't.
All right, you're not following the Bible, so you don't agree to follow the Bible. So you're not a Bible follower. I get it. So you don't accept the Bible or follow the Bible. I got you. Is that right?
No, I'm trying to think from a biblical answer. I know that old law was, adultery should be permitted, but
you know that there is a way to get out of it, and it's not need to be that you don't follow the Bible.
What's that? Sorry.
There is a way to get out of the. What's that? There is a way to get out of what they asked. And it's not that you are just following the Bible, it's that the laws have some aim to the general good. If we understand the aim to the general good, we can do the good action. So
how does that get rid of anything? So it's general it was at one time the general good just to kill adulterers.
If you don't believe that you do believe that there is general good because you say that there is action that lead to it.
My beliefs are irrelevant. The Bible says you should kill adulterers.
Okay. And he said it because of the reason.
He says he follows the Bible. So why does he follow?
Well, who was he saying it to?
Doesn't matter.
Well, if he was saying it to a select few, a chosen.
Who's he? Who's he?
If God was saying that to a chosen few.
Was the Levitical Code just to a chosen few?
It was pretty much set out for people who left Egypt. They said, I'm going to bring you into a country.
So there's some laws for some people and some laws for other people?
So it's not an objective thing?
That's subjective morality, Mark.
Or group morality.
Well,
that is morality.
Well, you're talking about murdering adulterers. The morality there is that adultery is wrong, and it's always wrong. You're talking about the punishment of adulterers, but that's not the way it would have been in the beginning.
But it's subjective now, you just said, because you just said in some cases we should kill them, some places we shouldn't, right? I mean, make up your mind, Mark.
That is answered in the Bible as well. I mean, that's what the Pharisees tried to trick Jesus. And they said to Jesus, why do you permit, or why did Moses permit divorcing your wives, or our wives? And his answer was
because of their iniquity. Yeah, and there was
hard-heartedness. Moses permitted divorcing your wives. So I mean, what you're talking about there is
which is subjective, Mark. You just again proved our case because what he said was. Because of the hardness of their hearts, it wasn't that way from the beginning, but he allowed it to happen. Subjective, Mark. subjective.
I want to have a really fun conversation, and I can really put a pin in this one. I can go full Godwins and ask Mark, because he refuses this one. Mark, I've thought about this a little bit since this morning when we had this same exact conversation, and I've come up with a bit of a twist on the conversation that I think should do it. Your friend, your good friend, who is a member in the Gestapo, comes to your door. Hans, I understand we've had an accusation that you have some Jews in the attic.
You're getting more German every time I talk to you.
Now, you're my good friend. I'll believe you, but I have to get it on paper. Do you have any Jews in the attic?
And he will believe me? He has to put it in paper?
Come on. Come on. Yes or no?
It would be wrong with what you're about to do, and I wouldn't want to give you an answer. And if you want to send me someone else, and I will answer to them.
If you don't give me an answer, the next people that come will be stormtroopers.
In general, the question you ask is not what you don't define. Why do you need a law, or what does the law say? It's not just the law in itself, but also its aim. To say that you remove the aim of the law here, and so there is no meaning to any law by it.
Yeah, I mean,
I did not follow you there, Dash.
Yeah. I don't know.
You remove the law is not just the law in itself. There is an aim to the law. He tried to repair something in the society.
Okay, so at a certain time, Dash, then you're saying that given that society at that time, it was okay to kill adulterers. Yes?
Maybe there is certain intention. I'm not sure about the specific law right now, but if you look on the intention, you will get something more. To remove it outright, it's to remove the law, and you can remove by it any law.
What happens now to it?
I don't really see what that has to do with the hypothetical that I put forth.
You remove any sense of laws. It doesn't matter the biblical law or any law. Even the law of the state is not a law by it.
What the hell has that got to do with anything, Dash? I don't know.
I'm really confused by what you're saying there.
Yeah, hang on. Let's just follow Dash.
That your questions are not meaningful in themselves because
they are meaningful.
You can cancel everything.
Van, I want you to finish your interrogation here, the Gestapo state principal, because this actually has happened. This is historical stuff. I mean, these questions were asked, and I don't want Mark just to kind of cavalierly blow it off, right? I mean, how would you answer this question, Mark? It's a very good question.
So,
Mark, Hans, if you don't answer my question, yes or no, so I can put it here on the paper and turn it into my superiors, you're my friend. I will believe you. If you don't give me an answer, and I turn in and tell them I have sent someone else, they're going to send the stormtroopers, and they're going to tear your house down looking.
I would, what's the, so he's just going to write it down in paper?
Yeah, 9.
Okay, and do you have authority to enter my home?
You're talking Nazi Germany, Mark. You can tell us.
Well, no, Steve, doesn't matter. Right now, he's just deflecting.
Yeah, I mean, Mark. I mean, this is what you do when you cannot answer a direct question.
I would be happy enough.
Please
to
answer this
ask
question.
Nazi.
Say it again.
Do you have authority to enter my home?
Well, they're Nazis. Yes, they do.
Hold on,
they have guns.
Let me work this through, folks. Hans, really?
Mark would be the first person killed if any of these things had ever happened. He'd just be shot on sight.
And he's going to believe.
Let me work this through, Steve. Come on, it'll just take a minute or two, and it will point out his utter inability to answer this question.
And no matter what,
one or the other.
No matter what I say, he's going to believe me 100%.
I gave you the scenario.
Okay. I would say to him, it would be wrong for you to enter this home. There is Jews.
Hans, if you don't tell me there's Jews in the...
It would be wrong for you...
Did you just say there are Jews in your attic?
It would be wrong for you to enter this home, and I explain to him why, and I'll say there are Jews in this attic, and it would be right for you to tell me how long I've got until the stormtroopers arrive.
They're arriving right now because they're in the car. You moron. You absolute moral monster.
What the actual fuck?
You absolute moral monster. You are a monster.
Wouldn't it be the moral thing to protect the innocent people and lie?
Well, if Mark had a child, a son, that stole something, and the police showed up to his door and said, "Hey, we're here to arrest your son. Is he here?" He might say, "Yeah, he's in the back bedroom. Come on in." Yeah, he's ripped off some shit, and let me tell you how he told me about how he ripped off some shit. It sounds like Bruce.
You know what?
Yeah,
One sec.
If my son,
I would have no problem turning in my child in that kind of situation, given the circumstances. But there's a huge difference in that and actually lying to protect the lives of innocent people. You know, and hopefully most of us would have the testicular fortitude. We never know when that into a position. But to say the moral thing to do would be lie. Wait, let me finish.
All right, okay.
The moral thing to do would lie and hope that the stormkeeper keeps his word and goes away, right? That would be the moral thing. However, your child, when they've stolen something, I don't have a problem with the parent turning a kid in those sense. I just don't. I don't think that's a moral issue. I think it's a parenting issue. So there's two different things.
Well, I just really wanted to point out the fact that when Mark Bonnie did answer the question, he was responsible for the death of those Jews in the attic.
No, not really. You said in the thought
were.
experiment they'd believe everything I've said. So I've explained to him why it'd be wrong to turn in those Jews.
And I explained to you that in the scenario that he would have to mark it yes or no.
And yes, you marked it yes.
And you said yes, which means the stormtroopers are now coming.
And I've said to him it would
be right. He is now obligated by the Nazi.
I said that it would be right for you to give us enough time to move.
And well, he believed you when you said it was yes, and at that point the conversation was over.
So that means the parameter to change, so that
the question was answered, and that's it.
Right.
So what I have to deal with here is he'll believe me up until I say, yeah, I just changed the order and what I said.
And by the way, Mark, Nazis were not really notoriously, they were notoriously for not keeping their word. Okay, they're not exactly the most honest people. They were Nazis, Mark. Come on.
It sort of ties in with.
I really enjoy the fact that he's either a moral coward to not answer it, to try to weasel out of it, or to try to come up with conflicting and very strange scenarios to where he doesn't have to answer.
Well, it's funny. Mark doesn't have any moral framework. He really doesn't. He's not a moral.
I would say he makes no moral judgments. Once you have decided to turn over your moral judgment to someone else, then you are no longer a moral agent.
I mean, God forbid if we ran the Getty Air with him, we'd be here all night.
Well, you guys were confused about, is it okay to kill adulterers? Now, I mean, it comes down to, was it okay for the Nazis to kill the Jews?
You're talking about.
I think it was not, and you've yet again deflected.
I don't think it's right in either circumstance. Mark, you're the one that says it's right. The Bible says it's right to kill adulterers at one time. You agree the Bible says that. You agree the Bible's inerrant. Therefore, you by de facto agree adulterers should be put to death.
We're talking about morality here, so we're talking about
Mark, if you have to ask that question, if you have to ask if it was okay to kill Jews, you're saying that morality is subjective.
No, I wouldn't be saying it's subjective in that way. What I'm talking about here is.
I don't get what's so funny.
No,
sorry,
negotiation.
We're talking about morality here. What is good, right? You're saying what is good is when you lie to save someone from doing bad. What is good?
That could be good.
What is good is when you don't kill people who are being bad by doing adultery. I'm
sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Mark, but I need to add one more thing. You're not just talking about objective morality. Now you're talking about absolute morality, or absolute truth. And they're two different things.
That's what we were talking about. What is good? So what you guys are saying to me is adultery is good and it should be allowed. But hey,
No.
Oh, all right, okay.
No. The question was should adulterers be put to death?
Wait, Mike.
What?
Mark is trolling right now because he knows nobody has said adultery is good. Not a single person in this panel said that, Mark. Would you like to apologize for misrepresenting people? Because that is called lying. Okay, so you're lying right now.
Okay, sorry for misrepresenting.
Which means by your own definition,
you didn't.
You're doing wrong.
Yeah, you didn't misrepresent. You outright lied because you know in your mind's eye, in your heart. I'm going to read your mind. You knew nobody's ever said adultery was correct, was okay in this hangout.
You can't read my mind.
Well, he could have misspoken. I mean, shit happens.
No. Mark.
You don't think so?
No.
I would say in this situation, not just because of personal history between me and Mark. He does this quite frequently.
I do try to emphasize things to make the point, because we're talking originally about what is good, and you came up.
You still haven't given us a definition for it.
And you came up with it's not good to kill adulterers. So, I mean, that's where I just want to go back to the source. Is adultery good?
Before we go any further, you're going to have to tell us what good is.
Yeah, you haven't defined it yet.
No, this is from your own framework of what is good.
Well, let's go from your framework. Tell me what is good.
Oh, well, what is good is it's following the principles that God gives us.
Okay,
it is nothing more than obeying.
You turn your moral agency over to something else.
Yeah, well, you can only be slaves to one master. So
I'm a slave to no master.
And God's morality.
I'm agreeing. Sorry, yeah, I'm agreeing.
Mark, God's morality was that it was okay to kill adulterers. So you're okay with that because that's what you're saying. How do you get away from that?
Well, wait, you're slaves to no masters, but you all go to each other to agree on what is good. Like there's a popular vote system. So what happens when someone disagrees?
Let's follow this logic, Mark. Okay, you said if good is what God says. Is that what you said?
Yeah, his principles are good.
Principles are good. So
his principles are good, which you still haven't really given a good definition for what good is. But go ahead.
But if his principles are that adulterers should be killed, that slavery is okay. Right? I mean, that slavery is okay in the Bible. It even tells you, all about how to treat your slaves. That's his moral framework. So you're okay with those things because, according to you, that is good. So slavery is good. Killing of adulterers is good. These are good things, right?
Slavery
is good.
You're forgetting that those things were permitted because of people's hard-heartedness.
No. That was divorce.
That was in the same time.
Absolutely nothing in the Bible. Absolutely nothing in the Bible speaks against slavery.
Mark, have you ever read the Bible?
Except for permanent slavery of Jews.
Yeah, Mark, have you read the Bible? Because this is like.
And there are ways around that.
I want to know if he's read the Bible. Yeah.
No, I have read the Bible by 70%.
So. Oh, okay. So we know the Bible better than you. So yeah, he's talking about divorce. He's not talking about slavery. Okay. And I don't know the Bible very well. I'm bullshitting, but I know. I mean, I've read it, but the Bible does mention slavery quite a bit. It not only condones it, but it gives examples of how to imprison people in slavery for more than the designated 7 years.
Jews, that's right? only for the Jews.
Yeah, for the Jews.
The slavery of Jews was not true slavery; it was indentured servitude.
Oh, that's the sports bullshit.
But there were exceptions where you could turn that into slavery.
No, it was not indentured servitude because indentured servitude was actually a term used for the Atlantic slave trade when people were actually not the slave trade. I'm sorry, the migration of people coming over here from immigrants that would pay for their trip by being indentured servitude to pay off the cost of the ferry. Okay, that's what indentured servitude actually was. But in biblical times, that was not indentured servitude. That was actually slavery, no matter how you look at it. However, you're right. The Jews themselves, there was conditions by which you can actually make somebody a permanent slave by putting a awl through their ear, a nail through their ear, and
it's like you'd have to set him free or something. But if you wanted to stay with his wife, it's become like a.
If they came in,
and they had children, and he wanted to stay with his wife.
Yeah, if they came into the contract with a wife, they left with the wife. But if they came in and you gave them a wife and you had kids, then they
had to leave them behind.
Yeah, in order to stay with them, they have to say, my master is a good master, and I will stay with my master, and then they make them property by putting a nail in their ear.
Fine.
Right. Okay.
That was the loophole.
And where do the slaves come from?
Does that really matter?
Oh, well, I'm just wondering. I mean, was this like the slave trade? Was there like a slave trade going on back then, where they were going, or is this from like wars, like the families that were left over after wars?
This is your Bible, don't you know? If
it was using my discernment, I'd probably go after. There was probably wars where they wiped out wicked people, and these families were probably living with people who sacrificed children.
First off, define wicked.
Well, you've got what is good, bad is the absent.
You haven't defined good. How do I know the opposite? You haven't defined any of these terms. maybe Mark, maybe you should actually go read more of the Bible. I mean, this is just weird that you're promoting such.
Whenever you said define wicked, bad or wicked is just the absence of good.
Not necessarily.
You haven't yet to define good.
And I won't even say that's necessarily true. I'm sometimes really good when I'm bad.
One of the things we're going back to the slavery thing is, if they were people like families that were living in civilizations that were burning their children to false gods, and they were defeated in war, and there's women and children who were starving, and the Jews took them in as workers. They would say, oh, you can come here and you could be a fruit bearer or a cup carrier.
And we'll only beat you every now and then.
Yeah, and actually the spoils of war were them to actually go out and rape the women and take them to be concubines.
Only the women who's never known the touch of a man.
Yeah, the virgins. I mean,
is there anything? Like, I do know the answer to this because you guys know the Bible more than me now.
I don't.
Do you remember? Yeah, all right. I mean,
but I know this.
Was there anywhere in the Bible that said to treat your slaves, like to love them the way you love yourself, and that you love God?
No.
The rule was, as long as you beat your slave and they don't die within
2 or 3 days.
2 or 3 days, then you could pretty much do whatever you wanted to them.
And you should not be punished.
How do you love your slave like you love God unless God's a slave to you, right?
Well, it's about treating others as you want to be treated as yourself. So I mean, that's where I'm 99% certain that's in there.
No, I don't. It's not in there.
So,
what it says.
If I find that.
It says to love your neighbor like your brother. I mean, basically, and to love God with all thy heart. But it doesn't say anything about loving slaves that I recall.
Well, who does it say your neighbor is? Because I'm pretty certain he told a parable to explain that.
Well, the general consensus is that the referring to loving your neighbor is loving your fellow neighbor Jew.
Yeah, your fellow Jew. But besides that, I prefer the platinum rule over the golden rule any day.
Well, whenever
the golden rule is a good place to start. However, Mark doesn't believe in the golden rule. He thinks I'm the man who thinks the golden rule can.
The parable of the good.
The platinum rule is even better, but the golden rule is a good place to start.
Well, he's only read 70% of the Bible, and yet this is his whole basis for morality.
Okay, the parable of the Good Samaritan. The Good Samaritan helps the person who's just been robbed. Jesus at the end asks, who became a neighbor? So, who was it?
I notice you still have yet to give us a definition for good.
No.
Fred Rogers. That's who it was. It was Fred Rogers.
I thought the parable of the Good Samaritan, where the person was stuck on the side of the road, and the Jew walked by, and they didn't stop for him to get him out of the ditch, and then the Samaritan actually did.
Yeah. So, who won a neighbor?
What does that mean?
Well, this is all about what is a neighbor, because people are asking who is my neighbor. So who was the neighbor?
Well, that was a different story. So
I think you're mixing something up here.
Let me see if I can get you.
Can we go back to the original question?
What is good?
What is good?
Yeah, because that one was never answered.
And we're looking at about an hour now since I first posed that question.
Deflecting and letting Mark ask different questions when he still hasn't answered that one.
Yeah, well, good point. Good point. Actually, really good point, Vincent. In fact, I'm not gonna. I personally, unless Steve overrules me, will not allow the conversation to go further until.
I agree.
Good.
Yeah, I agree. Let's make sure that Mark. What we're going to do is, Mark, you're going to have as much time as you like, and you're not going to mention God because this is a definition. This isn't saying, well, God is good. Good is God. No tautologies. Give us your definition of what you think good is without mentioning anything scriptorial.
Okay. No, this is pretty much trying to. I'll attempt to do it, but yeah, usually you're putting me out of my my safety zone here. Yeah. But yeah, well, I'd say good has always existed. You know why I'll say that?
Well, that doesn't tell us anything about what good is.
Okay. Good can exist on its own. You'll know why I'll say that.
Hang on, Mark.
That yet again doesn't tell us anything about what good is.
Good is eternal and perpetual. I'll use the word perpetual.
Those are properties. The universe. Yeah. It could be good, be perpetual and good. It doesn't mean it's good or bad.
Well, whenever I say eternal, I'll say that obviously it's lasting forever.
And that doesn't tell us what good is.
Oh, okay. I'll also say it's to express admiration and gratitude as well. So perpetual, it's never ending or changing. So good is always the same.
So by your definition, anything that's eternal is good.
Well, there is then there's the principles, obviously, that what is good is laid out for us.
Okay. So what is eternal is good. Isn't Satan eternal?
I was asking the same as what I was going to say. Satan is an eternal being.
No, evil, which is not good. It's like the absence of good.
Isn't Satan eternal?
You just violated your own definition.
That's historic and transitory.
No, you just violated your own definition.
Isn't Satan eternal?
Isn't
hell an eternal punishment?
And not eternal.
Hell's not eternal?
Well, I don't hold the same views as hell as other people, but yeah, no, I wouldn't say hell is eternal. I mean, it says you'll perish, but I don't think you'll be suffering eternally.
That's fair enough. There are different beliefs in that. I grant you that one. But Satan is an eternal being.
When you say eternal, he was created, so God was created before Satan.
God was created?
Or sorry, not created. God, Satan was an angel, so yeah, God would have had to have created Satan, so Satan's not eternal.
You can have eternal things that have a creation.
Well, hold on. Infinite things you can have. However, when he's saying eternal, he's saying always has existed.
Okay, so that's different.
Oh, you mean like super God? Okay.
Yeah. So the way I'd put this, something that might help you, because I haven't used this before, it might help you understand it. Mm-hmm. If you think about holes, okay, holes can only exist in something else. So the absence of dirt is a hole.
I note here that you still have yet to give us a definition for the word good.
Well, he actually started to. Hang on, your second thing, go down that path, because the first thing you said was more of an attribute of property, but then you added something else to it, and I don't remember exactly what you said, but I noted there was more of a definitional thing, and I wish you would have gone more with that, but you didn't. You stopped. Do you know what you said?
Oh, well, I was just sort of trying to explain it as in, if you look at not good, is obviously is the absence of good, so that's obviously wickedness and evil.
However, not knowing what good is, that's a useless definition.
So if you think about the ground is if you say the ground has always existed, but so the ground could resemble good, and a hole would resemble bad.
But I don't know what good is, so how do I know it would resemble it?
Well,
think of that.
You're asking me to answer that without using God or his principles or the Bible.
Mark, Van is an alien from another planet, right? He has no experience with humans. He has no experience with morality. He has no experience of what even is good or evil. He's just a neutral person. He doesn't understand these concepts. Okay? Your definitions would make him so fucking confused we'd probably blow up the planet and destroy the entire human race.
He obviously doesn't care about that.
You do realize
because he doesn't care.
You asked me for a definition that you're actually excluding how I can define it. You're actually excluding God out of that definition because God is good. That's a 3-word answer. God is good.
Okay,
and
what is good?
And what is good? Define God.
And God is good. So what is God?
And how does that?
What does good mean?
Yeah, if I said
what do you mean by good?
If I said Satan is good, right? How do I tell the difference between Satan is good and God is good? How do I differentiate?
How do I tell who's telling the truth and who's not?
Yeah.
Well, it is a choice you have to make.
Well, it's not a choice if you actually have a definition.
Yeah, give us a definition so I can know which one's which. Yeah, that's what we thought. Okay.
Wait, go back. Give me your definition as an example again here, just so I can use it as a framework.
Again.
Yeah, go for it.
No, I don't think I'm going to play the game.
Yeah.
Come on, I think I've got it. I mean, good would be desired or approved of.
I'll be back.
Good, I don't need to repeat it.
Well, it's been argued by other people like Ozzy. They're going to flourishing through time is good. Doing what's good for oneself, one's community, one's family, one's environment. What allows us to flourish and move forward, even if on the edges you have to kill some animals and have some babies and watch it all suffer and come to an end and believe in the hoopty-ha, it's still about flourishing. At least that was one argument, one claim, one way of approaching. We're just synthesize something for us, Mark.
No, he's gone. Yeah, I was don't. No, he didn't take off. He's gone now.
Oh, he left?
No, he didn't leave.
I'm confused.
Someone decided it was time for him to leave.
He may or may not have been blowing out the goddamn airlock finally, because I've got a headache and I wasn't dealing with it anymore.
Whose hangout is this?
It's Steve.
Steve kick him?
Nope.
I didn't know other people could kick.
He has shared mods.
He has shared mods, and I was.
Oh, okay. All right.
After about 2 hours of that, I was done.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's really amazing how hard he tried to avoid answering questions. Simple, easy questions. The Nazis come and knock at your door. Do you have Jews in the attic? No.
I'll give him one thing.
If you have to think about that question, you are a moral monster.
I'll give him one thing. He sure did hang in there. I'll give him that.
He's given up his moral agency, and I don't feel the need to, engage with him at all. So I let other people have at it. I tried to add what I could, and then, like I said, I'm starting to get a freaking migraine, so he had to go.
Well, I think the conversation should move to where Van asks Steve if Steve is an atheist. I think that should happen.
Steve is not an atheist.
Right, but Van is probably, I'm guessing, an atheist.
I'm not going to put anybody in a box.
Isn't that what tonight's all about? Boxing some shit. Let's box.
Let's not say that we didn't. So Hogtie was in here for a bit. Did he actually ever get a chance to say anything?
He was in here, saw Mark Thomas was in here, and left.
Son of a bitch.
Ben, you've dealt with Mark before.
Quite a time.
Yeah.
What I miss?
Hogtie showed up.
Yeah.
Oh.
And this was quite a while back. He showed up, saw Mark Thomas was here because earlier this morning, in I think it was Drag's Hangout, Mark was in there. And then Hogtie's like, you know what? This is why I don't have any fucking respect. And Hogtie, usually very measured, very polite, just told him, if you ever show up in a hangout that I have mods in, you're gone because you refuse to answer questions. You like to play sophistry and you like to straw man. So, and then you like to deflect and do this. So,
who was he talking?
You're gone.
Who was he talking about? Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark isn't here anymore because I'm getting a migraine and it was time for him to go.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, but yeah, he needed to go.
No, I'll give you
No need to apologize.
I've kicked him before for the same thing, without answering questions.
Yeah, remember that hangout we had with Westcott?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. I just got tired of the stupid shit and just put a boot in his ass and just bye.
Yeah, there's this the amount of sophistry that Mark has is part to none. I mean, I've just never seen a guy that so unable to even answer yes or no questions.
Well, and dodging, deflecting, straw manning.
Well, it's
conflation.
It's a defense mechanism, because deep down, and I know I'm not a mind reader, obviously, and I don't want to speak for anybody, but my take on it is that deep down they know this shit is nonsense.
Some do, not all. I mean, Tommy, I don't think he
does.
I don't think
that's why he deflects.
No, I think he actually believes his own nonsense. He doesn't really, Yeah, I don't think he actually doesn't believe what he says. No.
Maybe subconsciously. I don't know.
I think it's a matter of sophistry or sophistication, if you will. Meaning, there's other ways that he could have rerouted. He could have given an answer, but he didn't give us. He didn't suffice. That was the problem. He didn't step up to the plate and give you guys what you wanted.
Well, he didn't step up the plate. He pointed at the plate, laughed, farted in its general direction, and said, "I'm playing cricket."
Well, okay, then let's go. Let's turn this a little bit. Van, how do you dissect yourself as a human relative to the rest of the universe, right? There's you as an organism, as a, what would you call it? You're in the earth, you're in the atmosphere, you're with us, right? As a biological agent of self and node, you're indigenous to the planet, so I would assume you would say you're indigenous to Earth, right? So in what ways are you separated off from everything that's going on in the entire Earth environment and the solar and universal environment? Like, how do you really parse off, other than just haptic, sensual?
I usually parse off using KY jelly and porn.
Well, that's right. Okay, so you've sensed yourself. You're auto-effective in that you've sensed yourself, but you're not. You can't live without the oxygen and the nitrogen and the carbon. You can't live without the environment. So, in what ways are you not extended through and through, infinitely outward, connected to everything? Like, how are you not connected to everything, Van?
As soon as I understand your question, I'll do my best to answer it, but it did not seem to be a coherent question.
Straightforward question. How are you separated off from everything else other than the limits of your sensual body that you might say is the definition point of you relative to your environment of other people socially, or your environment in terms of nitrogen and air and space and time and everything else? Like,
sounds like you've answered your own question.
I'm not asking me a question. I'm asking you a question.
I mean, it sounds like in the question you have the answer.
Right. What I'm saying is, how is it, other than your sensual experience of self, that segments you off of everything else?
Can anyone else help me on this
one? No answer, Van? You don't have an answer, Van?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Let me kick Van. Steve, give me mine. Let me kick Van. Steve, you give me an answer.
Well, I have mods. You can't kick me.
I'm fucking with you, right? My point is this, right? Like, how are you not ultimately indigenous to the entirety of the infinite universe?
Well,
as to whether or not the universe is infinite, that question has yet to be answered satisfactorily. But I don't think I'm separate from the universe.
Right, but do you consider yourself through and through a part of the universe?
I am a part of the universe. I don't know what you mean by through and through.
Meaning that the idea of the self and the other is really...
Hold on, Steve.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you guys don't mind me, like, taking on this kind of hawkish, like, let me ask you this, man, but the idea of, and granted, I'm not saying infinite as if I'm measuring the universe to be infinite. I'm just saying, for all practical purposes of my measurement, it seems that the outward arrow of existence goes on indefinitely beyond and outward out of me and into me, if you will. And so what I'm asking is this, and just work with me here. But if you're saying you're indigenous to the planet, you're indigenous to the universe, and the idea of your essential embodiment is not necessarily the point of your being indigenous to everything, right? Your essential body, then in what ways would you say you're not through and through connected with the infinite?
That's what I don't understand is what you mean by through and through.
Well, when I say through and through, I mean meaning that there's no point in making the differentiation of embodiment, the limit of one's haptic sensual senses relative to their environment when you're indigenous to the environment, meaning I couldn't put you in a vacuum of space without you dying, right? Meaning you have to respirate oxygen and carbon and nitrogen and so forth in order to stay alive. So you're already transferring like a semi-permeable membrane. So any limit that you have that you call you is actually engaged and interactive with the environment that is what makes you indigenous to your environment. Do you agree with that?
I heard you say words there. However, the order and the connection you put between those words did not seem to make any sense to me.
Yeah, Michael, hi.
Good.
Heretic here. You're using some very big, complicated words to explain something that could be explained much easier.
Anyone up on? Someone throw me a bone on how I'm tripping anyone up.
Well, Michael, if you have to say meaning every so often, meaning something often, maybe you should just give the meaning, the basic meaning, instead of saying, oh, this and this, meaning this and this, and this and this, meaning this and this. Just state your question like a normal human being for a change, Michael.
Well, okay. What I'm trying to do, first of all, I'm trying to make synonymous the objective and the subject.
Mic check.
That worked. Oh, wow.
I'm trying to collapse the objective with the subjective, meaning I'm trying to state one's relative nature with the infinite universe, or just the universe, period, without giving a caveat or the adjective of infinite, but meaning I'm not separated off from other than in some sensory or ego placement of self, meaning
as near as we can tell,
right,
there is absolutely zero connection between me and Alpha Centauri.
I wouldn't say that.
Save that we exist within the same space-time universe.
No, gravity is infinite.
Gravity would actually. You're correct. Gravity would be a minuscule factor.
Nominal, very.
But nevertheless,
however, if we were to say that the connection between me and God, what's the furthest thing we've ever measured? Yet again, we would still have gravity, because gravity is effectively infinite in reach. It just would be minuscule in effect.
Yeah, but granted,
other than gravity, that would be the only connection between us.
Well, I mean, science talks of negative space and matrices and voxels, the voxel universe, but you've granted the gravity at least.
Hang on. Well, wait. However, though, Michael, just hang on.
there are parts of the universe that even his gravitational force would not have been affected yet, because the distances are so vast that the gravity from him wouldn't be affected. So you can only say he's actually related even tangentially through gravitational forces by the observable universe. What's going on 92 billion light years away, right, outside our visible universe? Because you got to remember, when we say the universe is only 13.8 billion light years across, we're only talking about the observable. The universe goes on for billions of years past that, light years, okay, billions of light years. So
to the best of our knowledge.
We have pretty good evidence that it goes up to 92.
But for practical purposes, if I can reel it back now and apply to the practical myself in the hawkish questioning of Van, I'm wondering, for like all bodies that do have a gravitational pull, even though there are this peripheral part of the universe that we don't have any applicable gravitational pull to, within the part that we do have an applicable gravitational pull, it seems that Steve, you, by introducing even the idea of gravity, where I'm bringing up respiration and molecules within an environment within the earthly atmosphere that is probably semi-permeable to what we would call space or outward space.
That's a poor use of the word semi-permeable. Semi-permeable means that you have a membrane that certain molecules can pass through, but other ones can't because of the.
But what I mean by semi-permeable is like the outward boundedness of our atmosphere, because like some people will claim like, hey, there's actually oxygen and nitrogen molecules from the Earth that go outward beyond the moon in terms of orbit, meaning our atmosphere is actually beyond the moon, but it's just so light and it's so separate. I mean, it's so sparse at that point that we don't really call it the limit, whatever it is we're outlining our atmosphere as being our atmosphere, right? Like there's that.
I've never heard of that.
Well, I guess I mean, like it's vague and it's ongoing and it's outward and it's inward, but we have this.
There is an absolute limit to the edge of the Earth's atmosphere.
You're saying, Van, that there's an outward limit to the edge of our atmosphere, necessarily.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, and that's fine. Even if you hold that, nevertheless, the atmosphere is within a vibrational, what we'd call a space where we have negative dark matter. We have other entities that we're amongst, and it's not necessarily what.
Well, actually, they call it like no, there is a boundary. It's called the Kármán line. Have you heard of that, Michael?
Well, I have heard of it, but what I'm trying to work through here is the idea of like orbit, like the moon then would go beyond the outward bound, and hence you brought in gravity, right? So gravity goes beyond this line, right? This Kármán line that you're mentioning, and since you brought it up, Steve, what I'm suggesting is this: is that there is a connection from every entity, every matter having a gravity against every other matter. And I'm just trying to point to that as the notion of, if you will, and I'm going to shift into logic, right, an inductive outward infinite boundedlessness, right, into everything. And that inductive outward boundlessness is what people call, if you will, kind of a place where God might live, if you will. Not might live, but God considerations might go that way. They might be akin to gravity, if you will.
No, because I explained that there's certain parts of the universe where his gravity has not reached yet. It has no impact whatsoever. It's called the something called. Ever heard of the cosmic horizon problem, Michael?
Well, no, but what
I'm trying to explain this to you. The cosmic horizon problem states that there's different portions of the universe that are basically isolated from each other, such that there's been no interaction, even on a quantum level, between them. Okay, so anything that's happening in one part of the universe has literally no impact on the other, and forever, because they're so vastly far away from each other.
But you gave a caveat to the gentleman earlier, Mark, in terms of how he was talking about God. You had some wiggle room, and I'm suggesting that whatever is within our boundedness would be the nature of our God, if you will.
No, God would not exist in the same physical three-dimensional space that we are. That would not be the Christian version of the deity.
Well, it says you. I'm talking about my version, meaning I'm trying to get Van to open up to the idea of his indigenous and always infinitely outward connectedness, not to the outward periphery of things that the quantum doesn't relate to, but everything that's within that boundary, within the boundary of gravity. Like, okay, so now if we have this universe that we do have a gravitational effect on that is light years across, then is that not the domain from which to start speaking of perhaps an intelligence? Period.
Without, well, I actually don't have much of a clue of what you said there, except for the last little bit of, could this possibly be that? I don't know. And it doesn't matter, because without having a reason to believe something, I will withhold belief.
Okay, well, I'm just throwing it out there. It's just a conceptual working. I'm just trying to dialogue, push back in Mark's defense outward, if you would. Thank you.
Well, it'd be great if you'd push back in Mark's defense and he would actually, give a defense himself, except other than dodge.
Well, I think I contributed to the conversation, nevertheless.
Well, I mean, Mark is historically known for not answering, questions, and dodging them. It's not the same when people are saying, "Oh, Steve doesn't answer questions." I'm more than happy to answer any question in my room, in my own time, and explain to people that certain things are not yes or no questions. What we ask them are yes or no questions. They're not required to have any other. Extraneous.
Well, I even gave him the get out of jail free card of saying I don't know as an optional answer.
Yeah, actually, the best.
And he refused all three of those.
What he should have done, if he really knew the Bible, he would have gone the route. Well, the Old Testament is no longer applicable because God, the New Covenant and Jesus. Although that still doesn't get him out of the saying, well, at one time, this is what God did think was moral. I mean, this is what God advocated. Which goes back to subjective morality, because God has changed his morality. He's changed his opinion, right? He's changed whatever it was he changed. He changed something, And if you have something one way and then you go a different way, that's subjective. Does that make sense? I mean, that's why I don't see objective morality being asserted in the postulate of God's existence. I just don't see it in there. Do you guys?
No.
Well, but Steve, in what case do you give a caveat to God? Meaning you have an affinity for Mormonism because of history, but your intellect, your process mode of conversation right now, you don't go there, right? So you're obviously suspended. Where are you suspended?
I don't even know what you mean by giving a caveat to God.
Meaning Steve will say, I have an affinity for the Mormon. He's got an LDS history. He's got an affinity, meaning that something of that culture or that meme of God has affected his life in such that he would make that claim. And so I'm wondering, from where now does he stand theologically speaking?
I'm an agnostic.
Oh, well, let's see.
I'm an atheist.
So can we figure out the difference between you two?
We know the difference between.
Well, and this is actually when someone tells me what they are, that doesn't mean automatically they fit into what I think that slot means. I will ask them at that point if I want to know further. What do you mean by that? I mean, do you mean this? Do you mean that? If you want to get to it, you could say I'm an agnostic atheist, although that's superfluous. I don't believe there's a God. I'm open to my mind being changed.
Well, when Van says he's an atheist, I actually don't think he's a lacteist. I think he actually, it's not so much do you not believe there's a God, do you assert that God does not exist? Do you deny his existence?
I do not believe there are any such things as gods.
But so you reject the claim God does not, the claim is God exists, so if you reject that claim, so that you assert that God does not exist. Is that true?
Well, I don't believe you. Furthermore, I don't believe that any such thing as gods exist.
But it's more than just belief. Do you actually say gods do not exist?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, then
I I don't think many atheists would.
Well,
Many people who identify as atheists.
No, actually,
there are some who do.
Yeah.
Okay, this goes back. Did you ever see my video on lacktheism, Van?
Yeah, I had some differences with you.
But I'm telling you that what I'm saying is pretty well correct. I mean, just by saying that you don't believe something doesn't necessarily, in philosophical terminology, meaning that you'd be an atheist, right? An atheist, in classical terminology, and basically what most people generally use, that if you're an atheist, you do not accept the claim that God exists. You're rejecting it. You're denying God exists.
Absolutely.
If that's what you're defining, and you could do it either way. I'm not saying one. I think one's better than the other, but if you're saying that that's the case, then that would make you an atheist. If you're saying you're an atheist just because you don't believe, that's what I call a lacktheist, and that's something that's completely different. That's more agnostic.
See, when I hear lacktheist, I think I lack a belief in a god or gods, which is not what I would consider to be by going by that, then you can also go into the situations where rocks are atheists and stuff like that. And it just seems silly to me.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to break it down further, Gary Edwards put a video out, which A Tale of Two Definitions, I believe, is the name of the video, and he goes into what he means by meaning saying atheist, and he explains it so much better than I do. Basically falls down to where I think that the probability that there is a God or that there is not a God is 50.1% or greater.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the probability that there is not a God is more likely than the probability that there is a God.
Can we put it in the terms that like JD would use, where you would believe more heavily that we exist in a godless universe?
I definitely believe that.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, no, I by all definitions, I would consider Van to be an atheist.
Yeah.
And
by either
definition. To go further, we used to, a lot of us, and me included, used to say I'm an agnostic atheist, and I have been swayed that is now superfluous to say.
It's not superfluous. I would have to disagree. I don't like that. I don't like that terminology.
Well, the reason I would say it was superfluous is all reasonable people would change their mind given evidence.
Well, actually, the way that is when people say agnostic atheist, what they're saying is supposedly, okay, again, I don't like this terminology, but what they're saying is that they're an atheist, right? They don't believe that God or accept that gods exist. In your case, you don't believe or deny of the claim. But they see also the assertion that there's no way to know one way or another. Not that evidence wouldn't change them, but an agnostic in that modification would say, we have no way of knowing one way or another if this is true. We have no way of knowing if atheism is true or theism is true, but I accept the atheist perspective. It's a modifier of that.
Well, that would be some definitions of agnosticism, but it's not the only one.
Yeah.
The way that I understood it was, when you say atheist, you're making a statement about belief, and when you say agnostic, you're making a statement about knowledge.
I've heard that one too, and I actually tend to follow that one more so.
And I've heard that too, but I don't buy that at all.
That's the definition I use.
I've heard that before, and I tend to agree with that one.
Yeah,
Agnosticism refers to knowledge, and theism refers to belief.
Yeah, and the other bit that connects with it, to link in with the things that Steve was just saying, is the link that an atheist would quite happily, given evidence, change their mind. Whereas if you ask many Christians or theists about whether they would ever change their mind about God, you often get the answer no.
Yeah, and I think more atheists would. Okay, if you had a spiritual experience that you couldn't understand, let's say, angelic visitations, and you basically don't think you're crazy, right? I mean, let's take that off the table as far as be able to whether you're mentally ill or nothing. But I mean, something that you think that you've seen, other people have seen, something that justifies your believing in a deity. Okay, let's accept that for what it is, right? I think more atheists would be going, God, you know what? Maybe I was wrong on all this shit. Maybe there's something to it. I don't know what it is, but I've seen something, and yeah, I will definitely think there's something to this and investigate it. But a creation,
with my knowledge in psychiatry, I would have to look at that and I would have to question. I'm not saying it would. I wouldn't come to that conclusion, but I would have to question whether or not it was a hallucination,
which is fine,
or something along those lines.
Right. But a creationist, right, a fundamentalist or an evangelical, there's nothing that you could ever demonstrate them, because we can't make a supernatural thing of evolution, right? Can't show them some kind of divine thing that evolution is right. No matter what scientific evidence you give to them, right, it'll never convince a true evangelical. It just doesn't happen. Maybe over a long period of time if they start to wise up, but I mean, just in these kind of hangouts, you're just not going to convert any of them, because they have a filter in their brain, right, that just says this cannot be true. It's automatically done. But an atheist might say, like you said, it might say, oh, well, I think that I'm going to check my own faculties. I might be losing my mind, but hey, you know what? There might be something to this. I think most rational atheists would go, yeah, there might be. Not all of them, but a far more percentage than the creationists looking at scientific information.
Well,
They're just done.
You nailed me with that one, Steve. Because the theist that is an exegesis expert or somebody that appeals to the Bible, okay, to their own, but they're a different species than the one that has, like you said, a supernatural experience that then they're trying to like intermingle with their pragmatics of normative physics, if you will. When I say pragmatics of normative physics, what I mean is what is considered a normative day-to-day function.
No, I actually understood what you meant by that. I was just trying to think about it. When we have what you'll call the normative, day, when something happens out of the ordinary, we do take pause, right? You would agree with that. We do take pause when something happens that doesn't, it's not something that we've experienced before, doesn't experience often. And if there was a supernatural thing, right, that, we saw some kind of angelic being, or we heard a voice that said, this I am God, and you need to change your ways, or you need to do this. It would give us pause. I agree with Van. The first thing we would think of is we might be losing our mind, and that's a rational response, right? But the creationists don't have that. They don't have this. I might be losing my mind by accepting evolutionary theory. That doesn't even factor in, right? They don't.
Ozzy pointed something out that really resonated with me, and I like to point out myself whenever I can. Every single creationist, every single young Earth creationist, without exception, is also a conspiracy theorist.
Yes, absolutely.
Without exception.
Which
is strange to say, but it's freaking accurate.
Yes. Yeah, because you have to be. You have to be conspiratorial to think that there's some kind of a thing in science where all these people are colluding, right? Because that's what a conspiratorial thing is a collusion of people getting together and saying, hey, we have to keep this from the masses. So they have to believe that there's actually scientists out there that are perpetuating this mythos, right? And this secret society of some kind. It's conspiratorial.
I only go so far as to say that I think theism is, by definition, irrational. I think you start from your. I think the theists that are trying to rationalize that they're just like architects. They're building a structure from within, and they're creating what they think is a legitimate structure. But ultimately, I think that they're irrational. I think theism is irrational on its face. So theists that argue for rationality and so forth, I think they're responding then and sensing that anyone that's in disagreement, that they develop that edge, and hence that's the conspiratorial edge. I don't know. I tend towards atheist, pragmatic, methodological, naturalistic association. That's more instinctual, but I don't know. I can't.
I understand that, but I don't think theism you can say is an irrational thing, because you're also looking at the process. A person's process of how they got to the conclusion. Right, because theism is a conclusion, because you're accepting the claim God exists. The process they go by to get to there could be a rational process. I mean, there's nothing wrong. That is literally a rational process if they are doing it in concordance with what we find societal-wise of what is rational. Right? You don't might have to agree with the conclusion, But that's what they've. If they are rational enough to say, you know what, I'm looking at this evidence, I'm weighing it this way and this way and there, and they go through these steps like any other person would. If they just come to a different conclusion, that's not necessarily irrational.
Right. What I mean is that there's a domain of rationality, like a field of rationality that has an outward bound to it, right? And that beyond that, they have to. There has to be some shift into irrationality at some point, but within the field, they are rational. So I agree with you in that.
I think the field of irrationality comes in when religion gets mixed into theism. The concept of theism, the idea that there is something out there that is controlling certain things like the weather or the crops or this, that, and the other. I mean, I can really see why some people would believe that. But when you mix it in with all the stories and the myths and the fictions, and then the infrastructures and the commands and the demands that people have made up, and it starts becoming a power bit, that's where I perceive it as completely irrational that people would follow this.
Yeah, I totally agree with that 1,000%, and as well as people that do apologetics to the point of absurdity. That to me is irrational, because those are they're just doing mental mind games to try to continue their belief system, right? I mean, the young Earth creationist position to me is irrational, not because the conclusion is irrational, but the process how they got there shows me a lack of critical thinking abilities. Okay, it really does. I don't think it's a rational process to look at the evidence and be able to rationally conclude an old Earth when there is no evidence. Sorry, young Earth. There's no evidence for a young Earth, right? It's all faith-based, and that's different. If they say, "I believe the young Earth is a faith thing," that's one thing I still think is irrational. But if they say, I'm a young Earth creationist because I'm looking at the evidence and all the evidence points to me that it's young, then I'm thinking they have something defective in their thought processes. There's something defective in their cognitive ability to analyze data. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's a weird push and pull for me personally, but I agree with you as a general spec of what's going on. I agree with you, Steve.
Yeah. By the way, Dust Spook wants to know what a lack theist. A lack theist is somebody who just lacks a belief. It's a way of getting out of asserting a claim, because when historically when somebody says they're an atheist, they were actually asserting that God doesn't exist, and they don't have to prove it as far as to prove God doesn't exist. That's not the burden of proof.
I would agree.
Yeah, the justification for your beliefs, though, would be simple as you were not presented enough evidence by whoever who convinced you that to accept the claim that God exists. So you reject that claim, and you have a disbelief that God exists. You assert that He doesn't exist. Now a lack theist just says, you know what, I don't believe that God exists, right? But I'm not rejecting the claim outright. I don't believe it, but I'm not rejecting the claim.
Okay, now Steve, what happens if there's certain edicts that come along with believing in God, but that there's a type of like breaking the notion of the edict that comes along with believing? Meaning, for example, right? Like, let's say God wants you to not be a drunkard. Mm-hmm. But you believe in God, but you're still a drunkard, right? Then you're breaking an edict, but it doesn't mean you're dissolving your notion of there being a God.
Right. Well, you've heard of easy peasy grace, right?
No, go ahead, Lee.
Easy peasy grace is basically once saved, always saved, and after that you can do whatever the hell you want. So you can break all these edicts. And most people don't follow it. There are some people that do in the community, but it goes by what you said before. People could say, I'm a theist, I believe in God, I'm a born-again Christian, and do sinful things, right? Because they all they have to do is fall back and say, well, I'm only human, God's going to forgive me, and you ask for forgiveness, and this is a repetitive cycle. it's been going on for thousands of years. People have been doing that, Michael.
But now we're getting into those conversations around the irrationality that I was talking about. I mean, all of these things are all elements of things that people have produced that surround their idea of a god, their laws and their sins and their not drinking and not being a drunkard and not being saved and all this utter baloney as far as I see it, and that's what you brought back into it, Michael. You were talking about irrationality in theism, and you've then gone into a much more level of irrationality when talking about the religious aspects of it.
Well, I agree with you, and it's weird because the other day I was listening to a discussion about Paul talking about, well, my sin is my flesh. My flesh is always going back to sin, but my spirit is this way. And so there is some exegesis that is following the irrationality, the split that Steve laid out, that you're mentioning also, and coding over. And it's very peculiar, meaning living and thinking like sincerely about these things. From my vantage point, it's difficult.
Well, you want to know examples of irrationality? We experienced it earlier with Mark. Mark is an irrational person. He doesn't have a coherent way of thinking about things. I mean, look how easily all he did was deflect the questions, and even got to the point of saying that he only read the Bible 70%, and yet every question goes back to the Bible. Every question goes back to God. He was in the side chat earlier going, well, they're asking me questions about God, but not letting me use God. I'm like, no, we didn't ask you questions about God. We asked you good, not God, right? And he's trying to relate good to God, but that wasn't the question. The question was defining God. So I don't think he has a really coherent way of thinking. Yeah, actually, good. He doesn't have a really coherent way of thinking, and I think he is not a rational person when it comes to that.
Yeah, but if Ocean was arguing down those same lines, if Ocean, a polytheist, approaching kind of a multiplicity towards an individual, like it would make total sense.
Ocean's not irrational. Ocean
would give you a definition for the word.
Well, but it would make sense at that point.
He's what, man?
Motion would give you a definition for the word.
Oh, sure. Yeah, see, but again, it's not about the
without having the definition, the word is meaningless.
But it's not about the conclusion. I mean, Ocean's a polytheist. That doesn't make him irrational. If his thought process is a decent thought process to get there, then that's rational throughout the whole line.
And further, he's a polytheist in the same way that I'm an atheist. If things changed his mind would be changed. And he's like, well, I have not been convinced otherwise, and it would take a lot to convince me otherwise.
And that's a rational position. But Mark and this and them, they cannot imagine a worldview where their God or their version of God does not exist.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Mark in particular.
Yeah, he could even hypothesize it, right? That's not rational. I would think that even the most religious person go okay, let's assume God didn't exist. What would we expect? That's a rational position to take. Something a line of inquiry like that, right? That doesn't mean they're giving up their worldview. That doesn't mean they're not believers, but they're being told not to do those kind of thought experiments.
Steve, can you give up the idea of other minds? Can you
hypothetically, yes.
Yes, hypothetically, absolutely.
As a matter of fact, I have to presuppose the existence of other minds.
Yeah, or else we would be solipsist. I mean.
Right. And so if you were suspended, let's say, with a retraction, an internal, you're going to pull back and you're not going to believe in other minds for the sake of the hypothetical, right? Mm-hmm. Meaning that I am functioning as a rhetorical device to you purely, right?
Right. I don't have to answer your question. You don't exist.
Well, I do, but I'm just an outward, otherly bounded refraction of you talking back to you rhetorically. I'm just saying, you're at least capable of empathizing with that. Kind of like the flat Earth. I really had to try to envelop an empathy of what it would mean to actually envelop that paradigm of what if they were right, like to empathize with it. And so the thing is, it's the migration of the paradigm that I'm impressed with in people, and it's the static positioning that I war against in other people. That's my thing.
Well, if you're an extension of my own mind, you'd already know the answers to any questions you pose to me anyway. So.
Well, maybe I'm just fraction. I'm a fraction of it, so I don't know it. But you would know it because you're the center of it. I'm just rhetorical.
Yeah, so why am I talking to myself?
Well, because you like masturbation and auto-effectiveness and limits of self.
As long as I don't think of you when I'm masturbating, all right? Because that would be weird.
Please don't.
Yeah. I've told Van, I think I've told the other people before, but Michael may not know. But Michael, have you ever heard Arcane's Logos? How he said he solved hard solipsism? Ever heard his story?
How he solved? No, I haven't.
Oh, it's funny. The way he says that he knows he exists and other minds exist is because God, being an external mind, has told him that other minds exist.
He's not a mind; he's spirit.
Yeah, let's think about that one, Michael. I mean, he's positing that hard solipsism is solved because an external mind has told him that external minds exist, and he doesn't seem to have a problem with this.
Well, that comes down to my like when I was going at Van, right? I was like it's a hard press, right? In this zeitgeist of thinking, if you will, to suggest that outside of our essential unit, you are never that there is no idea between the subjective embodied unit and the outward objective communal unit, right, or communal variables, meaning that everything functions as a pure solipsism. It's a hard press. So it is interesting that he by default would just claim God outwardly, executing solipsism in order to suggest that everybody else is also independent agents, if you will.
Yeah, he didn't seem to have a problem with it. Like,
I didn't understand your explanation of what I said.
Well, no, he's explaining basically what Arcane was trying to posit. But like, for example, I look at it this way. I have no idea whether you fuckers exist or not. I mean, really, when it comes down to it, there's no way to verify it or not. I have to go on the supposition that you do, because I have to live my life daily, just like you have to live your life daily. So we all have to do this as a functional society, make that assumption that other minds do exist, or else, what the hell? You're never going to be able to do anything in your entire life, right? You'll be non-functional. So we have to make that assumption. Now, can I demonstrate that with any certainty? No. No, I'm almost certain that a heretic doesn't exist. I mean, he just doesn't exist. He's a non-entity. He's just, a Turing machine.
Not anymore. After choking so much about listening to you thinking about Michael while masturbating, I nearly died from choking on my coffee. So yeah, I was very close to not existing.
Heretics wanted to go out of existence.
But that's the thing. As soon as you grant another, then you must grant a third, just by geometric standards.
Why?
Meaning it can't just be you and God. Meaning
why not?
Well, the reason why it cannot is because I assume, and maybe this is a presupposition, that there has to be some triangulation or justification or some sort of there has to be a triangulation. Meaning, I insist on that as the ultimate limit of what a 2D space is a triangle, right? You can't take a 1D, you got the dot, zero space, and you got the line, and then you got the 3D. You have to have at least a triangulation in order.
That would actually be a square that you're referring to.
Yeah, and a triangle is 2D, by the way, Michael. All triangles are 2D.
Yeah.
If they were 3D, there'd be a pyramid.
That's what I mean. Is you have to have at least a triangulation, meaning if there is me and God, then there must be other minds also. Because, but maybe
that doesn't follow.
There's necessity to that.
I do not see your reasoning on that at all.
Well, maybe it's a civil reason. It's a civil, like, how do I act? Like, if it is just me and God, then it's like looking at the red blood cells going through a vein and saying the motion is still, like, the red blood cell is not different from the vein in which it's moving through, or the artery in which it's moving through. Whether it's kinetic or not, whether there's contrast or not, they're still the same thing, right? Let's just talk about the system, right? And so it's like, okay, that's the vascular system. So to me, in order even to make that declaration, me and God, I have to be able to point to me and what else in God. But that's a presupposition, I suppose, on my part. Maybe a failing.
Well, as a presupposition, I mean, there's a lot of presuppositions, but I don't see a problem with. I don't think it would make sense, but there could be just a person and God. What would be kind of arrogant, I think. I don't know what situation that would ever make sense to me, but I don't see it violates anything.
Well, I guess the reason I say there has to be a triangle, meaning I have to posit an outward bounded, an otherly universe, meaning an objective universe from which to define me relative to God, meaning the non-point, meaning I can't point to any physical or material thing when I'm pointing to God, but to point to me, then it's like I am moving through the artery, right? Meaning my environment would be the artery. Hence, meaning I have to objectify the red blood cell or the blood cell moving through the artery as different from the artery. And so I say me, God, and me, blood cell, me, artery, moving through artery. Meaning there has to be a triangulation. Otherwise, there's no geometry. If there's no geometry, then I can't make sense of anything, which is kind of how I don't know.
How do you know you're not God? And how do you know you're not God? And you said, I'm going to come down, I'll create this planet called Earth, and I'm going to come down, I'm going to call myself Michael, and I'm just going to forget I was God. I'm just going to totally forget my prior existence. And so you might be God, just coming down, purposely forgetting his own existence.
Right. And then I thought of the Mormon, like, you become a god of your own planet, because I thought I've actualized that, meaning where I'm synonymous with God in all planes, and any notion of a difference is just a reiterated barrier of consideration of an other, right? But it's really.
Anyone else here a fan of Robert Heinlein?
I love Robert Heinlein.
I don't know.
Stranger in a Strange Land, thou art God.
Yeah, that is my favorite book of all time, actually. Yeah, I Groke. Yeah, actually, I can say Groke. I guess it is Groke.
There's different for that for everyone.
Do you know there's a church out there? It's called it's a real church based on the book. The Church of Eternal Waters, I believe it's called.
There is a urban legend that Heinlein and Hubbard got into a bet, and when Heinlein started seeing people take it way too seriously, he developed a conscience or let his conscience come to the fore and bailed on it, whereas Hubbard
created Scientology.
Kept it going.
Yeah, no, and I remember that too. The Church of the Living Waters wasn't founded by Heinlein. It was just, but no, I love that book. That book has so many different overtones about it that I thought was a brilliant book. I mean, it was. If you guys haven't read it, trust me, it's brilliant.
It's actually not even my favorite of his books, but
I loved that book. I mean,
I think my favorite of his would either be Podkayne of Mars or Starship Troopers.
The book was awesome. I read the.
Don't bring up the movie.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't like the book. I thought the book was way better, but the movie was okay. But it was okay. But no, I loved it. I read ever read a Job, a Comedy of Errors?
Yep.
Yeah. See, I mean, yeah, Heinlein was just awesome, man. Moon is the Heart's Mistress. Blow-ups happen. Kathy Walked Through Walls. Yeah, he's definitely one of my favorite all-time authors. Why'd you bring that up, though? That's curiosity.
Well, thou art God. Everyone has a little piece of God in them. What Michael was saying.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Is want to share water? We become water brothers.
Yep.
Well, this hangout's about ending. It's about actually to go off air here soon too.
Well, I've been going that long.
Yeah. I started this after Beckles and Orion's hangout on the debate on the existence of the Trinity, or whether Trinity is biblical or not. I only heard her side. Obviously, I didn't hear his because she had earplugs on. But I thought when I heard, she did pretty well. So
I might give it a listen later. I mostly don't care about it because Beckel doesn't actually put forth an argument for his position.
I think he does. I think he does biblically. I think he knows Scripture pretty damn well.
He doesn't put forth an argument for objective morality. He just poo-poos anyone else claiming anything to be moral. He just asserts objective morality.
Oh yeah, well I find that to be the most case with these people. They just, it's so funny. They're always accusing us, right? And especially me. This is why I really think that I get under their skin. They make all these videos and condemn me for supposedly making claims without evidence. Yet the funniest thing is, I'm more than happy to give evidence at any time, not in their rooms, right? Because that's a waste of my time, and we know how that goes. But they will never objectively go, okay, we give any evidence, I'll come into your room and we can discuss it. Never has happened. Never has happened.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, when I show up in these rooms, I know I'm abstract, I know I'm edgy, but I also think, at least I feel like I'm covering, or topically I'm trying to feel the theist argument gap in some, I'm trying to bondo it in some manner.
Yeah, see, with you, Michael, when you're it's hard enough to understand you sober, but when you're drunk off your ass, it's like 1,000 times worse. It's basically, I have no idea what the fuck you're saying. I can't even have you around because I don't know word one of what you're saying. It's hard enough when you're sober, right? Because that's the way you speak.
Right.
But and I think some of you have brilliant commentary sometimes. Don't get me wrong. I think you're very insightful, very creative. I mean, you are definitely way up there on the intelligence scale, probably to a fault. I am surprised that you haven't developed some kind of major breakthrough in something, because you're a smart guy. I would love to see more of your arts and stuff like that, but sometimes you do get a little bit out of hand.
I'm going to jump in and say good night. I'm going to get some food in me.
Yeah.
Catch y'all later.
I got to hit myself, actually.
I made a brilliant vegetarian meal the other day, first one I've ever made, and it was awesome. Just she's getting me the vegetarian stuff. It was egg parmesan over organic linguine, a Spriggs salad with candied pecans, sunflower seeds, and green beans. And what was the other thing I made? Anyways, it was really, really good.
Well-articulated hedonism, Steve, and I appreciate your feedback.
Hey, no problem, man. I mean, I'm straight up with you, and like I said, when you're like this, I love to have you around. It's just when sometimes don't take it personally if you're just so shit-faced drunk that it's just distracting from the conversation. Then it's a little much, So don't take it personally.
Steve, very quickly before we go off air, I was very surprised that you were still on air, actually. It was 3 in the morning, or between 2 and 3, that I was listening in, having woken up in the middle of the night, and Mark Thomas was there in the side chat, and then 5.5 hours later, I'm here, and he's still up, and he's in Northern Ireland or somewhere, and I just get the feeling he'd been up all night. And was probably very, very tired. But I got the feeling at 3 in the morning that he was absolutely hammered out of his head anyway.
Mark? I don't think he drinks.
Right, okay.
I don't think so. I could be wrong.
You may well be right, but I got the feeling he was. And he was just trolling a bit, and it seems that he was...
Well, he does he was trolling. He definitely trolls. He's a known troller. He wouldn't say it sometimes. He'll admit that he likes to troll.
I think you saved him a little bit by kicking him out, or Vandit, or whoever it was that kicked him, because he might be able to go to bed now and get some sleep.
I think it was Vincent.
Right. Okay.
I don't remember. Vincent, what are you gonna do now that Reds is gonna be gone for a while, man? I mean, that's your boy, man. What are you gonna do? Oh, Vincent's already fucking crashed too. Anyways, yeah, I'm probably gonna end this. I don't know why the hell I kept it open so long. I can't even talk because I can't, get loud. But were you entertained, Heretic?
Very, very much so at times. And yeah, but I missed out on the massive meat of the whole thing because I was asleep because I'm in the UK. So
yeah, it's funny. Most of the time when I start these hangouts, the UK is at night, but like right now it's like 9 o'clock in the morning for you?
It's nearly 9:30. Yeah.
Yeah.
So get up, notice that something's on. Come in and see who's still up at midnight or 1 a.m. or whatever it is in wherever you are.
Yeah, well, see, I like having Saturday hangouts and Sunday too because that's most of the time people are up all different hours, and so even if like 3 o'clock in the morning my time and I start a hangout, it's 11 a.m. on a Sunday, and I get all the European people. So
yeah, I mean, my life has been getting very weird recently, where I'm having to get up for work at all times, and then at weekends I've got my youngster. But as soon as I've got any time that's available where I could actually party, I'm so fucking shagged that I decided to take an early night instead. It's
have a few beers and come in here and just drink and hang out.
Well, the beers make it even worse. That makes me even more knackered. So it's more a case of getting up in the morning and seeing who's still on. But usually they're at the end of a hangout because they've been going since 6 p.m. their time or something.
Yeah, this was a long hangout. It wasn't on anything that critical. I mean,
I was really surprised you were still on.
I sometimes keep these rooms open just because people like to go somewhere and that not everybody wants to go to Nadia's room or to EMK's, so I'll keep these open longer than I normally would sometimes, like right now, because the topic has just been.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really enjoying reading various things at the moment, and in particular they're pulling out things where exegesis and interpretation and religions have just produced a right load of crap, and people have just taken it in completely. So the stuff that Mark was saying earlier, but particularly the stuff that MK talks about in relation to Satan. Satan is not bad. There is nothing at all in the Old Testament that gives any information about Satan. I'll just give you this little quick quote here.
Well, Satan was never equivocated with Lucifer. I don't even know where that came from. Satan and Lucifer were not supposedly the same thing. Right?
Well, no, Satan was a son of God. According to the book of Job, the prologue to the book of Job, it provides the fullest description of Satan in the Old Testament. He belongs among the sons of God, i.e. the angels. Right. Job 1:6, which is a really interesting terminology. Son of God, angels, spirits, things that are made by God but not fleshly, not human. Jesus? Okay, yeah, Son of God, Jesus, Son of Man.
He is only begotten, but yeah.
Yeah. So fits in with the mythicist angle that Jesus never actually existed. So according to this. And this is Theology of the Old Testament, which is by David Hinson. He has a work to do in which he serves the Lord and must from time to time report to God on the results of his work. His work is to search out men's sins and to bring cases against them in the heavenly courts. Freedom to take action in the world to test the reactions of men to various kinds of trouble and suffering, but he must have God's approval for what he does. Which really interesting stuff. Then it goes into the story of Job, and this, that, and the other. Zechariah 3.2 has a similar picture of the activity of Satan. But then it says the Old Testament never shows Satan as acting independently or in opposition to the Lord. It's only in the Apocrypha that a writer suggests a link between Satan and the serpent mentioned in Genesis 3.
Right, I remember that.
And that's from the Apocrypha. The particular Apocrypha is Wisdom of Solomon. There is no link. I mean, this is all... People are using non-canonical stuff to build their own exegesis, to back up their stuff. And yet when somebody else does that, to say, well, actually it could be different, and this, oh no, this is the truth, you know?
See, I thought the canonical, I thought it was more along the lines that Satan was like a lawyer. He was like the prosecuting attorney.
Yes.
And that's how I kind
absolutely.
That's how I kind of always took it.
Yeah, the word Satan was also used as a title for an official in the law courts of Israel, whose duty was to find fault with people and show that they were doing wrong, rather like the prosecutor.
Yeah, it was a title, and by the way, it was not supposed to be capitalized. A lot of people capitalize Satan, capital S, but I've never seen where that equates to the fallen star, the morning star, Lucifer. I don't know where those get kind of conjoined together.
Yeah, I mean, but the link is always back to it's God that causes evil. God allows evil or causes it or deceives and etc. So the conclusion to this this bit is the importance of this study about Satan is that none of the Old Testament writers make the mistake of suggesting that evil is caused by some eternally independent being acting at all times in opposition to the Lord. In the Old Testament, they firmly grasp the fact that all things come from God, and then they struggle with the problem of evil in a world which God created. It's resolved eventually in Jewish literature. That's not in the Old Testament, but it is in the Secrets of Enoch, by supposing that one of the angels whom the Lord created has turned against him and is using his freedom to upset God's purposes, which is where loads of people then use that idea.
Yeah, but those pseudographia, you know, the books of Enoch, obviously, you know, pseudographia, they're non-canonical. I've read the books of Enoch, the Book of Enoch, and I've read, you know, some of the other books that the Catholic Church do hold on to. I mean, they're definitely books that they use. I think they're more interesting to read.
Absolutely, but some people would say that all of the stuff that's in the New Testament is pseudegrapher.
Yeah.
And it's all interesting. Whether it's a basis for setting your life is a different bit. But the interesting bit is that it says Jesus used this understanding of Satan in his own teachings. Luke 10:18. Now that I find really interesting, because if you negate the use of certain apocrypha, but you accept the use of certain other apocrypha, and even the main being, the main thing that is responsible for a whole religion, Jesus Christ, was using certain things, how can anyone accept that what is currently the canonical Bibles, whichever canons they choose to use, that they are solely the right ones?
It's well, it's subjective.
Exactly. The whole thing is subjective.
Jim asked on the side here. He said, "Steve, any luck with Justin?" I don't refresh my memory, Justin. I mean, Jim, I'm not sure what you're referring to with Justin. I don't know what he's referring to. I'm really tired, so maybe I'm just not thinking properly. But going back to you, Heretic, yeah, I do agree with you. I agree with you 1,000% that it's subjective. And it's funny is when because it's subjective, when you watch a lot of these evangelicals get together, I mean, they'll tear each other up over this shit.
Oh yeah.
I'm
finding it fascinating. All this Christian on Christian hate that's coming out because most of them have blocked so many atheists.
I know.
Nobody else to talk to except to argue within their own little circles, and they're coming up with the best arguments.
Have you noticed that lately? I mean, you're not the only one that said that. I've noticed the same thing. I think a lot of people have noticed since they have been blocking a lot of atheists and people that don't agree with them. Nobody wants to go in their rooms. Nobody wants to talk to them at all. I watched the other day. I watched literally Thick Shades and Veckel damn near ripped the throat out. It was beautiful.
You supplied me with that one. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
But I'd also recently just watched Matt Bell dissect Darwin's deity. He didn't just dissect him. He lined him up in lots of little pieces and then chucked or kicked each little piece over the edge of a cliff.
Oh, I missed that.
That's on MK's video called Hangout from a couple of days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, and it's right at the beginning. It's the first half an hour. It starts at about 10 minutes. Right at the beginning of the Hangout, they just go at each other.
Oh my God, that's like the dumb reading the dumber.
Well, actually, Matt Bell comes out with possibly some of the best arguments that I've ever heard for atheism, for not believing in a God.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. There's some of the way that he explains it, particularly around things like personal experience. He's talking about personal experience. Personal experience gave me the full information that suggests that Catholicism is exactly the right religion. This is the truth and the way and the light, and that's what I'm going to believe. And then you go, okay, but there are other people who say they've had personal experiences that tell them that Mormonism is the right way, or Jehovah's Witnessing is the right way, or Islam is the right way, or this, that, and the other. How do you differentiate between all the different personal experiences? One of them might be right.
Why was he playing devil's advocate?
All of them could be right. He was. I'm not sure he was playing devil's advocate. He's come out with this statement a couple of months ago, hasn't he? Saying that he no longer calls himself a Christian.
Right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
And it's unclear what he means by that. He's still a theist, but I think he's pulling away from the concept of all of these teachings in terms of the exegesis is absolutely right. Yeah. And he's looking at it himself. And looking at it from an evidential basis. But a lot of the reason why he was giving Darwin's a lot of grief was because he was this was the hypocrisy of it. He was berating Darwin's for having such a bad method of discussion, that people started hating Darwin's
more than
rather than the arguments that he had.
It used to be. Hang on one sec, Jim. Answer your question about Justin Wilson. Yeah, I have talked to him. I will get with him at some point, but I don't think Justin and I mean, he's a really smart guy. Knows his shit cold. I don't think we'd be having an interesting conversation, Jim. Only because he wants to look at something from more of a what's the position he wants to take? More of a philosophical, logical position, rather than the science that I would go from. So I don't know if we connect too well. But anyways, sorry, Heretic, I'm talking about the live chat in here.
Yeah, that's fine. If you're wanting to look at that, the best place to pick up that video and that particular portion is from Skylar's.
Do you make a
Skylar Fictions feed, because he pulled out the 20-minute section.
I don't think I've seen it. I watch all of Skylar's stuff, and Skylar never makes a video of me. He's the bastard. But
neither of us are interesting enough, you say.
No, Skylar doesn't make a video. I can't get Satan Atheist or anybody to make a video of me. I'm just telling you.
I haven't reached my pinnacle yet.
You've got true empiricism talking about you all the time.
Oh, every day.
Just like you talk about him.
But it's funny because Darwin's deity is like the biggest sophistry master, right? I mean, that's what he.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, he is the king of that. I mean, if you can say what you want about him, but he is exceptionally good at that. And to the average person, he comes across as authoritative and he comes across as knowledgeable. But when you don't play his little game and you don't let him ask all his questions, and you force him to have to answer questions, yeah, he's done. He's just like, oh, you're trolling, I have to leave.
Well, I mean, I think he's gone down a slightly different path recently, where he doesn't even give people the chance to develop an argument. He goes straight in with some very profane language. He calls people some really, really low-level stuff that you wouldn't expect or didn't previously have from him. I think he's under a bit of pressure and a bit of stress that's rather self-induced by his attempts to go into Hangouts and.
Yeah, I've heard him go off and curse quite a bit on people. But here's the thing: he came from Paltalk, right? And to get away from Paltalk people, and he came over here, and he's finding out. He's even admitted, he's not well liked. Admits that most people hate him, and he thinks this for the different reasons. He thinks he's disliked because he's just giving people truth, and they don't want to hear it, right?
The message, absolutely.
Yeah, and he's just not smart enough to realize that people don't like his methodology.
And that was the focus of Matt Bell's tirade at him. That was the precise focus of it.
But to come from Matt to
exactly,
the yeah,
exactly. That's the point. And it was fantastic. I was giggling away.
They don't call Bill in for nothing, right? I mean,
yeah, pot, kettle, all of that stuff. But the concept of Matt Bell doing it, but Matt Bell did it brilliantly. I do find both of them rather intelligent. I do. I find Matt Bell much more intelligent. I think.
Matt's a smart
Darwin's.
Guy.
Pardon?
Matt's a smart guy. I'm not trying to say he's not, but his science is wretched.
Oh, possibly. Very, very, very much so. But he's good at actually covering it with his words and whatever. So's Darwin's. But Darwin's only comes from the one angle, which is the philosophical, theological angle. Whereas Matt plays in a lot of other stuff. I find Matt much more intelligent, although he's a bit of a bastard, really. You can't really have a normal conversation with him at all, because he will always move towards getting that knife against your jugular.
I see, but there's certain people in the community that are like that, where you just cannot have a normal conversation with. Matt Bell's definitely one of them. He's just incapable of having a really honest conversation. I mean, I think at one time he could. I've seen on Christopher Hitchlap's channel. I mean, he moderated a debate with him, and I can't remember the other person. It was an informal debate, but it was actually pretty decent. I mean, it was actually not that bad. So I think I think Matt Bell has the potential. I just don't think he has the will. I think he just comes across as a dick, and he'll troll. He'll troll hard.
Oh yeah, I think so. And I think when he comes onto Google Plus, he's coming with the intention of doing what he's doing. I can't believe that anybody would live their life 100% in the way that he shows himself on Google Plus. If somebody can.
I don't see the point. We want people to listen to us, right? I mean, we all do this for different reasons, but we all want some kind of validation. I get that. But when you're so disliked in a community, okay, and Matt Bell isn't as bad as most. He's not really too liked, but he's not hated, right? But Darwin's deity, oh my God, he's the pariah of everywhere. Nobody wants him around. Nobody can get along with the guy because he's just so goddamn sophistry to a fault.
Yet, whenever he's doing anything, there's always a lot of people that want to watch, and so he does bring people in because people want to see him fall flat on his face.
Which he does a lot.
which he does a lot, which people enjoy, and therefore the people who are running channels and trying to make money always want him there.
Yeah, I know. I think that's pretty shitty in some ways. I don't. He obviously isn't smart enough to realize that people only want him around for the entertainment value. I mean,
well, yeah. Which is why when he gets into the echo chambers, like in MK's room or whatever, he possibly feels that he's in a safe space, and he possibly also feels that he's dealing with people who don't necessarily have that scientific and philosophical background that he might have. But then he's coming up against people who do, like Matt Bell, or if you're talking theology, Veckel can have his arguments. G-Man can even have his arguments from his own standpoint. I mean, there was a brilliant argument between those two recently, Darwin's and G-Man, where Darwin started it all off by basically going through the No True Scotsman stuff by saying that all Catholics, no Catholic is really a Christian. Nobody could follow Catholicism and believe in Christianity. Catholicism is this, that, and the other. And it ended up with he and G-Man having a right humdinger of a go at each other. It might not have been G-Man, it might have been somebody else. But
yeah, they both agree. I mean, I think they're both on the same side of that one.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it was... Oh, no, it was Pillbox. What was really funny about it was that they both went at each other so much and so hard that Pillbox didn't realise that Darwin's had actually left the conversation 15 seconds earlier, and Pillbox then left the conversation. They both rage quit at essentially exactly the same time, and that was just so funny.
Well, Pillbox and King Logos, they're so far gone that even the Christians don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. I mean, seriously, I mean, Veckel even loses his mind with these flat earthers, right? I mean, you got to reach a point where you're just like, holy fuck! And like you said before, we've all noted that since they're not really having conversations like they used to with the atheists or the people that can actually refute them. I've noticed the Christians and these evangelicals have been pulling away into their own little retreat of solace and echo chambers, right? And since they've been doing that, yeah, they've been attacking each other at every fucking hangout I've seen so far with them.
Yeah, the echo chamber is completely falling apart. It's like the 1st century AD in Rome, you know?
You get more than 5 of them together, and it's anarchy. Hey Mark, he's in the live chat. But what's Rose Patton's hangout still going on? What's going on in there? I know Hogtie was in there earlier, but I don't go into Rose Patton's hangouts. But what are they talking about, Mark, in the side chat? And by the way, hey Dave, I saw you pop in.
Hey Dave.
Hey. Yeah, I mean, I was listening and it was a lot of fun stuff that you brought out. So this point about Christians getting into disagreement, one time, because I always try to bring this up, coming from religious studies, I want to challenge, like, there's so many different interpretations. I always want to, that's my favorite kind of argument, to press them on this issue, like, there are so many different ways to go about this. And at one point, there was, in NK's room, I don't remember who, it doesn't matter, they would kind of like want to defend them. Like, these are two evangelical, like born-again evangelical American Christians. And right off the bat, when they were talking about, it was about the concept of born-again, and I was trying to press them on, like, but, you know, the different interpretations. They were starting to say, like, no, but we agree on that. But at the minute, someone else said, no, wait, you have the wrong idea about born-again. It's not, it means that Christ, blah, 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 blah. And then they were, you know, kind of, so that was a brilliant example for me. They couldn't even agree on that point, but yeah. So that's it.
They have so many things they don't agree on, though. That's the funniest thing. It's like, it's. I mean, for example, even the Trinitarian concept. Nephilim Free is an anti-Trinitarian. He doesn't accept Trinity, and yet he's just that's almost like heresy in some Christian churches, right? Not to, you know. Hang on, what does Mark say? At Justin Aussie drug addict shouting and carrying on, plus the conspiratorial rubbish. Oh. Okay, well, yeah, I don't follow Rose's shit. She's another lunatic I just don't deal with. This podcast probably has like 10 minutes left in it, I think. I'm just gonna write it out. If anybody's still watching, we got like 8 people watching. I don't know why, but whatever. What's wrong with you people? This is boring.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. Actually, Heretic, no, no, I love talking to you, dude. I really find your insight to be really, really good, and you're very good in these conversations. But I've been thinking, I don't know, I kind of do want maybe to do another debate like I did. Only obviously it's not going to be with anybody I don't respect. So it's not going to be like with True. It's not going to be like Neff or any of those guys. I mean, I just wish there would be like a normal person like Wayne was before. I wouldn't mind. I would think I actually wouldn't mind having another debate like that. I don't know what to be on, but I don't know. I've been thinking that lately. That maybe another debate wouldn't be that bad, but I can't debate any of those guys because I know how they are, right? I mean, they're just shotgun all over the place, and it just would be completely like ridiculous.
Well, I tried watching some of Joe Sonseed's debate that he had with Phantom Prophet yesterday. I think it was yesterday, and it was the title "Does God Exist?" and it was just all over the place. I mean, not necessarily from Joe, but from Phantom, and then I've seen some of the stuff that Spoken has been involved in, and whatever, and I've not found any of the theists so far. What I have found is that at the beginning, they seem to be very nice and sort of open and willing to chat. But as time goes on, they really, really close themselves down and start moving towards a very, very closed view of the world and totally unaccepting of the concept that actually there could be anything else there. So, I mean, for example, I originally, when I first started here, I found Veckel quite interesting and quite open and talkative, and he's become much more fundamental. So Real started off great and whatever. In my view, I mean, he was probably here much longer than before I was, and very, very quickly he's gone towards very fundamental in certain aspects, and I find all of them head towards the fundamental basis.
I haven't talked to Sorrel too much, but I will agree. See, Veckel, well, once we start getting into any kind of science, Veckel leaves the conversation. He's just done. Or whenever I bring up anything about his brothers being actual liars, when they have actually said things we know are lies. For example, with them they're saying that I said that I have a PhD in biology, right? Outright lie, complete lie, right? Veckel says, well, I'll ask him about it, stuff like that. He never does, right? I mean, it's just he doesn't want to have to confront these people because they're happen to have the same theological mindset, regardless of how many times they literally break the 9th commandment. And that's what I find is to be disturbing. It's like I'm going to side with this person only because I have a similar kind of theological belief. But the fact that they're outright lying about people, I'm not going to take an issue with that.
But when they get into their own little echo chambers where they're having to discuss their own little beliefs together, it all falls apart.
Yeah, and I gotta admit, sometimes my channel does become an echo chamber only because most people agree with me. Okay, it's hard to find people that have a differing viewpoint, but I go out of my way to try to do it, right? They don't.
I only agree with you, Steve, on the basis that I don't understand most of what you say because most of it's scientific and I don't have any of that. There is one little bit that does make me chuckle, though, with you being so scientific, is when you say you agree with somebody 1,000%. I find that hilarious coming from somebody so scientific.
Hang on, let me mute Dave. Dave, I need a lot of static. Well, I mean, obviously, I know that 100% is the max. I get this, but there's something called hyperbole. Okay.
Absolutely, which is why I never bring it up. I just chuckle internally every time you say it.
You know, but I think I get more of a kick out when somebody says something like, you know, they did a 360. You know, they were going this way and then they did a 360, and I'm like, don't you mean 180? That's It's like we're gonna turn this around into a complete 360. It's like no.
Carry on going in exactly the same direction. Thank you very much. Atheist Brian has joined us.
Mark, I'm being overly critical of the conversation. I'm not critical of the conversation that's going. Even in Rose's channel, I'm not watching it. Or my own. Oh, my Hangout. Oh, thank you. This is kind of dry, but I'm enjoying it well because I like Haka the Heretic, but my voice is kind of getting shot. I cannot talk loud because again, I'll get beat up by Lyrical. So.
Well, as you were saying though about the problem with a lot of the community and the debates and stuff, when you were talking about Veckel, he was kind of a decent guy when you first saw him, but then as time went on, the problem is that so much of the online fundamentalist community is so stalwart and so fundamentalist. When these are the people that you're going to, it can't help but rub off on you somewhat.
I think so. I think it does. Yeah.
It's just the more time he spent hanging around G-Man, the more he became like G-Man.
But I can talk to Veckel. Veckel and I can have an hour or 2 hour conversation. Not a problem. I have nothing bad to say about Veckel when it comes to that. I don't agree with him on a lot of things. But he's not a person that's difficult to talk to, right?
Right, compared to the others, nowhere near. But yeah, I've had much better conversation with Veckel than the others.
Sure. Yeah, G-Man when he's off air is probably a little easier to talk to, but on air he's just a complete putz. He doesn't talk about me at all. He barely knows who I am. I don't know. I just don't engage with him that much. But I think now that we're not engaging with these people as much as people used to, and I think it's notable. I think that when a couple was it 2 months ago, I even said the only way we're going to marginalize these people is to marginalize them. It's tautology there, but just not going to their rooms anymore. And I made that very clear with like EMK when he was having his issues. And I think that people maybe taking notice a little bit because I don't see people going in those rooms as much as they were. Nephi has like 4 people watching in his Hangout sometimes. That's it.
Well, when it comes to Darwin's deity, I ran across him recently talking about people not paying attention to him. I ran across him in a Brett Keane Hangout, and he was doing his pre-sub bullshit.
Brett Keane was doing a pre-sub?
No, Darwin's deity was running the pre-sub in Brett Keane's Hangout.
Oh, yeah. When is Darwin's going to really learn that his pre-sub is going to get shot down every time? Everybody's wise to him now. Pre-sub arguments are the dumbest freaking things, man. And Mark, I see what you're writing to the side. I don't care. I don't know. He's not bothering me, Mark. I don't get this. He's like asking dumb questions. Answer him your own questions, Mark.
Go to bed, Mark. You need some
go to
sleep.
bed. Yeah, you got sleep deprivation. And no MMA. This is not live right now. We're actually not even on air or even in here. You're just imagining this because you need to get some sleep too.
That goes back to this not brain in a vat, the concept of solipsism that you were talking about earlier, and I wanted to sort of jump in because if I'm the only mind that exists and everything else is just whatever is a construct of my own mind, why am I not much more successful? Why can't I force it that I am much more successful in my own mind and I am the the one that produces all the science, and I have all of the knowledge. And
that's because you're a loser.
I'm a loser in my own mind, Bryony. In my own mind, I'm a loser. That's the problem, isn't it?
And why is it that I'm imagining people with all these fucked up accents?
I was doing a bad Donald Trump.
No, I meant heretic.
Oh.
You're having a go at my accent.
I
aren't
am.
you?
I am.
You're saying that I sound like Phantom Prophet or something.
Oh no, I can actually understand you much better than most.
I want to tell you, you are a loser. When I have my dreams, they are the best dreams. I have all the knowledge. I have all the best words. I am the best at dreaming.
Phantom's kind of. I like Phantom actually in some ways, but he's a little quirky. Spoken, I actually like as well. But I was listening to his interview with Skylar, and I was bored to tears. Just bored to tears. I mean, Spoken is not somebody of any real. It's just I don't know, boring. You know what I'm saying? There was nothing interesting in that conversation at all.
No, nothing in the slightest. I think Skylar kept it that way, though. He kept it as a
very dry,
a very keeping it steady conversation, rather than going for the jugular.
Yeah, and Mark, I'm sweating it so bad. I don't want to answer this question because it's just so hard for me, Mark, and so I'm just not going to do it. And I only got 5 minutes more in this hangout, so I'm just going to write it out because I don't want to answer your question because I'm sweating. It's such a hard question.
I'll answer it. The answer is no.
Yeah, there you go.
No. The answer to adultery is no. It's not bad. Human beings are sexual beings, and we have made a construct where you choose on pain of the rest of your life to remain with one person for the rest of your life, irrespective how bad that life gets with you getting together with that person. Adultery is a made-up construct that's a load of bollocks.
And I would say it's a malformed question. Anyways, it depends on if you should say is adultery always bad. If you're in a relationship that's an open relationship where both parties agree to have a third party, and that's technically adultery by the technical sense of the word, but everybody's happy out of it, right? Threesomes, stuff like that. That's not bad. So these are really poor questions because Mark's not that bright. He doesn't know how to ask really good questions.
Well, what doesn't Mark fucking join?
Because we kicked him out already. Well, I didn't kick him out, but somebody kicked him out already.
Because he needs to go to bed because he's been up all night trying to troll with everybody, and now he's coming out with even worse questions than he started with 5 or 6 hours ago.
Yeah, he had 5 hours. He couldn't even answer very simple questions. And
was that the guy you're trying to get to answer what is good and what is evil and stuff?
Yes. And by the way, I'm telling you right now, if you ever want to fall asleep, and I'm not even lying to you, this is not hyperbole. Listen to it. Just listen to one of Neffy's monologues. I felt so bad because I was supposed to, the night that Kayfies had a debate with Neffy, right? And it was 9 o'clock at night, and I laid down, I got my headphones on, my earpieces in, and the debate started, and I swear to God, I made it through about 8 minutes of Neffy's monologue, and the next thing I know, it was over.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
I was out like I'm not even, but I was. I mean, dude, I was literally out like a light.
I was in a discussion with him for yesterday now for me, or very early hours of the morning, and he had to let him. He wouldn't let me speak, and we were talking about what was it? I can't remember. We were talking about protein folding, all this, and I tried to answer him, and then just did that monologue, that spiel he does, just non-stop talking, and he's so monotone about it. It's just like, dude, stop, let someone else talk, for fuck's sake. And then I had Neffy and all them in there as well, and I wanted to put a bullet in my head.
Yeah, Neffy's two biggest problems is he just doesn't know when to shut up. And the other one is he has the biggest shotgun of anybody I've ever seen in my life.
He will throw so much shit out there and see what's sticking to the point. I literally, I don't know anybody on G Plus that is bad as a nephew at gish galloping, shotgunning, and just posturing, just bloviating over and over the same shit. He never talks about anything unique, different, interesting. It's just crap.
Yeah.
A very piss poor understanding of things.
Well, if you watched that, if you had watched that discussion I was in, it was since we're talking about protein folding, chaperones, I think it was, and we're talking about its structure and so forth. At least I was, and I was citing my sources, and Antonio's like, what what does domains and all these different structures that I was reading a part of Figure 3 on one of these references? What does this have to do with protein folding? And I literally choked trying to grasp what he just said. That domain structure and these different things don't have to do with protein folding. It has everything to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of having a chaperone, to actually fold the protein correctly. And there's different structures, obviously, of the protein that there's four different there's the alpha, beta, tertiary, and quaternary. If I remember correctly.
Yes. Maybe what we need is a simple analogy. That's like asking, what does your frequency of defecation have to do with having diarrhea?
Yeah. It was that they kept saying, "Oh, but you're not defending evolution." I'm like, I'm not talking about fucking evolution. You mentioned chaperones, and now I'm going to talk about them. And then they, I'm saying, what the fuck? And then, but yeah, Neff was saying that we hardly know anything about them and how they work. I'm like, kind of do know a lot about them.
Good night, Mark. You beat us all, Mark. We all are humbled, and you are so much better than us in understanding and science. And yeah, go get some sleep, Mark. Good night. Dream well. Sometimes you've got to be a little patronizing. This is going off air in about 30 seconds, I think, though. But you know what? I don't really want to go to bed. Should I start another one?
Yeah, if you want.
For the English people here and the Australians. I don't mind. I don't know. Maybe I will. I don't know.
Oh, Joanne, if you do.
Yeah, it's only fucking 7 p.m. here, so I'm.
Yeah, I just don't feel like going to sleep yet. And we got 10 people watching, or 8, 9 people, but.
Fuck no.
Yeah, I think we got more to talk about for some reason, but. Yeah.
Mark, go home. Be drunk.
Yeah, go home. You're drunk.
Be drunk when Jesus has come.
Yeah, adultery again is legal. Is defined as having sexual relationships outside the confines of the marriage with somebody else. However, in polyamorous types of relationships, right, and in even hedonistic lifestyles, that is acceptable. There's nothing bad about that from a societal standpoint or from the individuals. So Mark doesn't understand these nuances type of things.
Yeah, if like me and my partner, we were poly, and both consenting adults up for swinging and shit. That there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, I soft swing. I mean, I have no problems with that.
Exactly.
If both spouses agree to go to the key party, it's cool to go.